Good morning and welcome to the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to get this party started.
Yes, we are. The race cars are already lining up out there. We can hear the motors running. Super excited for the day. This morning, the weather was a little bit different. We woke up to an overcast.
Yeah, well, it was foggy more than overcast, and it still is fog out there. So it's going to play a little bit of tricks on the guys and gals out there in the woods because it's going to get sunny. It's going to start burning through. Dust is going to be an issue. Heat is going to be an issue. It's going to be roughly 90 degrees, but the humidity is what's the killer today. It is hot. It is sticky. It's good, but we're here to go racing.
Exactly, and you know what? The little bit of moisture in the air will help with the dust right here on the start line just for a little bit until it definitely heats up later on.
It's going to be an amazing day of racing, so tune in all day long. Go to the MAO app. You can watch the Mid-America Short Course Championship Series at J Oklahoma. You can watch the Ultra 4 here on YouTube and on Facebook. We'll be all over the place, so tune in. It's going to be great racing all day long. We're about to kick off the EMC classes, a 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, a 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, as well as the Stock Sportsman's class as well. So we'll technically have 4 different races going on at the same time. So go to live.ultra4racing.com. And you can follow along with all the classes because they're going to be racing together but against each other within their class. They will start, the 45s and 48s will start how they qualified yesterday, and then we'll do the 4600 stock class and then the stock sportsman's behind them. So it's going to be an interesting day, so be sure to tune in. It's going to be fun.
It's interesting, exactly. You took the word right out of my mouth, and fun. It's going to be so much fun. We have the 170s going right after this, and the kids, you know, they're super pumped.
Oh, it's going to be great.
I mean, I was passing by and ran into some racers this morning. They're like, I don't know if I got much sleep last night. So it's you know, race day nerves. Everybody has them. No matter how long you've raced, you have race day nerves.
Yeah, so yesterday's qualifying course was just under a half mile. Today, it is going to be a 6-mile course. So the 4600 class does 4 laps. The 45 and 48s will do 5 laps, and then after that, we'll do the 170s. I think they're going to do down in the short course area, just past the Bronco Boulders, as a nice little, probably 3/4 lap through the infield and whatnot. And then we'll do the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and then at 1:30. We will kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. So it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful day of racing. There are 12 either-ors, 4 stock bypasses, and for the 4400 class, they'll have a joker lane where you have to run it once, and you can only run it once, but that's not till the 4400 class.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic on the race today with how that joker lane works in the 4400 class. The people have been talking about how steep it is. I only saw it from the top. I didn't actually go down it. I didn't walk it. We didn't drive it down.
The joker you're talking about?
The joker line. I don't know.
I've walked it 3 or 4 times, and it's gnarly up top. There's just lots of nuisance rocks, I'd say. A few loose ones, but a lot of ledges. And it's just, I'm going to say it's probably 300 yards in total, and the last probably 20 feet is very, very vertical. Not straight, but super steep, and it's kind of rounded in the middle. And if you go too far to the left, you could take a tumble pretty easy.
Yeah, very true. And, you know, we were talking about, too, like tires are going to be an issue out here, but yesterday in qualifying, that was only qualifying too, and it was only 0.43 miles, but tires weren't a problem yesterday. Only Jamie McCoy, when he came in.
I saw Casey Ryan come on 2
yes,
flats.
That's true.
There was, I'm going to say, more than a handful of people that did have flats just in a half-mile run.
But today.
They were pushing a little harder than normal.
And today's just a whole different ball game for sure.
Absolutely. So we'll kind of give you a course layout on what it looks like. This is this isn't the 4900. We need to go to the 46 and 4500 course with the Amsoil hot pits in it. So there it is. We're starting right there, and we're going to, at the bottom of the screen in the middle, we're going to go clockwise. So we'll start at either or 1, then up the Recaro Rise and on around. And this is just lots of tight trees, lots of rocks, a little bit of go fast. Some mud holes are still back there, and then we'll have a drone at the Rigid Ridge, and then they'll go around. And there's just lots of either-ors, lots of trails. You see the pink is a stock bypass. And then they'll come around back out of the woods, and then the long little horseshoe down there, they'll hit the Bronco Bowlers, hit the Yukon Launch. And then the Amsoil hot pits, there's probably a 300-yard range right there where it's 25 miles an hour. So they'll start at the middle bottom and end just to the right of the Amsoil pits. That's where the checkered flag will be. Again, the stock class will be doing 4 laps. But the 45s, 48s will be doing 5 laps. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out. They've got a couple hours to finish this race. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we want to give the Robinette family a huge shout-out for all their help for helping merge Ultra 4 with Mid-America Outdoors. We've got a whole slew of volunteers. The media and the safety crew are all out here, and we are going to have a great shot. And it sounds like we're going to head to the start line right now and check out who is there. And on the line right now is Mr. George Schooley, but Casey Ryan is fill-in driver. George is having some medical issues. He is here on site doing well, but the doctor said you cannot get in that car yet, so he called his buddy Casey Ryan up, and he is on the pole for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So this is going to be a great one to watch. Remember, there are 4 different classes going on at the same time, so go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. Tune into ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube. Hit that share button, start a watch party, and we are about to go live racing any moment. There's our race director, J.C. Taylor, giving the 5 count. So Casey Ryan is off of the line for driving for George Schooley out of Westminster, Maryland, with Legacy Off-Road with Cameron Schooley riding shotgun. He's in a Miller Pro chassis, LS 437, Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto tires, Spider Tracks, Method, and Fox. Help George's program get on down the road. Up next is going to be number 3.
Mr. Trevor Folk.
Out of Union, Missouri with Hot Rod Express. With Wolf Creek Customs chassis, Hellcat 6.2, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Pitbull tires, Raceline wheels, PRP, and Warn. They are taking off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time.
And that was a great drone footage just now of Trevor Foltz entering into the pits, and now that is the 26 of Dwayne Garrettson.
Out of Alma, Arkansas with Come Get You Some Off-Road. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco, Limitless Performance 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Yukon, Yokohama, Raceline wheels, Steinjager, Radflow, and Warn.
Next up off the line, that is Mr. Justin Barthman, the 417.
Out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS3 427, Turbo 400, Atlas, Kings, Walker Evans, PRP, PCI, PSC, Nitto, and Warn.
Next off the line will be the 4896 of Evan, or 59 of Evan Sherman.
Out of Inman, South Carolina with Sherman Racing. He's in a Jimmy's chassis with his buddy Chris is riding shotgun with him. He's got an LS 6-liter Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, PRP, Raceline, Fox, Toyo, Barnes 4-wheel drive, East Coast Gear, and Carlton Customs.
All right, next off the line is the 302 of Jody Ford.
This is a fun one, racing in memory of Roscoe. Jody Ford and Brandon Haynes in that 302 car with out of Markle, Indiana with Team Indiana and Brannick chassis number 1 with a Ford 302 stroked engine, C6 transmission, NP205, Fox, Brannick, PRP, KMC, and Nitto.
And that is the 1905 of Sean Hollick off the line.
With Mark Shea riding shotgun out of Hampton, Maryland with Sean Hollick Racing. He's in a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis, LSX 454, Turbo 400, Atlas, King, Nitto, RCV, Raceline, the Tree Car Care, Jecco Mini Cranes.
And then now the 8th position right now, 4561 of Cody St. Clair.
With his dad, Anthony St. Clair, riding shotgun out of Ponder, Texas with SCR Motorsports. In a Tribe 16 chassis, Thompson LS 408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Custom Splice, Raceline wheels, Cooper tires, Fox, and Factor 55.
And then next off the line is the 866 of Sean Reisky.
Out of Mishawaka, Indiana with Auto Pros Off-Road. He's in a new home-built chassis. They built that in their shop. LS3, Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Gearworks, PRP, JKS, Brannick, Fox, Dirty Life Wheels, Mickey Thompson, and Warn.
Next off the line is going to be the 896 of Brian Trimp.
Out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pockets Racing, Jeep Armory Chassis, GDM LS 408, Turbo 400, Atlas, 14 bolts front and rear, Falcon Tires, Warn, Optima, King, Vision, PRP, Yukon Ironman Off-Road.
All right, next off the line will be the 4896 of Buddy Carlton.
Out of Greenville, South Carolina with Carlton Customs Motorsports. He's in a Jimmy's Ford chassis, LS, Carlton Customs Trans, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Toyo, Carolina Driveline, Yukon, Warn, Alltech, KMC, and Fox.
Next up is the 717 of Ryan Webb.
His son Blaine Webb is riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Customs. He's in a Jimmy's chassis, LS6, 680 horsepower, Turbo 400, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, Gearworks, Fox, USD Stickies, PRP, PSC, and Raceline.
Next off the line is going to be the 4531 of Sean Rance.
Out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing is in a 1976 Ford Bronco chassis. 455 small block Ford, ATI Turbo 400, Trailworthy Fab T-Case, Rough Stuff Megan High Nines, RCV, King, Milestar, PRP, and Raceline.
All right, next up will be the 53 of Ryan Taylor.
Out of North Liberty, Indiana with Team Indiana, Trent Fab Chassis, LS6 liter 4L80E, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Fox, Yokohama, Raceline, and PRP.
And next off the line will be the 45-49 of Rick Levezzo.
He's got James Mahoney riding shotgun with him out of Fort Worth, Texas with R Squared Racing. He's in a Bent Fab Ford Bronco, LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, King, Spider Tracks, Yokohama Tires, Raceline Wheels, PRP, Warren, and AMSOIL.
And next up will be the 45-14 of Troy Digby.
Out of Charlotte, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road. He's in a built Jeep LS 5.3 Turbo 400, Atlas, Dana 60, 14 bolts, Fox, Maxxis, Raceline, Corbo, and Barnes four-wheel drive.
And starting in that 17th position will be the 45-13 of Robert Humachek.
This is his first race with us here at Ultra 4. Bob Humachek out of Richmond Heights, Ohio with Nocturnal Motorsports. He's in a Jeep-based buggy, LS, BFG, Raceline, Fox.
Next off the line will be the 4500 of Diesel Krentz.
Out of Stanley, North Carolina with Team Stacked. He's in a Team Stacked built Jeep, stock engine and transmission. He's got an Atlas, Curry, Nitto, Rock Crawler suspension, Dirty Life race wheels, Adams drive shaft, rigid stacked off-road, and Adventure X.
And in that 19th position is the 45-17 of Jesse Oliver.
He had a drive shaft issue yesterday, but it's good to see him out there. So Jesse Oliver out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing. He's in a Ford-based chassis built by Oliver Racing, Mass Motorsports LS 427, Edmunds Turbo 400, Atlas, Yukon, Brannick, Warren, Raceline, Falcon, Alltech, and Rugged.
And in that 20th position will be the 46-88 of John Schaefer.
So we are kicking off the 4600 Spider Track stock class as we speak. So John Schaefer out of Birmingham, Alabama with RPM Extreme. He's in a Savvy-built 2015 Jeep JK. Stock drivetrain, Curry axles, ADS, Falcon, Raceline, Sparco, RPM Extreme.
And then next off the line, in the 21st position, the 46-26 of Jackson Kunkel.
Out of Haslett, Texas with Lone Star Racing. He's in a 1990 Jeep Cherokee stock 4-liter AW4 transmission, Rubicon T-Case, Curry Rock Jock axles, carbon chocks, Maxxis, and Raceline.
Next off the line was the 46-42 of Adam Collin.
Out of Latham, New York with Rock Crawler Racing. He's in a 2004 Jeep LJ, Curry axles, Yukon, Nitto, Dirty Life, and Rock Crawler suspension.
And in that 23rd position, next up will be the 46-01 of Cody Lusk.
Out of Archdale, North Carolina. He's in a Jeep-based buggy, Mickey Thompson tires, Method, and Radflow.
All right, and then in that 24th position, we will have the 46-81 of Mick Henson.
Out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Henson Racing. He's in a 1981 Toyota pickup, 22RE on propane, running King shocks and BFG tires.
And next up should be the 169 of Matt Gresser.
So that is actually Roger King, number 124. He's going to be racing later on today. And the 4400 class as well with Team Robbie Bobby. He's running in the stock sportsman's class.
And that is the 94 of Mark Zabath.
Mark Zabath, the Z-Man, out of Covington, Georgia with Team Indiana. He's a Toyota-based buggy with a 22RE running on propane, Maxxis tires, trail gear, and Fox.
And last taking the green flag this morning will be the number 13 of Jason Dean.
Out of Easley, South Carolina with Dean Motorsports in a 94 Jeep YJ with Milestar tires, Raceline wheels, King shocks, Yukon, Brannick, Warren, and Rugged. So we've got just over 25 cars that took the line this morning for the Everyman Challenge classes. Remember, we have 4 classes racing at the same time. There's Dean Racing right now on screen, heading up the Recaro Rise. That is just right inside the woods. This is a 6-mile loop. The stock class will be running 4 laps. The other class will be running 5 laps. And then this afternoon, the 4400 will be racing 7 laps. But it's going to be awesome to see. And we'll throw that the course back up on screen here in a little bit, just so we kind of show you where they're going to be out on course. And we got a few interviews we can throw up here in a little bit as well. But here's our course. Again, we are running clockwise. This is a 6-mile lap, and it's going to be awesome. And we are here at Adventure Off-Road Park. That's just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, and the Appalachian Mountain foothills. This place is absolutely amazing. Just right around 600 acres, over 120 20 trails out here, and there's everything from mild to wild. We want to give a huge thanks to Benji and Karen and Eddie for helping us out. We've been working with the Mid-American Ultra 4 crew neck and neck. They've been doing a great job of helping us out. We are smack dab in the middle of Nashville, Knoxville, Birmingham, and Atlanta.
Lots of stuff to do around here. There's been a lot of stuff going on around this area as well. But if you're out here this morning and you're hungry, the barbecue truck has breakfast going at Miles. We might have to do that here in a little bit. But definitely going to be a great day out here. The 4 laps that they are racing right now is going to be a very long 4 laps.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. The stock class, I was talking to John Schaefer last night at the Racer Appreciation Dinner. It's great to have that. I love how they've added that to the flow, because I can kind of chat with everybody. And he was saying he's nervous he's not going to be able to make these 4 laps. He's going to have to be pushing just to do that. So it's going to be.
Yeah, they're worried they're pushing time on it for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Remember, they did take off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, so we'll see how it all shakes out. There's roughly 25 cars out on course as we speak. And again, you were just saying that we got some great vendors out there, but also go check out the MAO and Ultra 4 merch trailer. I know Angel, Carly, Bailey, Tristan, the whole crew is there. They've got a little bit of everything. They've got event shirts, they've got sunscreen, they've got hats, they've got it all. So make sure you go over there and check them out. It's going to be a hot day. Drink lots of water, and we'll hopefully have a lot of action to bring you. We got a camera just inside the canopy at the Recaro Rise, and hopefully we'll be picking up the drones here in just a few minutes at the Rigid Ridge.
It's been a great morning already. I'm excited for the whole entire day. Like we were saying, at Mid-America, they're also doing the short course race this weekend as well, starting this morning at 10:30. So there's a lot of racing action that everybody can tune into between us and them and everywhere. It's just a great weekend of racing.
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of give you a quick rundown on the classes. We are running 4 classes at the same time. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have mechanical steering, maximum of 37-inch DOT tire, front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. We also have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class out there. Again, you have to have a front-mounted engine there as well, but axle horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, 1 shock per corner, and a maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Solid axles only in that class, and there's a lot of retired 4400 cars that can go there, but there are a few specific new built cars as well, so that's a fun class to watch. And then the 4600 Spider Track stock class is out on course. You have to have a stock OEM frame, must stay within 3 inches of wheelbase, factory engine and transmission, 35-inch DOT tire, single shock per corner, factory-style suspension, kind of like a leaf spring, coil spring, TTB, or whatnot. Mechanical steering, and it's a super tight-knit group. It's a great one to watch. And then we also, new to Ultra 4 this year, we have the stock sportsman class. We have a couple of them out there running around. You can run any axle, stock engine, up to a 40-inch tire, and basically all you have to do is pass safety and tech. So we'll be giving away some of these amazing Laser Nut trophies later on today. Pam will be running over there and giving those trophies away. So what did we count up? I think roughly 24 trophies will be given out today.
Yes, there will be 24, and they're awesome. We sit here and we unwrap them. We're all just super excited how they look. Laser Nut does an amazing job on them. The racers are always excited to get them. The kids love to see them. We have them on display over at the merchandise trailer as well. We do have people chiming in on Facebook. Thank you guys so much for following along and watching our race day today. It's going to be a long day out here at AOP, but I love this place. This park is awesome. Benji and Karen, like you have mentioned multiple times, are amazing to everybody out here, not just us as staff, but everybody that comes out here also and is just spectating and likes to go out and do wheeling out here as well.
It's great, absolutely. I'm just getting an update from Casey Gilbert. He said Casey Ryan driving for George Schooley that took off the line first, already upside down. They're trying to recover.
Oh,
but our leader out in the woods is already having issues. So a tree must have jumped right out in front of him. And I'm telling you, these trees are nasty out there. There's a lot of them, the rocks, the mud, and Casey Ryan's pushing hard and already had an issue. So hopefully he can get the car righted. But it's going to be a busy day out in the woods for our MAO Ultra 4 AOP recovery crews.
Exactly, for sure. There's lots of recovery out there all over race course, and especially in the areas that are definitely difficult and technical. But that's a bummer to hear that somebody's already on their lid.
Jeremy Martin, part of the MAO crew, is tuned in. He's actually at J Oklahoma for the Mid-America race. They're getting all their short course stuff getting ready to take off, and he's tuning in. So thanks for tuning in, buddy.
And Shelby Scott St. Clair, they're tuning in from Louisiana saying, Miles, it's hot and sweaty out here.
It's going to be a warm one today. That is no doubt. And we're able to catch up with a few interviews. I remember we had Diesel Krentz earlier in the week, the number 4,500. So let's have a quick chat with him.
So I am here with Diesel Krentz. He is from North Carolina, and he's racing in a Jeep. Tell us a little bit about your vehicle here.
So that's kind of a cool question because this particular Jeep I bought brand new November of 2011. This is a 2012 JKU I bought from my local dealership. It had 12 miles on it when I bought it, and well, it's not very stock anymore.
Well, and last year was your actual first race here. Tell us a little bit because you had a little lull in your racing career. So give us a little backstory on you.
So we raced all over California and got a race in North Carolina. That's what brought us to North Carolina. Amazing racetracks. Won the World Finals in 2001 at Sears Point. Really had a great racing career. Well, adrenaline junkie is an adrenaline junkie. Broke my back on a dirt bike, 5 vertebrae, paralyzed from the waist down. I used to walk weird. Now it's my strut. But, a lot of medical problems. And it was about 15 years when I bought this Jeep. And I just fell in love with it. The Jeep community is amazing. The racing community, Ultra 4, is pretty amazing. So we just started building this Jeep, and then last year was the deadline. It was the point in time to where we were going to make it happen, and it was amazing. And when we got here, you guys were open arms and helped us with the rules and everything we had to do to compete, and we love it, and this is 1 year.
And this isn't your only race you've raced with Ultra 4, but you're back out here competing in this lovely weather this weekend. What do you think about the weather that's going on?
It's pretty bad, but in California, we race in some pretty hot temperatures, so we're pretty good. But yeah, so I don't know if you consider us racing or learning. We learned a lot, and it has been an uphill battle and so much fun. You're broken down, but you have your family and your pit crew, just amazing amount of people behind us, and coming to see your smiling face, you can't not do that. So
well, good luck out there this weekend, and make sure you guys tune in back at home.
To the front and to the bar.
So thank you, Diesel Krentz, for catching up to him. Always a fun character. He's a great one to follow on social media as well. But I've got a race ops here texting me some information. 45-49, I believe that is. I should know that. There it is. Rick Lavezzo is having some issues. He rolled over as well. And then 417. That is Justin Barth, broke a drive shaft. They're getting it fixed.
Wow.
George Schooley broke a U-joint when he rolled over, so sounds like he may be out of the race. So tough break for our leader, Casey Ryan and George Schooley.
It's definitely already taken a toll on the cars
already. We've been talking about that. Attrition is going to be huge today. Tires are going to be huge, and just like we were talking about these trees, when you're pushing that hard, there is going to be dust back in the woods, and I think they're going to be pushing a little hard, and it's going to be interesting. So it sounds like we have a little bit of action out on course, and yes, that is Casey Ryan right there driving for George Schooley. So he's the one that tumbled. You can see Cameron. That was George's daughter sitting on a rock there out of the course. It does sound like they are okay, but they may be out of the race. And that is at the Rigid Ridge. So that's a pretty gnarly little section right there. We were having a little tech issues with our drone, but obviously it is up. Great job by the Rock Racing TV production crew for bringing this live action. And Casey Ryan was definitely a fan favorite to do well today, and he is out early in the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out.
And we got Chuck Crossland. He is prepping his car for the NorCal race next weekend. Then he's going to be prepping it for Vision. So he's listening to us live all day long here while he's prepping. So thanks for tuning in.
There's Ryan Webb cruising through the Rigid Ridge.
Erin up at the Yours. She's tuning in as well, watching the live show. Thanks, Erin. Good luck to you guys this weekend as well.
Sounds like we have 3 cars through Uncle Steve's section. There's Sean Rance Sr. cruising through.
Uncle Steve's section is definitely no joke.
It's
a gnarly section.
So this is our second race in the Eastern season, and then we'll be heading to Crandon over Labor Day for our third and final race in the Eastern Series. It's going to be awesome. But next month, it's going to be Visions. It's going to be an awesome race. That is at Mid-America Outdoors, and it's going to be a little bit of everything. I mean, we've got a rodeo, we've got the Mid-America Outdoor Pit Bikes, and the Side-by-Side Championship Series.
Barbie
Jeep, rock bouncing, rhythm section. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. So be sure to tune in all wheel.
The Demolition Derby area. There's so much stuff that's going on that there's probably going to be more added to it between now and then.
There's a lot going on. It's going to be absolutely awesome.
And this weekend they have the rodeo as well. So tonight they'll have their rodeo. Last night they did their qualifying for the rodeo that they're having there, which was pretty awesome to watch. I sat and watched a little bit of that, and it's just a busy weekend for the whole Mid-America Ultra 4 racing crew.
And I just got an update. Jason Dean is actually not driving his car. He's got Corey Day in there driving with Adam Kinnett, who'll be racing side-by-side later on today. So thank you for that update.
Yeah, we have a lot of people doing, Justin Barth is doing double duty this weekend. We have Paul Wolf doing double duty, which is crazy because if you think about, Paul Wolf is going to be racing in the Can-Am UTV class, and then he has to get out and go directly into the 4400 class.
And we're talking about the heat. I think that's going to be a huge issue. I know Paul Wolf. I mean, he's an animal. He's an athlete, but it's going to be tough to doing 5 laps in that UTV and then come up here and see what happens and hop right on that UFO and do 7 laps.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting to see how he can hold up. And I know his team owner Chris Hickman is going to be riding shotgun with him later on today, so it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
That'll be exciting. So Paul coming through is just going to have to jump right out and right back in. So it's going to be exciting. I hear some cars in the background, but I'm not sure exactly where.
I heard the same thing. I can't tell if that's part of our recovery crew or what's going on. But this is a 6-mile loop, so I expect. I think the leaders will be doing just over 20 to 25 minutes. I think the fast cars will be doing right around that 20-minute lap later on today. So I'm going to say right around that 25. We started a couple minutes behind, so I think we'll see some cars within the next 5 minutes coming out of the woods.
Yeah, so Quentin Hilburn is chiming in here on Facebook. He said he's going to be back in the 479 at Visions.
Oh, awesome.
So exciting.
He's taken about a year off, if I'm not mistaken, so it'll be great to see him and Benjamin Moore hop in that car at Visions once again.
Visions, they're already, we have events going on right now, but they're already prepping for Visions.
Oh,
Such
absolutely.
a large event, and a lot of us are going to be going there a lot earlier to help get the whole event ready. So it's going to be a busy couple weeks. Lauren Healy, he's listening while he's on the Nitto Tire American Road Tour, so that's pretty awesome.
From
Chicago.
Detroit? Yeah.
No, Chicago. That's awesome.
All the way across America and stopping every night. It's really cool. So he's driving his Bronco across, so it's cool to see him doing
Lauren
that with the
needs to chime
Nitto
in.
team.
Lauren and Paul have been going at it at the last couple of races, so I would like to see who Lauren thinks is going to get it today at this race, since he's not here to battle it out.
Well, he's not here to battle out because it could rain here, so he's not coming.
The mud. Well, there's already mud, and he doesn't like the mud, so. And he's very open about that. But that's pretty awesome that he's chiming in for sure.
He's a former 2-time King of the Hammers winner. I hear a car coming, so we'll see who's coming out of the woods. Is it going to be Trevor Foltz or Dwayne Garrettson? Because we know George Schooley is out.
That sounds like Dwayne Garrettson. I'm going to put some money on it.
Yeah, he started in that 3rd position.
But
Trevor Foltz has a loud one, too.
I like to do the betting with you, Miles. Hey, we haven't done any lap time betting.
That is Trevor Foltz.
Oh, I was
Trevor
so wrong.
Foltz started in second position, but George Schooley was over. So he is physical out front. Now he's going to head down right now, and he's going to have to check up right here for the Bronco boulders and then head on down. I believe we have a drone down in the infield as well, and they're just going to do a long loop out on the outside of that. So he's going through the Bronco boulders as we speak, and you can see right on the right of that, that's where the AMSOIL hot pits are. So this is such a long straightaway. We'll put the Bronco boulders in there to slow him down a little bit, and then Trevor Foltz is getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
And this is definitely the only fast section on this whole entire race course, right here.
There's a lot of quick sections, but yeah, this is you're right, the only fast section, and then it's probably a 300-yard. 25-mile-an-hour speed zone in the AMSOIL hot pit.
It looks like he's probably going to come in and do some pitting. It looks like his pit crew's getting ready right there to flag him in. So why not? It's a long race. You have obviously quite a lead right this moment. So go ahead, come in, check up, make sure everything's good, make sure nothing's wrong, and get back out on race course. It sounds like another one coming through. Maybe this one will be Mr. Dwayne Garrett.
I mean, yeah, that would be a good bet for sure. Remember, they did take off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. If you're just tuning in, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park, just outside of South Pittsburgh. And that is 302. That is
look, Jody Ford.
That's Jody Ford and Brandon Haynes. They started back in 6th position, so they've already passed 5 cars out there. So Jody Ford, this is his first time ever racing this car. I mean, I'm getting chills just thinking about that right now. This is
the backstory behind it.
Yeah, this is Roscoe's old rig. He left us way too soon. He raced Ultra 4 for a very long time. This car's kind of sat in the backwoods, and Jody talked to the Haynes family and got it back from them, and now they're racing it, and it's really, really awesome. And he's got very minimal seat time driving that car.
I think he said he only has like 5 miles.
Yeah, I mean, nothing.
And he's owned it for 5 years, I believe is what he said.
Yeah, the car's been sitting for 5
sitting.
years. Yep. So he just went over the Yukon launch, and this is a great. Hopefully, we can follow him for a little bit because it just basically follows the outside of this little short course section. And I was really worried about the dust, but Gus and his crew were out there late last night, early this morning, getting everything going. So there's Dwayne Garrettson coming through as well. So third car out on course is Dwayne Garrettson, but Jody Ford's putting a little time on him. And it looks like Trevor Foltz does pull into the AMSOIL hot pits right there at the end. There is a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone all the way from the tree line just to right where we are at the start-finish line.
Okay, do you want to know what Lauren Healy's guesses are for the 4,400?
Let's hear it.
Eric, Josh, and then Casey for 1, 2, and 3.
And those are all Miller cars, and they own the woods, so they're all way up on my list as well.
And Josh, I mean, he's 2 times here, so we'll see what happens.
And Jody Ford is also pulling into the AMSOIL hot pits there for Team Brannick.
Justin Cower is saying Jody is a madman, so keep on digging, Jody.
Sounds like flat tires, so Dwayne Garrettson and Jody Ford both have flat tires, so that's why they're pulling in the woods. So we were talking about tires are going to be an issue. Here goes Sean Reisky. And that is Sean Hollick on screen with Mark Shea riding shotgun as they're heading through the Bronco boulders. So we should have a couple cars through that have a time, don't we, Pam?
We do. So Trevor Foltz,
I'm going to say 25-minute.
Did you see my
No,
time?
I haven't. That's my guess.
24:18 is Trevor Foltz's lap time. Jody Ford is a 24:30.
I think we'll get down into the right around that 20 mark later on today.
And Dwayne Garrettson at 26:33. So we'll see what we have coming through here momentarily for Sean Rance as well.
How cool is this? The FPV
so cool.
Believe
look
drone
at
is
that.
heading into the woods. There's Evan Sherman, I believe. Yes,
you are correct.
He's been running off and on all weekend, and there's some kind of stutter with that engine. I'm not quite sure what's going on. It's still running, but when it's up
there and it's running good, it sounds good. But when he's going back on the gas, that's when the stutter's happening.
Another left front flat tire. So tires are absolutely going to be an issue today. I know the other classes are watching right now because that was a discussion. Is tires are going to be an issue, and it's already proving to be it. So the attrition is already starting to set in. So that's probably going to play into some of these drivers' heads on how hard to push, how early.
There's
As Cody St. Clair's coming through. He'll be coming into the Bronco boulders momentarily. with his dad, Anthony St. Clair, riding shotgun. There he's coming in the screen as we speak.
24:18 is the fastest lap time right now. It goes all the way up. Dwayne Garrettson ran a 26:33. So, yeah, that's not a bad lap time for as rough as this race course is.
And remember, there are 4 different classes racing at the same time. So it's going to be a wild day. Looks like we have a drag race.
Jody
So that's
Ford.
Trevor Foltz. And is that Sean
that is
Hollick?
Trevor Foltz.
So Sean Hollick
He did not pit.
So Sean Hollick moves into the lead. Trevor Foltz right behind him. And right at the start-finish, just to the left of where the camera is where they take off, as we have another drone following our leader, Sean Hollick and Mark Shea. They're in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
So on adjusted time, we have Trevor Foltz in that number 1 position, Jody Ford in the number 2 position.
Well, that was at the checkered line, but heading out, we saw Sean
that's
Hollick head
true.
out at first, because that's before the hot pits. So they Foltz was in the pits for just a little while. So Pam, what it is the finish line is actually before the hot pits.
Yes.
So when they come to the hot pits and they stop, that the time we won't see that till the next lap around.
Exactly.
And we physically saw Sean Hollick head out front.
Yes, sir.
And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Park.
And
Dwayne Garrettson heading out.
Carly Ford saying, "Go Jody." Lots of Jody fans on here.
Lots of Team Indiana fans,
Yes.
I'll promise you that. They are all having a great time.
And
looks like
I'm
Dwayne Garrettson going to head up the Recaro Rise.
I'm getting a note that Sean Hollick is from Massachusetts. Sorry, we'll correct that, Alicia.
I'll watch it. He's had it working. No, it just keeps freezing. It'll work, but it freezes, which may be a cell phone problem.
You can see the dust already out there on the main road coming back out on race course. We're going to see on screen here in just a minute. There we come into the screen. I love that shot right there.
Yeah, and that just shows you the transition as Cody and Anthony St. Clair pushing strong in their 4500 Tribe 16 built machine. So I believe in 4500 it's Dwayne Garrettson and then Cody St. Clair. In 4800 it is Sean Hollick and then Trevor Foltz. Physical out on course. This is our so this is out at the Rigid Ridge. There's Casey Ryan. They're still working on that car, trying to figure it out. They are driving for George Schooley.
And if it's something that they don't have with them, too, they can communicate with other race teams, and other race teams can actually bring them parts out there for those at home that, don't know that they can do that.
Yeah,
but
this is a no-chase race, so only fellow drivers or MAO Ultra 4 AOP crew can help. And it looks like we got Buddy Carlton in there and Evan Sherman in the AMSOIL hot pits. And let's give a huge shout-out to all of our official sponsors of Ultra 4. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, Method Race Wheels, AMSOIL, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Warn, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. And then some of our other helpful sponsors that help along the way are Ultimax, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, and 360 Wraps. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful partners, we would not be racing here for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee today. So if you're ever building a race car, a tow rig, a mall crawl, or anything, go check out all these wonderful partners. They do a lot for our sport, so let's pay back a little bit to them.
And I believe that's Evan Sherman they're following right now, going
Absolutely.
back out onto lap number 2.
And right when he hits the gas again, he's got a little stumble at that, at that low
It could
end.
be a fuel issue or something.
I mean, it could be a lot of things,
Yeah.
absolutely. But he's still running. He's still going. That Jimmy Chassis is going to be heading up the Recaro Rise here very shortly.
Hey, all he has to do is finish.
But to finish first,
You
must finish.
Exactly.
And I think that's going to be a huge, huge issue today. Buddy Carlton out of the AMSOIL hot pits. We'll see him coming soon. I just saw Troy Digby coming out of the woods. So there's Buddy Carlton, another Jimmy's car. Saw Randy Rod bumped into him yesterday. Great to see him on site. He's supporting his son Cade, and obviously everybody with that is Mr. Jimmy's 4x4 himself. We were able to catch up with Buddy Carlton and Evan Sherman. We just saw them come through the AMSOIL hot pits. We caught up with them the other day, so let's see what they had to say. So we're down here with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, guys. We have Evan Sherman and Buddy Carlton out there. And why'd you have Evan sit on the tire?
Trying to get him up to speed here. Get him up a little higher so he can see. Get him out there.
Get him up there.
Yeah.
But I love you guys. I'm going to give him a little hard time for this stuff. But yeah, right behind us is going to be the drag race heading down towards that Bronco Boulders. Are you excited about this race course?
Oh, absolutely. It looks like a fun course, fun track. We love AOP. It's one of our favorite places to race. Real excited. It should be a good race.
Yeah, obviously it's hot out here. It's going to be hot all weekend long. What's that going to do when you put your helmet, your race suit, and all that stuff on? Kind of what goes through your head to try to keep yourself calm?
Hopefully you keep moving. The last thing you want to do is have to stop and sit in the woods. Depend on your pumper. Hope it's putting some air in there so you can actually see where you're going and not breathe dust.
Yeah, obviously the trees are tight, the rocks are big, and if you do get stuck, you're gonna have to get your co-driver out there. And yeah, like you said, when there's no airflow, it's gonna get warm.
And I got a new co-driver this weekend, so trying him out, see if. So we might have to work him a little bit and break him in.
There you go. Show him what this Ultra 4 Mid-America stuff really is all about. Evan, I assume you're running the co-driver as well?
Yep. Chris is my co-driver. It's his second race in the car. We did great in Kentucky, finished third. Car feels great. Everything seems to hold together. We'll be in good shape.
And what do you think about the 4800 class? Because obviously, I mean, these are almost 4400 cars. Just a 37-inch tire and a single shock's about the only thing that depends them apart.
I mean, on the East Coast, there's not much of a difference between a 44 and a 48. Obviously, your tire size, but as far as speed goes, single shock out here would be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, obviously last year we saw Cade Rod bring his 48 car and put 44s on it. Was on the pole. Casey Gilbert's recently stepped his car up the same way. But it's great to see you guys out here still just racing along and having fun.
Yeah, we love it. It's close to home. This is our closest race. So we're from Greenville, South Carolina. So it's nice to not have to drive 1,000 miles to do a race.
Yeah.
So it's kind of not our backyard, but close.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Evan and Buddy, best of luck. We'll see you guys battling out on the course here in just a few days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was an awesome interview. It was so much fun when you guys were talking to Evan. You were like, you need to set up on the tire.
Well, Buddy was giving him a hard time, and I just roll with anything. I like giving everybody some grief. But we had a lot of fun with that. We made him sit on that tire, and it's just fun catching up with some of these drivers. And I just got an update from Jody Ford. He was physical second. He's still in the AMSOIL hot pits. They have a broken fuel line fitting, so they're trying to get it changed right now, but they hope to get back out on course shortly. I just saw Ryan Webb head out, Sean Rance Sr., they should be heading up the Recaro Rise as we speak. So the attrition is definitely setting in. The AMSOIL hot pits are going to be a busy today.
I'm working on it.
Lots of chatter through the PCI race radios.
Caleb and JT. Go ahead, Cal. Yeah, 42 is at the bottom of the hill. Both lanes are clear, and they are out of the race.
So we got
it looks
another
like
car coming through the AMSOIL hot pits. Remember, this is a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone.
I could have almost put money on that it was a flat because of the way the dust was kicking up, but nope, didn't stop at all. Kept on going. That is the 45-17.
That's Jesse Oliver. He did well last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he won this race last year in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class with Cody St. Clair and Dwayne Garrettson right behind him. In the 4600 class, John Schaefer was in third position. He's the only one running today. In the 4800 class, George Schooley's the only one that's running today in that class. And we saw Casey Ryan got taken out early. We'll see if they can get it fixed and going, but it's not sounding good for George Schooley and Casey Ryan. So we'll get a new winner in the 4800 class for this race for sure. Yeah, here's a great overview of a high and wide. There's the AMSOIL hot pits right there. There's the Bronco Boulders at the bottom of your screen. And it's just a great overview on how big this 600-acre park is. It's absolutely amazing here. They are open 7 days a week here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. It's $20 a week. It's $5 per person. They've got tons of dry camping. They've got a few power spots with water, nice showers and bathrooms. And, again, just huge thanks to Benji, Karen, and Eddie for helping us put this race on. And while we're thanking everybody, let's give another huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette with Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4. All of our volunteers, all of our Ultra 4 and MAO crew, the media and safety. We have Angel, Carly, Bailey, and Tristan there in the MAO Ultra 4 merch trailer. We got a whole great crew. Gus is running around, JT's running around. We've got a great crew putting on a great race. We also have USAC. They are sanctioning body. We'll be running timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech. We have Leo O'Donnell, our USAC rep here on site.
And on screen right there's our safety crew out there on course.
I think that's Casey Ryan they're chatting with, and if that's it, I mean, he's got his, that's Cameron Schooley also. So, that's George Schooley's car, so it's looking like they're probably going to be calling their race. That is tough break for them. Hate seeing that, but
that's
it's
such a
part
bummer.
of racing. That's Diesel Krentz possibly.
I think you're right. It is. His Jeep is so quiet compared to all these other race cars.
And it is, sorry, I misspoke just a moment ago. It's $20 per person per day, and it's $5 to camp. Here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you as we see Diesel Krentz heading through the Bronco Boulders. This is the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. As Diesel Krentz will be hitting the Yukon launch. We're having some technical difficulties, but we got it back going. There's Gus checking everything out as Diesel hits the Yukon launch. Everybody's been working extremely hard today to get everything going, so we just want to thank everybody here on site for putting on letting us race here. It's an amazing facility. It's an amazing place, and the racers are doing great things. It makes a lot of fun to watch. Crowd's starting to trickle in a little bit. We got a great pavilion here. We got the Jumbotron just behind us, so you can see all the action. And go to live.ultra4racing.com for our timing. And Diesel is getting ready to approach the 25 miles an hour speed line as he comes through the fence. Right now, it turns from 25 miles an hour all the way to the four-wheel parts start-finish line.
And that area he just went through, before we have utilized more of that short course, but just bringing that Yukon launch into it and just, going around the edge, it's an awesome little area to come through. And here, Sean Schaefer is going to be coming into screen here shortly.
That's the first 4600 Spider Track stock class car, and he's got another
you can see it right there.
Flat tire. So the tires are getting abused here. He has to go through the Bronco Boulders all the way through the infield until he gets to the AMSOIL hot pits.
So Casey Gilbert's been doing a lot on the Rock Sports Facebook page, and he said that everybody has came through with a flat, as we have seen, except for, I believe it was Sean Hollick that did not have it.
Yep. That's
it's only
impressive.
One out of however many. Let's see how many came through. We've had about 7 come through that are out on their second lap that have had flats.
Remember, the stock class will be doing 4 laps, and the stock sportsman, and then everybody else will be doing 5 laps during this race. It's a 6-mile loop out there. Diesel Krentz heading out for his second lap. As John Schaefer's hitting the Yukon launch, obviously that flat tire, he's not going to be getting any air
You
time.
definitely are not launching it right now.
Yeah, he got 3rd place in this race last year. He's always a force to be reckoned with in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Another great ambassador to his class and our sport. We also need to give a huge shout out to Cody Wagner with Laser Nut. They're going to give all our trophies out today. You can order replica trophies for your sponsor, other team members. And I'm going to give just a kind of a quick bio on Laser Nut. It was founded in 1984 by Cody Wagner's dad, Jim, originally building powder coating equipment. They purchased their first used CO2 laser machine back in '06, eventually getting 5 CO2 lasers. Now they have a 42,000 square foot warehouse. They've actually recently upgraded to 2 10K fiber lasers and 11 press brakes. They do laser cutting, laser etching, bending, robotic welding, tapping, counterseating, and finish sanding. Over 80 employees working around the clock. Over 400 customers, mainly doing off-road related stuff. They market for private labeling. They do all the trophies for us. They're top notch. We absolutely love them. And it's just great to see what they do. You can also buy some of those cactuses. I'm sure you've, if you follow Cody, you've seen those cactuses you can buy. They're 6 foot to 14 foot, and they're absolutely amazing.
That was Mick Henson just now coming out of the woods. He's going to be coming in for his next lap as well.
Yeah, so that's going to be
awesome.
second place in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So a good, again, just huge shout out to Cody Wagner and the entire Laser Nut team. And while we're talking about that, let's go to the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Brannick Motorsports. They were founded in 2003 by father and son, Stan and Brandon. They started with one CNC mill and a couple of manual pieces, originally serving the aluminum foundry industry, building permanent molds new from raw billet steel, also repairing molds and made their other foundry tool components. Always been into off-road, building their own parts in-house for their race cars or trail wheelers. And then they started making more and more parts, realizing there's a market for it. Now 90% of their business is off-road related. They do a complete line of axles, driveline components, and a long list of other hardcore racing parts. So check out Brannick Motorsports website. They also do some private labeling, a lot of parts for some of the big companies in our industry. They now have a 10,000 square foot building with three axis mills, 2 rotaries, 2 3-axis mills, and 4 CNC lathes, 1 twin spindle multi-axis lathe, the manual machines, welder saws, and other fab equipment. So they are 2 of our great sponsors that are in the sport. So a huge shout out to Brannick Motorsports and Laser Nut. Stan comes to almost every single race, but he was not able to make this one, but his son Brandon is here, and they are in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Jody Ford. I know Tim Indiana is working hard right now. So this is the physical finish line at the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee with Mick Henson crossing through. He'll hit the Amsoil Hot Pits, and we'll see if he stops. I don't see a flat tire on him, Pam.
I do not see one either, so that's going to be a good thing for him that he won't have to stop. I mean, he's a little bit slower out there, but that Toyota, that thing's one that keeps on running.
Yeah, he's been racing with us for about a year and a half. He's out of the Talco, Oklahoma area. So he's cruising through. Remember, it's 25 miles an hour right through here. We need to give a huge shout out to Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Ford, Bronco, and Can-Am.
And there goes Mick Henson.
And that's interesting. He is not running a co-driver today. I'm kind of surprised by that.
I don't see a spare tire in the back either. Unless you can't see it because it's in the
a
bed
full
of the
bed,
truck.
so it could be in there. I'm not sure. But great to see him running strong, physical second position in the 4600 Spider Track stock classes. He's coming into the Recaro Rise area.
So his lap time was a 37:39.
And I was talking to John Schaefer. He was guessing that 40-minute mark. What was he at?
John Schaefer was at
He's going to be just shy of that as well.
36:49.
But he had to change a tire. Man, I may have missed him. Did he drive through just a moment ago?
John Schaefer has not crossed this timing loop. So he must still be in the hot pits.
Yeah, I think the Amsoil Hot Pits are going to be extremely busy, and that's a great shot. There's multiple lines up the Recaro Rise right here. There's, I'm going to say 4 or 5 different lines you can come up. The hill's long, it's very steep, it's rutted out, and then you get, they all kind of merge at the top. It's a great section. JT Daler, our race director, built one heck of a course. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. They race King of the Hammers, Crandon, MAO, Sturgis, California, Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma. They go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars do it all and do it all well. That is Mark Zabeth. He's part of the stock sportsman with Team Indiana. So I think he'll be our physical leader in the stock sportsman's class in that Toyota. Here's a little rock section he's coming out right now. And then he'll turn that little 22 RE up and get on going. If you've ever been to a Team Indiana party, he's one of the guys that cooks the chicken wings. Z-Man, as he comes into the Bronco boulders. It's amazing what this Believe Cam drone can do. It's really cool to see the different angles and see how big these rocks are. And he'll do a
sharp.
little bit of a
Those rocks in that Bronco boulder are definitely super sharp.
There's a great shot of all of our flags out there. So we'll be doing, and right where he's at right now is where we'll be doing the 170 race. They'll kind of start and finish there. They'll do most of the short course out there. They're going to hit the Yukon launch as well. We will end up the year for nationals at the Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma for Legends of the Fall. We're going to have nationals for Ultra 4, the Rock Racing Association, MAO Side-by-Side Championship. So we're going to have a busy weekend there as well. So be sure to tune in all weekend long. So there goes John Schaefer. He's heading out for his second lap. So he's 25% through his race because the stock class runs 4 laps. The other 45 and 48s run 5 laps. So it'll be interesting to see. There's John Schaefer coming up. He'll be heading up the Recaro Rise.
So we have 13 cars currently out on their second lap right now.
And we started with 27 cars, so less than half of the field. What are we? What time is it? We've been racing for just under an hour, and only half the field's still moving, or they're having issues. I don't know, but we were talking about attrition. There's Ryan Webb, number 717 with Kryptonite Customs, USD Stickies, running his Jimmy's car. He's got his son Blaine riding shotgun with him. This is the Rigid Ridge area, and you can see how tight and technical it really is.
I was talking about his race car the other day because it's so distinctive. Those tires are completely different than anybody else runs, and it just sticks out, you know.
Absolutely. And he'll be racing for Chris Branton later on today. He was unable to make it, but you can have 1 fill-in driver per season. That could be Sean Rance Sr., I believe, in that Bronco body.
He was a little muddy off the start line this morning, so he definitely wasn't completely white and red like normal.
Yeah, it's crazy. We talk about the heat, we talk about the dust and how hot and dry it is, but out in the woods, there's still mud holes out there.
There are some big mud holes out there for sure.
Mark Zabeth heading out for his second lap. Following him, he's in the stock Sportsman. Sounds like the leaders just went by Benji. He's out on course, so we should have them in here in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so.
So, Miles, I haven't seen Sean Reisky go by. He must still be in the hot pits.
Yeah, I think there's lots of
Jody
issues
Ford
in the hot
and
pits.
Sean Reisky
We'll try to send
Amsoil.
one of our drones down the hot pits and see how many cars we have in there. But I know that's going to be an issue today. Lots of chatter going over the PCI race radios. There's a great shot of the Recaro Rise. I think we were able to catch up with Adam Collin earlier this week as well, so we'll have a quick chat with him and see what he had to say. So I'm down here with Adam Collin. He's part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and you're getting ready to tear it down here in the trees out here in Tennessee.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun. This is my LJ. I've been building it for about 3 years. We tried to race hammers this year and didn't get that far, but we're here to have some fun and see what we can do.
Yeah, I love the stock class. It just goes to show you can actually take a mall crawling Jeep and play with us here in Ultra 4. Give me your kind of rundown on what the Spider Track stock class actually is.
So stock class is a lot of fun. You know, you take a production vehicle that's 4-wheel drive, has a low-range transfer case, and run 35s and kind of run what you brung. It stays factory concept suspension. On this one, this was a total, basket case of a Jeep that I picked up for $2,500 and spent a long time putting it together. Fresh motor, fresh trans, fresh transfer case, Curry Fab 9s, Yukon third members and shafts, and just kind of put it all together. Rock Crawler, I work for Rock Crawler. Rock Crawler's been a huge support. We built it in our R&D shop, so it's been fun.
Yeah, and I know a lot of these are still tagged. Do you still tag this and drive it down the street, or?
This has plates. Right
Yeah, I thought I walked around it, so you can
can
still take it to Sonic and Walmart if you want to, can't you?
In New York State, this is tag, titled, registered, ready to run. I've been daily driving it for the last few weeks.
That's awesome.
Diesel prices are so high, I can't run my daily. So
you're out here just playing the race car, and like I said, that's what it's all about here, is just as having fun. I mean, obviously, I can tell you're a little hot, I'm a little hot, but when you get that race suit on, that helmet, it's all about go.
Absolutely. As a New Yorker, this is a little rough, but I lived in Tennessee for 6 years, so we'll make it through.
Well, Adam, best of luck, and we'll see how it shakes out for you, man.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you.
Miles, it's always fun seeing you out there in the interviews with all these drivers and everything. There's a great one with Adam Collin. We just saw Jody Ford go by, so he's back out on course.
Fuel line issue, but he's back in action. Great to see that. He's a great ambassador for our sport. He's out there on course. Him and Brandon are still battling.
We have a battle going on right there.
Our leaders are coming in. That's Sean Hollick and Trevor Foltz, so we need to follow that action. That's a drag race.
That.
So Trevor Foltz gets around Sean Hollick. Sean Hollick has a left front flat tire, so Trevor Foltz came through last time with a flat. I don't see him with a flat. Sean Hollick didn't have a flat, so it seems like almost every single car has had a flat tire today so far. And, ooh, did you see that blue smoke coming off of Trevor Foltz?
I do.
That's not good. Maybe he had a tumble, maybe not. They've been battling, but Trevor Foltz looks okay there. Sean Hollick and Mark Shea have that left front flat tire. Tough break for them.
But what a drag race going on right there.
Except
for the flat tire.
and like when you're out there by yourself, you're running your own game. But if you see somebody or see their dust, you push that much harder.
Because you're chasing the dust, because or chasing the taillights is what it is.
Yep, the adrenaline starts pumping and going through, and that makes it just that much better.
I call it race brain.
And
your race brain turns on.
Trevor's checked up just a little bit because this is kind of a high-speed section. And look how dusty it's already getting back there. I know they've put lots of water on there. So Sean Hollick, with that flat tire, starting to catch Foltz. Not sure exactly what's going on. The Foltz family has raced with us for quite a while. His brother Connor races. His dad's always around. But today it's Trevor's day. But with that flat tire, he's starting to reel him in.
So we know that he's going to have to stop. Not sure if both of them will end up stopping, but if he doesn't have a problem, why would you stop? You just keep on going and get a bigger lead out front.
And as they left our screen, that was the 25-mile-an-hour speed zone they just hit. So you can see that's, I believe that's Trevor Foltz. Yeah, that's Trevor Foltz pit right there. And he stopped his first lap, and they're already ready for him again. And they have another car in there as well. So
these teams
playing double duty.
A lot of these teams will team up and they'll pit together. But the bad thing about it is when you have two cars coming in at the same time, that's where you have to really play your pit strategy game for sure.
And that's where it's cool that everybody is there to help everybody.
They're both running into the pits.
Connor Foltz and Sean Hollick. Nope, they just gave him they did a quick visual, but look at the smoke coming off. I'll have a physical visual here momentarily, and we'll see what's going on with him. So he's out of the speed zone and did not hit the gas hard. So Trevor Foltz is starting to take a little bit easy on the car. Like I said, we saw the smoke. Not sure what's going on there, but it looks like everybody's having a good time. Lots of dancing going on.
We have somebody coming in we can hear. Maybe Dwayne Garrettson. We haven't seen him come around for a little bit.
So our leaders are out on their third lap.
And it is Mr. Dwayne Garrettson just now coming out of the woods.
He is the leader for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified classes. He's taking that Bronco straight into the Bronco boulders.
See if he has a strategy of pitting. It doesn't look like it
all
looks low, but
good.
It doesn't look. No, they're all aired up and good to go, so we'll see if he even takes a stop at all when he comes into the AMSOIL hot pits. There's somebody else coming out of the woods area here. Oh, that's Evan Sherman.
So we have Jackson Kunkel heading out for another lap, and on screen is Evan Sherman, and I still hear that thing popping just a little bit.
Well,
Sherman's
as long as
into the Bronco boulders,
stays consistent, keeps it running, hopefully, his day ends up very well for him.
And we are seeing tires being an issue. Buddy Carlton coming out of the woods.
These guys are all running pretty close together right now.
Yeah,
About,
this
what, 20,
course is
15,
tough.
20 seconds apart coming out of the woods right now.
Evan Sherman's going to hit the Yukon launch, and everybody's checking on it. Nobody's really getting any hang time today. We'll see if where it comes. We'll
Cody St. Clair. And I just missed it, but somebody just came out of the woods right behind Cody St. Clair.
I missed it too as well, Pam. But lots of action out on course. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com to watch the live timing as Sean Hollick is out of the hot pits, tracing down Trevor Fultz. Remember, Trevor Fultz was having a little smoke coming out of his car, so we'll see how that plays out. Sean Hollick got some fresh tire on there, and he is back out. So it seems like every car has had at least a flat tire today. Dwayne Garrettson out of the AMSOIL hot pits, heading out for another lap. So that's.
Did he stop in there? I didn't see him stop in there.
He must. No, I don't think.
I don't think he stopped.
So Dwayne Garrettson in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class running a great race.
And is that Evan Sherman right there on screen?
Yes, it is. And again, this is that 25-mile-an-hour speed zone through the AMSOIL hot pits.
This is the only speed zone that they have on race course. But like you were saying, Miles, they do start it as soon as they come out of the short course, and they are not to resume race speed until they get to a tree right past where they started this morning. It does not look like he's going into his pit. He passed his pits up already. Because he did stop earlier.
Running pretty strong then.
Let's see what his lap time was.
It's going to put him physical 4th place out on course, but that would be 2nd or 3rd in class if I'm not mistaken. There's the Believe Cam FPV drone chasing him in towards the Recaro Rise. So Evan Sherman has a great run going.
It looks like that lap was a 30.06. So he's picked it up.
A little bit off pace. I think they should be running that 25-minute mark.
About 2 minutes from Sean Hollick.
And you see how he's steering left and right there. They're kind of checking the suspension. You see the pit crew out there looking, giving them the thumbs up.
Well, and
just
there's
making sure everything's running smooth.
So much, too. Like when they're out there in those rocks, that steering, sometimes people have issues with the steering component getting hot or making sure, everything's tight.
And Cody and Anthony St. Clair heading out for another lap. What lap are we on, Pam? They're heading out on their third lap, right?
Yes, they are.
Remember, the stock class cars are running 4 laps. The other 45 and 48s are running 5 laps. So we're just over halfway through for the leaders. So this is a 6-mile loop. There are 4 stock bypasses. There are 12 either-ors out on course. So it's gives a little passing opportunity here and there. And then in the 4400 class, there's 1 joker line coming down Riot. And look at the showing
awesome.
off. I love that.
Hopefully
the FPV drone is having fun.
Watching that and being motion sickness wouldn't be fun.
Well, I didn't get too dizzy watching that. That's pretty impressive.
Like a rhythm section between your flags you put up, Miles.
Yeah, absolutely, yep. Yeah, they're doing a great job out there. The whole Rock Racing TV production crew has done an amazing job out there. I hear somebody coming out of the woods here shortly, but so we'll hopefully he's done playing with the flags and he can go out there and chase a car. Hey, everybody's having fun here. I'm having fun, Pam. I hope you're having fun. The crowd's starting to build a little bit, and I know the racers are having fun out there as well.
Now when Buddy Carlton's heading back out on lap number 3. And the 45-13 of Bob Humachek just now came out of the woods, so he'll be coming through to go out on his 3rd lap as well.
And I'm just getting a report from race ops that Sean Hollick is changing a tire, I believe, out on course. It's just coming up right now, but we'll see how it shakes out.
All right, and the 13 of Jason Dean is out on course right now. Oh, we have a guest this morning. How are you?
We got Mr. Gerald Lee with Savvy Off-Road hopping in here. You've been with Ultra 4 for a super long time. You've been playing with some Mustangs lately, but it sounds like you're getting back into the off-road stuff.
I don't know about getting back into the off-road stuff, but I like to support the new teams and give them some experience to help them progress farther in the sport. And so that's what I'm kind of here doing today.
And if you're new to Ultra 4, Gerald's been with us for a very long time. He used to race with the Currys, and you've won King of the Hammers a couple times in the EMC race, riding shotgun, and you've helped a lot of people in the industry.
Well, that's what this has been a grassroots sports from the beginning, And we all try to help each other get through the process. And I just love it. The people I know and people I meet. And I come here to come see people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's the Ultra 4 and the Mid-America family.
Yes.
It's what it's all about. If we weren't having fun here, we wouldn't be doing it. So it's great
absolutely.
to see you coming back around. And I was able to tag along with you going down to Mexico doing off-road stuff. I mean, that's just, it started with Ultra 4, and, that's what, it builds a real off-road family.
Oh, that's my life. It's just like going to have fun and going to do off-road stuff. Now we're doing on-road stuff. So, but this
I know I'm jealous of your Mustang. I see you post about that, and I'm like, that'd be fun to drive.
They're really fun. But like this course is my nemesis.
This one's tough, isn't it?
2 years ago, we lost 2 cars and a chase truck getting home.
Oh, I forgot about that chase truck.
It was terrible.
Yeah, you used to help out Dan Fresh quite a bit.
Yep.
Jesse Combs was
one
on
of
your
our
team
drivers
for a long time. You guys had a great program, and we just, thanks you for helping us grow the sport.
No, it's just all the guys are learning, and it just takes time, to get there. I was, really lucky to have John Curry teach me the ropes, and Casey Curry helping us get up through the process of racing, and because they have been doing it for years.
Yeah, and very successful.
Yes.
We just saw Rick Levezzo heading up the Recaro Rise.
Yeah. Let's see. So who do we got going on here?
Yeah, so you can go to see the timing that Pam's got pulled up right in front of her. Sean Hollick out front, then Trevor Foltz, Buddy Carlton, Cody St. Clair, Evan Sherman. But remember, I just heard that Hollick may have a flat tire out on course.
And that's where it comes into pit strategy. At home with your pit crew, hey, let's see how we, change it, whatever, how quickly. Or, you driver and co-driver out there on race course, you want to practice it as well, getting in and out of the car. That's a really key, I think, for, on the race days and everything, getting your tires changed.
And Gerald, when you had Savvy going on, you were the crew chief most of the time in the pit. So on a day like today, what do you do? I mean, you're going to have the cars are going to get beat up. You're going to have tire issues. What do you tell your driver?
Well, so first you got to set up the pits. You got to make sure you have tires, jacks, impact guns, fire extinguishers.
Yes, all the safety equipment.
All the right guys with the right bands. That's very important. You don't want to get your driver disqualified because people are touching your car. They're not supposed to be touching your car. And
so I saw Troy Digby just head out.
So, yeah, it's just, just teach them.
Mm-hmm. And strategy, I think, is going to be huge today, because if it was me, I'd probably start this race at 70%,
Yes.
And then if your car's still good on that last lap, then you can push.
Give it.
You have it remembered. So this is the Recaro Rise right here. That's what I was saying. There's about 5 different lanes going up this section.
And we haven't seen anybody take that line yet this morning when we have been on camera. Oh, we can hear some motors coming out of the woods here shortly.
So, Pam, let's give us a quick rundown, and let's give everybody a little love on how they're doing out on course.
All right, so
this is physical out on course.
Physical out on course. We have Sean Hollick in that number 1 position, Trevor Foltz number 2, Buddy Carlton in 3rd, Cody St. Clair 4th, Evan Sherman 5th, Dwayne Garrettson 6th, Troy Digby in 7th. Those are the only ones that are completely done with lap 2, out on lap 3 right now. But physically, in the 4,800 Legends class, Sean Halleck in that number 1 position, and then the 4,500 Modified class, Cody St. Clair is in that number 1 position.
Wow. So lots of them out there. We started with 27 cars out on course, and it's been a tough day, and it's only going to get harder, I think. These cars are going to start pushing more and more. And it's going to be
the 4,600s.
It's going to be interesting. Remember, we have 4 classes out on course: the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4,600 Spider Track Stock class, as well as the Stock Sportsman.
Wow.
You know what, Miles? I missed the 4,600 stock class. So John Schaefer's in the number 1 position in that class, Mick Hinson in 2nd, and Jackson Kunkel in that 3rd position.
And Gerald, you helped John build his. He started with you, and he's kind of built his own team, but it's been pretty cool to see.
So that's the car I built for my son.
That's right, Michael.
Yeah,
yep.
So he got 2nd in national championships the year that he raced. And that was a funny story. So he gets up on the stage with Dave Cole and got 2nd place, and he said, "Yeah, I want to thank Dad. I want to thank everybody at Ultra 4. And I'm retired now." Dave's like, "What?"
Oh, it looks like somebody stopped right there.
Exit.
Let's see who this is. They're out of their car because I can physically see them out of their car.
And there isn't a whole lot of room there to get around
gosh.
them, so not sure what's going on. This could get interesting. I see Gus, the main man with
They gotta yank him out of there.
48-17. That is Jesse Olive. No, sorry.
No.
Well, Gerald, always a pleasure having you in the booth and just hanging out with you in general. But I'm going to let you kind of head back to the pits, chill out, come say hey later if you want. But always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for coming around.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
thanks.
thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you, everything. You guys are
Thanks for coming
nice.
and supporting everybody here.
You guys are unbelievable good.
Oh.
Well, we appreciate it, Gerald.
Thank you, Gerald.
Always a pleasure. So we have our MAO and Ultra 4 safety crew on scene trying to get everything cleared up. So while we have a little break in the action, we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I am Monster Mate.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver.
Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
And welcome back, World of the Four-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. We're here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. I am Miles Haskins with Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are hot and heavy for the EMC race. There are 4 different classes racing at the same time, and we're over halfway through. It's going to be awesome. We race the 170s after this race, and then we'll do the 4900 Can-Am UTV race, and then at 1:30 we kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. It's going to be a great day of racing, so be sure to tune in. Tell all your friends, tell all your family. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Go to the MAO and Ultra4 Facebook and YouTube and hit that share button. Start a watch party. It's going to be a great day of racing.
Definitely. And if you've been watching since the beginning this morning, the sun is now out. The overcast, the fog is gone. It's warming up.
It was super foggy this morning. The drive-in was pretty wild. Pulling in the park, it was crazy. But, yeah, it's completely gone. The sun's here, and it's starting to get hot.
Yeah, I woke up this morning. I looked out my window. I'm like, okay, what does it look like outside right now? Because we know it's supposed to be cooler than it's been in this past week because it's been warm out here all week long.
It's still going to be 90 degrees. It's going to be hot. And Benji, who runs the park here, just said Jody Ford and Trevor Fultz just came by him. And
what part of the park is he at?
He's at the Uncle Steve's Trail.
Okay, perfect.
So Trevor Fultz was ahead of Jody Ford, so Jody Ford's pushing hard, and Trevor Fultz was a little off pace, so not sure where Sean Hollick was. He had a flat tire possibly, so the drama is starting to unfold during this race.
It's going to be a change-up for sure.
There's Diesel Krentz coming out of the AMSOIL hot pits. He's in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
So he's going out right now on his 3rd lap.
Racing for Rock Crawler Suspension. And he races out of his shop, Team Stack.
And this was his first race with us last year.
Yep. So this is his rookie debut was 1 year ago at this race. And he's definitely a character and why we love Ultra 4. He fits right in for sure. So this is at the Rigid Ridge. Can't quite tell what car it is, but that's at the backside of the track, so it's still super, super impressive what the Rock Racing TV production crew can pull off out there and at least get us a camera back there on the Rigid Ridge. I just saw Roger King come out. There he is coming into screen. He'll be hitting the Bronco Boulders. He's part of the stock sportsman's class, and he'll be racing 4,400 later on today as well with Team Robbie Bobby. And this is a 6-mile loop. There are 4 stock bypasses and 12 either or. So we're going to throw that up on screen so you can kind of give a check of what it's at. So at the center of your screen on the bottom is where the start is. And then it goes clockwise up the Ricard Rise, back by the Rigid Ridge and around. And it's going to be a fun track all day long. And you can see the smooth section at the bottom right. That's where it's a drag race to the Bronco Boulders, and then another drag race to the Yukon Launch, and then a smooth drifting circle in the infield, and then a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone in the Amsoil hot pits, and then back out in the woods. And like I said, that is a 6-mile loop. The stock class is doing 4 laps. 45s and 48s are doing 5 laps. And then later on this afternoon, the 4400s will do 7 laps, and the UTVs will do 5 laps. So it's going to be hard on equipment today, Pam.
Definitely. The rocks out there, like we keep saying, are gigantic. I mean, you've been out on race course. I've been on a race course. The racers out there talking about it, hearing the chatter in the pits, and last night at the driver appreciation dinner. It's so cool to hear everybody's take on how hard this race course is that JT Taylor put together.
Yeah, they just kept talking about tires, heat, all the above is going to be an issue.
Tires. Who was it that said that whoever has the most
Chip
tires?
McLaughlin said that.
He's just worried about himself.
So that looks like maybe Jody Ford coming out of the woods. So could he be our physical race leader? We'll find out here shortly on the timing. But
wow.
He spent a lot of time in the pits. But when he's not in the pits, he's hauling. And there's Trevor Foltz, so I believe so. I believe Jody Ford spent probably 15 minutes in the Amsoil hot pits and is our physical leader. That shows you how hard this course actually is. Trevor Foltz just behind him. But, again, I saw some smoke coming out of his car earlier on the day. He usually pushes really hard, a great competitor. But he's having something going on, but it's great to see him still moving. So Jody Ford's going down in the short course section, getting ready to hit the Yukon Launch. Him and Brandon Haynes running strong in Roscoe's old car.
And he didn't check up too much right there, as you just saw. I did hear drivers last night talking about the Yukon Launch, that if you take it too hard, you're definitely going to buck the rear end.
It does a little bit of nosedive, yeah.
So you want to make sure you do check up just a little bit. And that was John Schaefer that just came out of the pits.
John Schaefer's heading out of the woods.
I'm sorry,
that
out
was
of the
Roger
woods.
King
That's what I meant.
heading out of the pits.
Going towards the
So
pits.
right there is the four-wheel parts finish line. And then right now, as soon as he comes out of this little section, right where that camera is the 25-mile-an-hour speed zone for Jody Ford. So is that correct? Is he our physical race leader?
We shall see here momentarily.
So am I wrong on my lap count in my head possibly? No, I think.
No, Jesse Oliver and Jody Ford are the same section. So Jody Ford just
Ford's
went
back
into the pits.
in the pits. So is Jody Ford a lap down? That's very possible.
It
He
looks
was in
like
there
he's
for
a
a little
lap
bit.
down
So that's
on
my mistake.
timing here.
We're going to live.ultra4racing.com. There's a lot of race action going on, 4 different classes, so I do apologize when I goof up from time to time, but I am doing my best. So Jody Ford did pull back into the hot pits. He had a fuel line issue earlier on today, but they were still running strong, so hopefully it's a quick look and keep going. But we are following Trevor
Foltz, and it does
right
not look like he's going to pull in.
We'll find out.
Oh, he is pulling into the hot pits.
So we'll see how much time they spend on this car. Having a little chat, probably a drink of water. They're checking something on the rear end of the car. That is Jesse Oliver, who won this race in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So I have a physical eye. There's Jody Ford. He did not spend much time in the pits. Jesse Oliver. So I think if you see that on the left rear of that tire, I think that's duct tape because they label their tires.
Yes,
so that
they
is
do.
a spare they put on, and the duct tape is going to fly off there.
Yeah, you see that quite often with the majority of all the race cars. They will do that.
So I believe Trevor Fultz is the only one out on their 4th lap. So next time around he comes around, he'll be getting the white flag in another 25 minutes or so.
So
hopefully he can keep that car going for another 2 laps, Pam.
He has completed his 3rd lap, out on his 4th, and like you just said, Miles, the only one.
And again, he is off pace. This kid is usually quite a bit faster, but we saw that smoke coming out of that car earlier on today. But it's great to see him going because, like we keep saying, to finish first you must finish. He needs to save this car. It's 2 more laps, 12 more miles to go, and
it's a long 12 miles.
It is warming up quick out here. For the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. It is roughly 80 degrees right now, and it's going to be just shy of 90 degrees later on the day. They're saying 85, but it's going to be sunny. It's going to be interesting. We need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holley EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC Cars, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy are the official sponsors of Ultra 4 Racing. We also need to thank Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, and 360 Wraps. So please support who supports the sport as we see Evan Sherman coming out of the woods heading towards the Bronco Bowlers, and he is stuttering. That engine is stuttering pretty bad. It's going, but at that lower RPM, he is running on 6 or 7 cylinders. So I don't know if it's a fuel related, if it's a spark plug wire or what, but he's got a little bit of popping and sputtering, but it's great to see him still pushing strong. He's got his buddy Chris riding shotgun as they make quick work through the Bronco Boulders. And you can see those flags barely moving at all. We wish for a little bit of wind for sure. I believe that puts Evan Sherman physically in 2nd position, and the top 2 cars are limping along. That goes to show you how tough this course is. Casey Ryan driving for George Schooley. Well, it took off early on that pole position, but wadded up about halfway through. Had a little tumble, broke a U-joint or something, but we saw them safe out of the car early on in the race. That's a tough break. It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out because it's going to be hard to fill up the podium.
There must be a little battle coming through right now because you can hear a horn, and usually that's because somebody is trying to pass.
So Evan Sherman heading into the Amsoil hot pits, but we will see a couple cars coming out of the woods here very shortly. There's Dwayne Garrettson. He is pushing strong. That's our physical race leader in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And right behind him is Mick Henson, so that puts him in physical 2nd in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class.
So that more than likely is what was going on. Is Dwayne Garrison was trying to get around Mick Henson, and they, were on their horn, letting him know they're there.
Got the Dusty Drone tuning in from California. Awesome. Thanks for checking us out, buddy. Always a pleasure. He's one of our great drone pilots out at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, he always has great footage for sure. Does all those qualifying videos and the recaps. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he does a lot of cool stuff with that drone, so go give him a follow on Instagram. But thanks for tuning in. It's been a great day of racing, and Evan Sherman on the gas, but that thing is spitting and sputtering. And there's Dwayne Garrettson. He is pushing hard. There's Buddy Carlton coming out of the woods. There's a great shot of Evan Sherman getting ready to head up the Recaro Rise.
Let's see if he takes that line earlier that we were saying nobody takes. No, he kept on going to go past it.
We're at the Bronco Boulders as we speak with Buddy Carlton. Makes quick work. And again, it's not a really technical rock section. It just slows them down. Otherwise, they'd be over 100 miles an hour heading towards those trees. That'd be a little sketchy. I remember a few years ago, it was a complete drag race, and they were going over 100 miles an hour into that little split lane.
Yeah, that's for sure. Last year, there was a person in their daily driver out there trying to go over.
That was George Schooley having a
that
little
was
fun.
George? I didn't realize it was George.
In his personal truck.
That was pretty awesome. I believe that is Evan. No,
that is Dwayne Garrettson with a right front flat tire.
I wonder if he got that in the boulders, because when he came through, it did not look like he had it.
Yeah, he was pushing strong, but that tire looks pretty tore up, so he's probably been running on it. Oh, here's Mick Henson and Buddy Carlton. So that shows you the speed difference between the stock class and the 4800 Branick Motorsports Legends class. But Mick Henson's still running strong as Buddy Carlton gets around him.
Oh, there's his spare miles.
Yep. You said that earlier. You didn't see one, and I said it could be in the bed.
Yep.
There it is. But Dwayne Garrettson did extremely well last year at this race. He was third place position, and it's looking like it's his race to lose in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
So right now on course, we have Trevor Foltz in that number 1 position, Evan Sherman second place, Buddy Carlton third, and Dwayne Garrettson will be in fourth position here shortly, and that is just physically on race course right now.
So there's Buddy Carlton.
And he did not obviously go through the Amsoil hot pits.
Heading out for lap 4 of 5. Remember, the stock class cars are doing 4 laps. Everybody else is doing 5 laps in this race. All the UTVs will be doing 5 laps later on this afternoon. And then at 1:30, we'll kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. Will do 7 laps. But in the mix at roughly 10:30, we'll do the UTV 170 youth race. That's always a fun one to watch.
That 7 laps makes me a little nervous.
That's going to be tough on equipment, I promise.
That makes my body sore, and I'm not even going to be in the car. It's going to be definitely hard on their bodies for sure.
So Dwayne Garrettson running strong. And remember, there's Ford contingency money on the line. There's $1,000 for Ford Performance if you have Ford horsepower, and there's $1,000 for a Ford front clip, which Dwayne does have. He has LS-based engine, so if he wins his class, he'll get $1,000. If Sean Rance is able to win, he'll get $2,000 because he's running Ford Performance and the Ford Bronco up front. So huge shout-out to Ford Performance for throwing out that contingency money.
And Dwayne Garrettson's 4th overall right now, but first place on the course right now in that 4500 modified
There's
class.
Cody and Anthony St. Clair in the Bronco Boulders. They're physical 2nd position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Some good old Texas boys always out here having fun with us at Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors. And speaking about Mid-America, they're running the side-by-side championship series today. So if we have a little break in the action, go check out the app and tune into their race over in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors.
And that should be starting roughly around 10:30. So they have about roughly an hour before they will start their live feed for the short course racing. And we'll have Joey Beck and Matt Edmondson on screen there this weekend. Normally, Miles, it's you and I and all of us combined.
Yes, I believe Scott Rains there
Scott
as
Rains
well.
there too, yes.
He was having some
If he
flight
made it.
issues. Yeah, I don't know if he's – hopefully he made it.
He had a delay, and that was I can't remember what night it was, but he didn't have a flight that he could have taken until 10 o'clock the next night, so he ended up driving up. But there goes Mick Henson out on his lap. We're going to have Cameron Schooley come on over here and give us a little update of what happened out on race course today. So we're going to bring her in the booth.
So I hate to see her out here right now.
Me too.
That's a bummer, but at least you're okay. So Cameron, kind of give us a rundown on what happened. You and Casey Ryan were in the car, and your dad George is in the pits. You guys were on the pole, out front first. What happened?
We were doing great. We were really pushing it. We were kind of going a little slow, having our
slow, huh?
We were. We weren't pushing it. We wanted to get our 3 laps done, pick up pace.
And you only got half a lap done. So kind of give us a little rundown on what exactly happened. I heard a roll. I heard a U-joint. What exactly happened?
So we were playing around a little bit with car number 3. I think it's Trevor Foltz.
Oh, yeah, Trevor Foltz. Yep.
Yeah,
he's quick.
He is. We were playing with him. He got in front of us, and then he pulled right back over, let us go in front of him. And we were just playing around. So we got our first position back, and we were heading down. I don't know what it's called.
That was at the Rigid Ridge.
Yeah. So we were heading down there, and we were going to take the tighter lane. We went to go in reverse, and we lost reverse.
Oh, you didn't have reverse. That's a bummer.
Yep, and it's weird because we just replaced our transmission last race.
These cars are hard on equipment.
Yeah.
So you didn't have reverse. So what happened? Is that exactly what took you out?
So pretty
much. So you never rolled.
Oh, we did.
Okay.
Kind of.
Kind of. Was it more of a flop?
Yeah. We were cutting our wheel trying to go to the right because we didn't have reverse. There was nothing else we could do. And then we caught a tree, and we're just kind of leaning a little sideways.
We saw that on camera.
Yep, and then we
So the roll didn't take you out. The no reverse took you out, and you tried to keep going, but that's just part of it. That's a tough break, and I hate to hear that
and
for you,
we
Cameron.
winched back over, got down the hill. But at that point, we were like, there's not too much of a point with no reverse.
Right.
How much of this course would we be able to do?
Right, exactly. And you don't want to push it I mean, if you're not in the, I mean, you're running to race, and finish the race, but if you're not up there in position,
Yep,
it's kind of like, do you hurt the car more, or do you just call it a day and enjoy the rest of the day?
Yep.
That was Troy Digby just heading up the Recaro Rise. There's Rick Levezzo, so lots of racing action out there. So for the, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but you're only out there for half a lap.
Yeah.
How hard was it? I've seen so many flat tires. The course is brutal, right?
It was rough. I don't think I would have lasted all 5 laps, honestly.
You may have hopped out in the Amsoil hot pits.
We were trying to just get our 3 done and then, play it by ear, but I'm honestly really proud of Casey. He did a great job.
I'm glad to hear that. It's always a bummer to hear you get out of the race, but I'm glad it wasn't his driving issue that took you out. It's you just no reverse. There's nothing else to do, and you just give it all you got with the no quit attitude that you. Cameron and Casey and George, your whole team has. It's great to see, but that's racing. I know you guys and gals will get that car back, get it prepped, and be ready for the next one.
Yep,
and I hear a little rumor you may be hopping in the driver's seat next year.
Yes, so our plan was to have me in the driver's seat this race, but we were trying to figure out some other things, and we just threw Casey in there, me in the passenger seat. My dad's
Casey's
help.
a seasoned driver. He's excellent.
Yes, he's great. My dad's health isn't the best right now, so he's not allowed in the car for at least 3 months.
Okay.
Unfortunately. So
I love your dad's laugh, too. And I know he's watching this right now, and he's just smiling and laughing. And I hate to see he's not in the car, but I love to see he's still part of it.
Yeah, but you're getting experience not only from your dad, but now another seasoned racer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're over there in that passenger seat, and sometimes I always say that that's the best way to learn, to take in everything that's happening. But
practice makes perfect.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm doing the Line Mountain series if I can make it. I've been not so good about it. But if I can make it, I'm doing that. I'm trying to get my experience up. I really want to know exactly what I'm doing when I step into the Ultra 4 races.
It only makes sense. How old are you? You're still pretty young, right?
I just turned 18.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You've been around this sport. Your dad's been racing with us for quite a while, so you've been coming to watch your dad, and then you finally started riding your dad. Now you're going to take over your dad's car.
Yep.
I mean, that's awesome. And we're getting ready to watch the Youth 170 race here in a little bit, and that's where it all starts, is bringing it all the way up through. So
it does.
I
think I was 10 years old when we were doing little East Coast races. I started 4-wheelers.
Yep.
And then I got hooked into it, and now I'm hopefully going to take over the car soon.
So how old were you when you first stepped in with your dad?
I want to say probably 15, 16 maybe. We did the Renegade series, and then we were doing this too. We did this before, then we did the Renegades, then we're back at here.
Nice.
So we're loving it.
So you have lots of seat time over there in that right seat.
Yep.
That's awesome. I love seeing it too. I can't wait to see you actually in the driver's seat. I mean,
I'm excited.
Obviously, I'm always, rooting on all the females, but all the racers in general. But it's super exciting. Being a previous racer myself, I've never done Ultra 4, so I look up to all of you that do this Ultra 4 racing.
It's crazy. I'm hoping I can do it well.
Yeah, I think you're going to do
awesome. I
awesome.
want to follow in my dad's footsteps.
There you go. Make him proud.
Yep.
He's a good teacher.
And Benji is right where you were at. He was just telling me to recover it. Don't finish pulling it out down the race course. The main trail below them goes back to camp. So they'll hopefully get your car back out there. Just bummer.
Yep.
Yeah.
It happens. And, this race is tough. And everyone who's winning right now, they deserve it. Everything that they're doing, they've earned it.
It's been definitely exciting to watch all morning long. So will you be over watching the 170s go?
For sure.
I'm always rooting
I
on
love it.
I always
It's
call
so
them
fun.
tiny tots because at Mid-America we do the announcing for the short course, and it's like all the little tiny tots out there. It's so fun because, like you were saying, they're looking up to, the racers like you and everybody else. Miss Riley May will be out there, female 170 driver. She's doing awesome in everything she's racing. So it's exciting. And, seeing – you guys that race in the larger cars over there supporting them, it just bumps their, their self-esteem up way high.
It's crazy. I don't know if when I was their age I would have hopped in there and be like, okay. And they push it.
They
it's
do.
Crazy.
They do.
They really go for it. It's amazing.
Well, they have no fear.
Yeah, I know. Even now I'm like sitting there. I'm like, oh.
Yes. It's definitely nerve-wracking for
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, it's been exciting all day long, and there's Mr. Sean Rance right there.
And
but
that
we have
Ford Bronco.
Trevor Foltz is still in that number 1 position. Evan Sherman in second. Buddy Carlton third. Dwayne Garrettson fourth. Troy
This
Digby
is physical
fifth.
on course.
Yep. Cody St. Clair in that 6th position, and that's all we have right now that have completed lap 3.
This course is tough. It looks like a left front flat for Sean Rance Sr. with Mud Nut Racing. Heading down towards the Yukon launch.
There has been a lot of flats out there.
Oh, I'm sure. We got 2 driver side flats, both of them.
Did you really?
Yep.
You did that in qualifying as well, right?
Yeah.
So he killed 4 tires.
Well, we only brought 4 spares.
Well, so you're out.
So last night we tried to repair them the best we could.
Oh, okay.
But
that's what Chip McLaughlin was saying. Whoever has the most tires is going to win.
Yep. We were trying. We didn't lose our tires till we were pretty much where we turned over.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
But that short course area right there, that's a fun little section. The Yukon Lodge, we were saying, did you guys practice that when you were pre-running?
Yeah.
So a lot of people were saying if you took it too fast, it was going to definitely buck you. If you, have to check up. I'm sure you guys all probably practiced that jump for sure. What do you think about, did you guys get down to where Uncle Steve was at? Oh, that's where Benji was. Is that where it happened?
I don't know what it was called that we were
on. You were on Ricardo Ridge.
The Rigid Ridge.
Rigid Ridge.
Yep. So that's before
Uncle Steve. Yeah.
That was a gnarly section.
Yeah, that was. When we were pre-running, I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
It's a little antsy.
Makes you a little nervous, doesn't
it? No, I'm like, make sure my straps are tight,
right? That's what I'm always like, tighten them up. I feel like sometimes I can't get tight enough. I'm like, it can't get any tighter. I won't be able to breathe.
Instead of hanging on to my front handles, I'm like hanging on to my seat belts, making sure they're tight enough. I'm not going anywhere.
And this course is extremely well marked. It's pretty burned in. Did you have to use the GPS much, or did you guys know pretty much where to go?
Yeah, no, we know where to go. I don't use GPS for any of the East Coast races. The only one we use it for is Hammers.
Okay.
And probably, I don't know how big Oklahoma is yet, but
we don't know how big it's going to be yet.
Yeah, JT hasn't marked out the course. We actually were in discussion last night about that. He hasn't marked off the course yet. So
maybe we'll use it for that, but so far I only use it for Hammers. Other than that.
Did you have it in the car at all, or no? You just drive by course markings?
Yep, I just drive by course markings. I'm pretty good remembering
stuff,
good. So I'm,
You're a visual learner.
Yep.
So a lot of people were saying that they don't run a GPS out here on the East Coast races because they are shorter and you don't need them. But
I think for me it's more of a hassle because I'm trying to make sure the screen is on, like in focus. It's even at Hammers, sometimes I have to get them to completely stop the car.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that can be a distraction.
So I'm going to actually, Cameron, thanks for the chat, but I'm going to swap you out with Casey, the driver of this. So thank you for that. Or Pam,
here,
I'm
going to hop out and actually you guys, so then now driver, co-driver can be up here and chatting together. So let's do that for just a moment. So come on over here, Casey.
So I was getting some info from Race Ops, and I heard you rolled, and I was like, dang, he was pushing too hard. But then Cameron filled me in that you lost reverse, and you're trying to do your best just to get it, and that's what the flop. So that's just a heartbreaker. Starting in that pole position and having something silly like a transmission take you out's a bummer.
Yeah, it is. You know, our whole goal, we knew they would be coming, and we knew the Foltz boy would be coming. So
he was pushing hard.
He was, and he's running. I don't know what he's doing right now, but
yeah, he's physical out front, but he's slowed off pace. I don't know if he's just being nice or I saw some blue smoke coming out of his car earlier.
So we knew he was coming, and our whole goal was just to try to get through the 3 laps, get our points, and then if we have a good car from there, turn it up to 10. And got back up in there and had some unfortunate luck, and here we are.
I mean, that's just part of it. You filled in for George last year as well at this race, and did you win last year?
No, I got second.
Second, that's right.
Chris May.
Yep, Chris May got you just by a little bit. You had a great race going last year. You're on the pole yesterday during qualifying, and then being up there up front, it's racing. It just is what it is.
It is. You know, I really wasn't planning on setting on the pole for this race because I don't really care to set the pace. I'd rather come off the pace.
I 100% understand that because it's a mental game. Am I overdriving? Am I underdriving? If you have somebody's dust in front of you, you kind of gauge off that.
Right, and that's where we were at this morning, sitting here chatting. I was like, let's just get through the first 3 laps and see where we're sitting at, and then we'll go from there. So it didn't work out this time, but we'll be back guns blazing at the next one, and we're going to put on the podium.
What exactly were you doing when you got the phone call from George? Because you weren't sure if you were going to race, and how's that work out when you get that phone call?
Well, I mean, it's awesome. You know, I've raced with Ultra 4 for almost 10 years with James Cantrell, and this sport's just awesome. And you know, I got to race down here 3 years ago when they did the first time free race entry fee, and Casey Gilbert let me run his car, and we had a good time there. And then George actually called me, and Eric Miller kind of told him that I'd be interested in running it and I'd be okay with it, and so he let me run it last year, and we were really lucky, and we did a good job together. Cameron's an awesome co-driver. She keeps me calm. Like I like to go with it, but it's sometimes you need that person in your ear.
Absolutely.
Saying, hey, just keep it calm. I'm like, we're good. We'll
so where exactly were you sitting when you got the phone call?
Well, actually, he texted. I go to bed early because I wake up at about 3:30 every morning, and so I woke up to a text and I texted him back. But when I saw that text, I'm like,
you're just laying in bed at 3:30 in the morning, like, heck yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome, and for George to trust me with that race car, I mean that thing is amazing, and it's a very expensive piece of equipment, and I'm very lucky and fortunate to have the opportunity to
absolutely.
do that.
Those Miller cars are absolutely amazing. I mean, you said you've drove Casey Gilbert's and George Schooley's. You've worked with Eric Miller a little bit, and give us your rundown on those cars. They're amazing.
They're the Swiss Army knife, man.
They really
are. For the first time yesterday, I actually got to ride in Miller's car.
Oh, really? I rode with him in Reno one time, and man, it's wild.
To actually get in a top-tier King of the Class 4400 car is amazing.
With a king that, I mean, Eric Miller is at the top of his game.
Absolutely. I've got the race some of my favorite racers, James Cantrell, Casey Gilbert. Now I get to run with Miller, but I actually got to race in Casey Gilbert's car with Shannon Campbell years ago. So I take a lot from all those guys.
Isn't that cool?
And get to put it into what I think, how I should drive it. And to see all those guys drive those cars is just amazing, and they work so well.
And to your point, how cool is it that with Ultra 4, like, everybody's so open. In the pits, you're just chatting, you're sharing information, you're learning from some of your idols, your heroes, and now you're buddies with them, and it's just cool how the full circle comes around.
This is one of the greatest forms of motorsports there is. I witnessed, everyone's having tire issues here. Everyone's
Absolutely.
worried about having enough tires. And Paul Wolf, was worried about some tires, and Eric Miller actually gave him a tire. Said, here, take this for your spare.
How cool is that?
And I don't know how other forms of motorsports are, but I don't think they're like that. Everyone wants to beat everyone at their A game here, and that's what's so awesome about this sport.
Yeah, obviously Paul Wolf is a new Nitto athlete. He just joined them here last race, and so now him and Eric are teammates. And like you're saying, everybody's worried about tires, and Miller brought enough and gives Paul. That's just I didn't hear that story. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's camaraderie in the sport, and everyone wants to beat everyone at their best, and that's what's cool.
And Eric Miller's on the pole. Right behind him is Paul Wolf. So how cool is that? The number 1 and 2 are sharing equipment. I mean, it's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the whole top five's all running Nittos too.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And so Cameron, what we're talking about is just the Ultra 4 family. You've grown up in it with your dad, and what's your 2 cents on that?
I love it. I mean, like, when we were racing out there today, the guys, while they were racing, they kind of stopped and they're like, "Are you guys good? Do you need anything?"
I love that. The thumbs up.
Yep,
I mean,
they
take the time out to see it, and thumbs up that lets them know you're okay, and they take off.
And
it's
even
great.
at, like, Hammers, me and my dad, we got stuck in this sand pit, right? And we had multiple people stop. Hey, do you guys need us to winch you out? Do you guys need this? Do you need that? And that's what really matters. It's more of a family.
Oh, absolutely.
Everyone cares for each other, and they want everyone to do their best.
You are 100%
Another
correct.
thing that the guys and girls that are out there volunteering, running the drones, sitting there course marking, making sure people are going.
All the safety
they
guys
sit out
and gals.
there all day long, and those guys and girls help keep this sport running and keeping it moving.
Yeah, we got to thank all of our MAO and Ultra 4 crew, all the volunteers, the safety, the media. I mean, it takes an army to put this together. And then you guys and gals as racers. I mean, and the spectators, all the sponsors. Without everybody coming to do a full circle thing, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing here. So, thanks to you two, thanks to the partners, thanks to just absolutely everybody. It's an amazing thing we got going.
It is. It's amazing.
Well, it looks like you're getting a little warm, so I appreciate you guys coming in and having a chat with us. So we'll get Pam going off, so we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
am Monster Me.
Ford WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, Ford WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to Ford WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at FordWP.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Welcome back, world, to the four-wheel parts teardown at Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. I am Miles Haswis. Alongside me is Mrs. Pam Hall. The attrition is starting to set in, and
Yes,
Pam,
it
I
is.
saw you ran over there. I saw a couple drivers running back because remember, this is a no-chase race, so it's only fellow competitors, the driver or co-driver. So they're broke in the woods, running back, getting a yoke or something.
Yeah, Jeremy Tipton, who is Dwayne Garrison's co-driver, he was running out, getting a broken. They have a broken yoke out on race course. I didn't catch the driver's name just now that was running in. They have a radiator broken, so he's running in probably to get some kind of patching materials to see
and
if they
water
can fix it up.
and whatnot. Oh, that's terrible to
So
hear.
they're running in. The attrition is
starting,
setting in for sure.
So there's Trevor Fulton. Look how slow he is moving. I believe he's our physical race leader, and look how hard this course is on everything. That our physical race leader is way off race pace. So everybody is having issues today. So it's going to be we're planning on doing awards and trophies directly after this race before the UTVs, but we may not have enough cars to do it.
Exactly.
It's crazy as Trevor Fultz heading through the Bronco boulders, but great to see him still pushing and doing a great job. So I believe now he's picked up speed again. So maybe he was driving slow in front of his pits. And then Evan Sherman, I believe that's
Sherman's
physical.
setting second position.
Second place. So
but he just came through the timing loop ahead of Trevor Fultz. So that might put him in the first position.
Oh, because remember, this is on adjusted time, and Trevor Fultz started about a minute and a half in front of Trevor Fultz. Trevor Fultz and Evan Sherman. So physical on course, it's Trevor Fultz, Evan Sherman. On adjusted time, I believe it's Evan Sherman, then Trevor Fultz. So it's going to be down to the wire. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments. Fultz and Sherman will be heading out for their fifth and final lap. Aaron's waving the white flag. So 6 more miles to go. 1 more lap. Can Trevor Fultz keep his car together? Look how bad it's leaning. He's got a
he might have a broken shock or something going
either
on
a
there.
bad shock or a sway bar or something. But these cars are getting beat up.
They are taking a beating for sure.
Take a licking, but keep on ticking.
We have somebody else coming out of the woods here in just a minute. We'll see, but right on screen, that is Evan Sherman down in the short course. He will be getting the white flag as well. So right now, that just bumped Evan Sherman up into the number 1 position in front of Evan Sherman, and that is Jody Ford that just came out of the pits. But right now, Evan Sherman is excited. He knows that Trevor Fultz is having an issue because he's going to have to go into the pits with what's going on with that front right side. So as long as Evan Sherman doesn't have to go into the pits and stop and see what's going on with his motor, because he keeps stuttering, as you keep saying, but he's definitely keeping it smooth, staying steady, consistent all day long, and that's definitely a key one key thing, as long as you don't have a major issue out on race course.
And look at this, Pam. Hopefully we can get back to that shot.
That's Jody Ford right there.
Yeah, so that's Jody Ford hitting the Yukon launch, but Evan Sherman
wow.
physically passing Trevor Foltz. So on adjusted time, Trevor Foltz has to pass Evan Sherman and beat him by a couple minutes for adjusted time. So
wow.
Evan Sherman, and you can tell he is all over the throttle, but it is not reacting. So he's having some drivability issues, but he's still out front. So Evan Sherman may be able to bring this on home. He's got his buddy Chris riding shotgun with him. And there's Evan Sherman heading up the Recaro Rise.
And Foltz just went through. So they are both out on their fifth and final lap. We have a little battle coming out of the woods. That was Buddy Carlton, I believe.
Buddy Carlton going around a stock class car, number 13. That was Jason Dean. But Corey Day's driving for Jason Dean, if I remember correctly. And look at Buddy Carlton getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. He's hauling the mail pretty good. But it's a pretty good kicker there, so they definitely checked up. The dust is definitely getting thick back there. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in to the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Venture Off-Road Park. We are just outside of South Pittsburgh. So there's Jody Ford and Brandon Haynes heading out for another lap.
So that just put Buddy Carlton up there in the number 2 position on corrected time.
Has Trevor Foltz came out of the Amsoil Hot Pits? I don't think I have seen him.
Actually, he has.
Did he? Okay. I missed that. Sorry. Yep. Okay, so Trevor Foltz is out trying to get around Sherman. But remember, Foltz has to pass Evan and put about 2 minutes of time on him because they took off in 30-second increments, one at a time this morning. So there's Corey Day driving for Jason Dean out in the short course. So we need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holley EFI, Laser Nut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Trash, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, Method Race Wheels, Amsoil, Warden Factor 55, Action Sports Canopy, Tread Lightly, HCR, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, MBRP, Off the Grid Clothing, and ARB are official sponsors of Ultra 4. We also have to thank 360 Rafts, Mid-America, and the Off-Road Syndicate and Ultimate Belts. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. So I think they're probably talking to see if they have enough time to finish another lap or not. And Jason Dean, driven by Corey Day, is heading out for another lap, it looks like. So I guess we'll have to find out because he will be heading out. They had that chat. We'll see if he heads out for another lap. I believe cutoff time for this race is 10. It's 10 right now. We did start a little behind schedule, but I kind of assume he doesn't have time to finish another lap.
There's Mr. John Schaefer just came out of the woods.
What lap is he on? He's probably finishing lap 2 or lap 3?
He is finishing lap 2.
Okay. And they're supposed to do 4 laps, but it's a pretty brutal race.
Well, and you were saying you had a discussion with him about he thought he was going to be pushing time of actually getting all 4 laps in for sure.
So there's John Schaefer as he makes it through the Bronco boulders. He's in the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
He's in the grass right now, but you can see that it's already dried up because there's dust in the grass even.
It's going to be a dusty day, and they're only going to get faster and faster out there as well.
As long as we do, you guys can't see it, but as long as this slight breeze stays like it is, it'll definitely be nice for the drivers to get it out of the way of where they're at.
Absolutely. The wind is the racer's friend.
Yeah, you can kind of see the flags on there. It doesn't look like it's that big of a breeze because it's not, but it definitely is making it feel cool out here a little bit.
We also have a fan blowing on.
Oh, I forgot. I just looked under the table and I realized the fan was on. I think the heat's getting to me, Miles.
So there's Troy Digby coming out of the woods, followed closely by Cody St. Clair. So this is a Grand Prix finish. They don't have enough time to finish the race, so it looks like John Schaefer is unofficially going to win the race in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So it's going to be down to the wire between Cody St. Clair
and Mick Hinson.
Mick Hinson's in the mix. He's in the stock class.
Stock class, yep. But he's running second position right now.
There's Troy Digby. So Troy Digby and Cody St. Clair.
Yeah, they're in second and third right now, so it's Dwayne Garrison.
And Troy Digby started behind Cody St. Clair, so on adjusted time, it looks like Troy Digby is going to get that first spot unofficially over Cody St. Clair. And since we're having a little bit of time restraints, I believe the checkered flag will be out. I am mistaken. I apologize about that. So there's Troy Digby grabbing the white flag. And right behind him,
look at that
is
dust.
Cody and Anthony St. Clair. And yeah, the dust is getting thick. What a wild, wild ride out there. So the attrition is definitely starting to set in today. The Amsoil Hot Pits has proven to be very exciting. There's Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and John Schaefer. So it looks like they will be heading out for their final lap. So Troy Digby, looks like Jason Dean is part of the stock sportsman. There's John Schaefer heading in. I believe they are going to keep him in here. It's been a great race. Remember, we have 4 races going on at the exact same time right now. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, and the Stock Sportsman. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see how it all shakes out. And coming up here shortly, in about a half hour, we're going to kick off the 170 race. So it's going to be super exciting. Can't wait to get everything going on today. We are coming out of the woods right here. Can't quite tell who that one is. That is going to be Rick Levezzo coming out of the woods heading towards the Bronco Boulders. So it's been a great race today, but we are just getting started. And remember, the Bronco Boulders, it isn't a hard section. It's just kind of more of a speed bump to slow them down so they're not going over 100 miles an hour into the woods. Sounds like Rick Levezzo will get the white flag as well. So they are running checkers for stock class and stock sportsman for the rest of this morning. They're going to send out the 45s and 48s for a little bit longer. Curtis with Race Ops been giving me a lot of great information, so thanks for him for stepping up and helping in Race Ops. Thank you, buddy. As the white flag is flying for Rick Levezzo, heading out for his 5th and a final lap. here for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. Sounds like Corey Day driving for Jason Dean is the unofficial winner for the Stock Sportsman. And then I think it's going to be John Schaefer for the unofficial win in the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. And I believe it was Adam Kennett riding with Corey Day. He'll be hopping in the UTV later on today, so they're going to have a long, fun, hot day. They'll get a little break during the 170 race, and then they hop in right around 11 a.m. and race for an hour and a half through this brutal course here at Adventure Off-Road Park. And don't forget to tune in. You can go to the MAO app and do Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series there in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors. They're racing there as well. So if you've got a couple different devices, get the Ultra 4 race up on one, get the Side-by-Side Championship Series up on another, and then if you can pull up live.ultra4racing.com, you can pull up our live timing as well. So there's Rick Lavezzo getting ready to head up the Recaro Rise. I see another co-driver heading out with some water and some antifreeze, so they're having some issues with that. So tough break for him, but I love the never quit attitude out of our Ultra 4 drivers. And again, if you're getting warm, we've got plenty of the straw hats. Go check out the MAO Ultra 4 merch trailer. We got Angel, Carly, Bailey, Tristan, and the entire crew in there. They've got shirts, they've got hats, they've got sunscreen, bug spray. They've got a little bit of everything, so make sure to tune in. We've also got a great barbecue joint here on site and a coffee shack. So they've got breakfast and lunch serving up all day long. We had the Driver's Appreciation Dinner with that barbecue last night, and it was absolutely awesome, wasn't it?
It was amazing. That I couldn't believe all the food we got. Like, that could have fed a few people, and I know that some people were, wanting to go back for seconds, but it was a lot of food. It was amazing. I heard the barbecue place was awesome. I didn't have the ribs because I don't eat ribs, but I heard
the ribs
they were
were
really
great.
good.
I loved them. Yeah, so we want to give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for putting on that Driver's Appreciation Dinner presented by Mid-America Outdoors, because that's what it's all about. Without the drivers, we wouldn't be here. But without all our partners and spectators and whatnot and all our safety crew, we wouldn't be doing it as well. So just a huge shout out to everybody who makes this possible.
Miles,
I believe that is Justin Barth. Go ahead.
Do you feel the breeze? It's not our fan that time.
It's starting to feel good. The wind is out here starting to blow a little bit as Justin Barth getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. And Sean Hollick still pushing strong. Sounds like they're going to checker Justin Barth because he's a lap down. They don't want him to head out for another lap because they're in timing. They're kind of keeping a track on what their time is to see if they have enough time to finish this race or not. So lots of chatter through the PCI race radios.
And I'm curious to see if Evan Sherman's going to come back through again and be on that number one position. So we have Evan Sherman in that number one position, Buddy Carlton number two, Trevor Foltz in third, Troy Digby in fourth, Cody St. Clair in that fifth position. They are all the only ones out on lap number 5.
And Justin Barth is finishing up his 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends run. He will be heading into the 4900 Can-Am UTV race here in just a little bit. So I know he's going to get back to camp, try to cool off a little bit, drink a bunch of water, get back to chilled out, and then he'll be racing here shortly. So Sean Hollick grabbing the checkered as well. That is not the official winners because they're a little off pace. We're doing the Grand Prix style. They just don't have enough time to run another lap. So I believe it's Evan Sherman, Buddy Carlton, and Trevor Foltz running for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it's going to be Troy Digby and Cody St. Clair battling it out in the 4500 class. And I think John Schaefer got his. And then Jason Dean driven by Corey Day. And the stock sportsman, that is Roger King. So that's probably going to be our unofficial second place finisher in the stock sportsman's class. So we are running checkered flag for the rest of this race. Nobody else out for another lap. They just don't have enough time.
That, and it is a Grand Prix finish. But, yes, if there's not enough time to let them go out and complete their next lap, they do have to start running the checkered flag for sure.
Well, it's been a great day of racing, but like I said, we're pulling double duty today. We've never tried this before, so bear with us. We're going to try to send it to Mid-America there in Jay, Oklahoma. I believe Matt and Joey are running the side-by-side champion series. Let's see what happens.
I tell everybody there's also another. Yeah, let's listen in with our team in Tennessee.
Let's go.
I want to listen in and see what's going on down there. And there's a whole nother feed going if you're not already watching it. Those guys are really getting it done at the Ultra 4 race in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee at Adventure Off-Road. Really getting it done at the Ultra race in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee at Adventure Off-Road. All right, we got TW down there on the start line, making sure everybody's staging in. Just for you at home, I want you to all know that Mid-America has grown so much, and this MAO Short Course Racing Series here for 2022 has been turning record numbers of attendance. The staff, Billy Champion and his staff,
amazing.
Absolutely run a tight ship up here, get an amazing amount of racing done in an amount of time where everybody can really enjoy it. I just hats off to those guys. Those guys right there have done an amazing job. And then I want to also highlight that Ultra 4 Racing, JT Taylor and his team, he's got some of my old team down there with him helping. He's got some Ultra 4 guys that are helping him as well. And, of course, JT has been down there all week working on the track, getting things set up. And they had qualifying yesterday. Everything ran smoothly. And today they're already deep into their racing. They started a little earlier than we did today, but they're getting it done down there and having a great time, and we appreciate everybody who's tuning in, supporting that. And if you're there on site or if you're watching this later, hey, glad y'all made it out there. You'll never be disappointed. Having some fun with those guys. Those machines are just amazing.
Yeah, if you're at home watching, share the live feed link. We want everybody to get to see this place. This is our goal up here, Joey, is to try to, kind of spread the excitement, the fun, everything that Mid-America has to offer. And you guys at home can help us out with that. So share that link, get everybody to tune in, watch what we're doing. And we're going to have a blast today. We got a lot of racing. One day of racing today, so we'll do heats in the morning, mains in the afternoon. And then we're going to have the final event for the TK Pro Rodeo tonight. There's a concert. There's all kinds of stuff going on up here in Mid-America. And it's, you know what? Hey, it's Father's Day weekend.
Father's Day weekend, and a lot of people chose to spend that with us here or in Tennessee, or maybe you're sitting at home on your Father's Day weekend Saturday watching these live feeds, enjoying your family and your children. Hats off to all the fathers. I was made a father about 8 years ago, and it's been a thrill ride ever since. Best day of my life, and I know it's probably the same for you. And man.
Well, thank you, Joey and Matt. And how cool is that to be able to switch back and forth between Mid-America Outdoors and the AOP Park? That is absolutely awesome. So we'll do that off and on.
I have to say,
throughout the day.
I have to say that was pretty awesome, because when they switched to that, that's my kid's class that's getting ready to race, and his backup driver is racing for him this weekend. So that's
awesome.
Super cool.
And just got a little more info. Running in second position, Cody St. Clair is broken. Not sure the status, but he is up there and broken. That's a terrible bummer. But on screen is Sean Rance Sr. Looks like a right front flat for him as well. Tires are getting
thank
beat
goodness he
up
got a
out
checkered flag, though, for sure.
And it's not completely flat, but it is absolutely low.
They're bringing all the trophies over. We'll get ready to do the trophies here shortly.
There is Ryan Taylor as he hit the Yukon launch, part of Team Indiana. His first race with us was last year at Moab. He's been a great addition to Team Indiana and running that Trent Fab car hard. He will be getting the checkered flag. Everybody is getting that. I believe he is a lap down.
I'm sorry, who did you say I was writing down?
Ryan Taylor.
Ryan Taylor. He is finishing his third lap.
So lots of attrition out there today. Tough break for them.
You can hear the horn again. Back into the woods.
So that is Jesse Oliver and Mick Henson. So Mick Henson still running strong in his Toyota. It looks like his left rear bed is pretty caved in. Not sure if that was from today or not. And Jesse Oliver heading into the Bronco Boulders. I was chatting with him last night, and the reason he didn't qualify yesterday was he was backing off the trailer, and his drive shaft was too long or something, and it bottomed out, broke it, so he had to take it into wide open design in Murfreesboro, and Adam Woodley and his whole crew got him fixed up, and it's just great the off-road community can come together in short notice. He drove up there yesterday, mid-afternoon. He said, give me about 2 hours, I'll get you fixed up. He's back out there on course, so a huge shout-out to Wide Open Design, Adam Woodley, their whole team, got Jesse Oliver back out here to race with us at Ultra 4 for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee.
So that will be the 46. Mick Henson should be coming in second position in the 4600 stock class.
So again, remember, everything is unofficial right now, but it is Jason Dean, driven by Corey Day and Adam Kennett in the stock sportsman. And then it's going to be John Schaefer, I believe, and we'll see where Sean Halleck ends up in the 4,800 class. But a tough break for Cody St. Clair. Not sure what's going on, but he is broke out on course. So it's going to be Evan Sherman, Buddy Carlton, or Trevor Foltz. And I believe it's going to be Troy Digby looking good for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Is Jesse Oliver a lap down, I believe? Yeah, look at the left bedside of Mick Henson's Toyota. It's caved in pretty good. He may have leaned over into a tree a little bit. So there's somebody walking into the Amsoil hot pits with their hood off. The dedication of our drivers and co-drivers is absolutely phenomenal. So tough break for Jackson Kunkel. He's broken out there with a broken transmission at the Rock Garden area, and he's telling race ops that he's actually going to leave it out on course till tonight because recovery is going to be super tough for him. So tough break for Jackson Kunkel.
And there's Mick Henson right there driving his 25 mile per hour through the Amsoil hot pits coming in, and he will be in that number 2 position in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class.
So I believe unofficially it's looking like Mick Henson, second position in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class unofficially. So a great run by him, and John Schaefer is unofficially first. Great run by everybody out there on course. Sounds like Roger King is officially calling it in the stock sportsman's class. Tough break for him. He'll be racing later on today in the 4,400 class. So the attrition is definitely high today. I was just talking about Jackson Kunkel about a hard recovery. Benji just texted me. He said, don't worry, we'll get him out of the woods. What a wonderful day it's been of racing. Thank you to each and every one of you. This is the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. We need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Four-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, Holley EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, Method Race Wheels, Amsoil, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today at the Adventure Off-Road Park doing what we love. So if you're building a mall crawl, a tow rig, a race car, go check out all these amazing partners and show them the love that they are showing us.
Oh, we have 3 in.
Sounds like I got a car coming out of the woods. We should see somebody here very shortly. Yeah, and I suspect it could be, no, it is Trevor Fultz, and that car is still smoking, but he's pushing hard. So Trevor Fultz got around Buddy Carlton, got around Evan Sherman. It's going to be an exciting finish. Trevor Fultz started in that second position. So Evan Sherman, he's got about a minute and a half to come in there.
Oh, and here's Evan Sherman
there is Evan Sherman. So on adjusted time, it's going to be super close, and you know that they both know it. And look how that car, his shocks are absolutely gone. He just made through the Bronco boulders, but he is pushing hard all the way to the end. It is going to be down to the wire between Trevor Fultz and Evan Sherman. This adjusted race is absolutely awesome.
Exactly, and he knows it because he knows that Evan passed him earlier in
It's
the hot pits.
a 1 minute, 30-second split. We'll see how it shakes out. But driving that hard with your suspension completely wore out, I don't know if it's shocks or sway bars, and the engine's smoking, but then Evan's right behind him. His is spitting and sputtering. This is going to be an awesome show.
But he got past him out on race cars. But look at how he is tipping because of the suspension. Something is definitely going on. Like you were saying, sway bars, it could be shocks, not sure what it is. But for him to be past Evan Sherman, and Evan Sherman doesn't have a suspension issue, is amazing right now. That goes to show you how hard he was actually pushing that car.
So Benji just hit me up and said Jody Ford just passed him and Uncle Steve. So I started my unofficial stopwatch. We'll see where Evan Sherman is, see how far back. Like I said, it's about a minute and a half. So hopefully we can get a camera down on Evan Sherman in that short course at the finish line. And there he is. So it's going to be unofficial. Evan Sherman does beat Trevor Fultz on time. Again, that is my personal opinion, but I think Evan Sherman just took a first-place position over Trevor Fultz.
That
what
split
a great
in time
race.
is craziness right now.
I think Evan Sherman is going to have him by right around 1 minute. So it sounds like Buddy Carlton has about 30 more seconds before we can call some of these official results. Evan Sherman pulling in with a left rear flat tire. And there's Trevor Fultz. And I'm excited to hear what happened to his car.
Wow. Evan Sherman just now over here. He's like, where are we at? Where are we at? And somebody came in and gave him a number 1. And it's, of course, unofficial right this moment. But right now he is in that number 1 position unofficially. But who is going to round off the podium is going to be the question.
What a great race it's been. And tires are an issue. Trees are an issue. The course is an issue.
The rocks are an issue.
I'm super stoked to see the rest of this day unfold in front of us. You know, I love the short course stuff, don't get me wrong, but this out in the woods with all the trees, all the rocks is absolutely amazing. And look right, I guess which shoulder
you can see that is Evan Sherman. Right.
So right over my shoulder, right? There it is.
There.
I'm not a weatherman.
I definitely couldn't do this backwards thing.
Yeah, Evan Sherman with a great run. And like I said, on adjusted time, I believe Evan Sherman just tied this up. And then Trevor Fultz with a great run.
This is awesome to have the finishers
Evan's wife
directly
handing
behind
the
us.
water. Everybody's excited. Hugs going all the way around.
This
What
is going to be a
wonderful
fun
day.
podium
Oh,
for
man,
sure
This
today.
is going to be great. And it's going to be a lot of podiums.
Yes, it will be.
We have four
of them
classes
in
that have been
one.
racing all at the same time. So it's unofficial, but I'm giving
Unofficially, you
Evan
Sherman.
Sherman the thumbs up. I think he just tied up a win out here at AOP for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. Again, everything is unofficial until we hand out those amazing laser nut trophies. What a great, great day, and everybody's chatting behind us, getting super excited, sharing the race stories and all that, and what a great day. So here in just a little bit, we'll give away some of these trophies and then hopefully get right into the 170 races.
As soon as we get the official times from our live timing, we will have them officially, and we can do our awards and then move on to the 170 class. The little tiny tots will be out there.
We're going to be cutting it close on time, that's for sure.
Yes, we will. We will go live with the awards as long as it's not running over
when
into
it's
another
available.
race.
So there's Sean Ranch Sr.
There's Sean Rance back here.
So where's that put him unofficially for the 4,500 class?
That puts him in third position unofficially.
Okay. So we're still waiting on Troy Digby. We heard Cody St. Clair was broke. Dwayne Garrettson was broke. So we'll see how this all shakes out. But here's Jody Ford. And
right behind him
is Ryan Webb. So Ryan Webb and Jody Ford drag racing towards the Bronco Boilers.
Is definitely
going to
be
finish
awesome.
up their race. This is awesome. What a great race.
Looks like Ryan Webb got around Jody Ford in the Bronco Boulders.
They're heading down to water the 170 track as we speak. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, and he's got a right front flat tire. Jody Ford does. He's been pushing hard all day long. They were in the AMSOIL hot pits. I don't see a spare tire on the back, so they had to already change that tire. Tires are the issue today. What a wild, wild ride.
Look at Ryan Webb's definitely on it, trying to get through, but he will be hitting that 25-mile-per-hour speed zone right now. Oh, you got the checkered flag. That's right. But still, it's 25 miles per hour.
Yep. We'll be kicking off the 170 race here shortly and then going into the 4900 Can-Am UTV race at 11 a.m. And then at 1:30 p.m. we'll kick off the 4400 Unlimited race.
And you definitely race to the flag, so you stay on it as long as you can, get right through that flag, and good to go. We have our Mid-America crew over here giving us some waters. Thank you, ladies. And that's Jody Ford on screen there.
He's already caught his checkered flag, but I believe he was a lap down. So it looks like unofficial 6th position for him.
All right, sounds like we are going to take a commercial break here shortly. So we'll be giving our sponsors some love here momentarily. We have a lot of stuff going on, as you saw behind us.
Yeah, we got some laser nut trophies to hand out. We're going to kick off the 170 race here shortly. So we'll be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I need it to try. Need it to fall. I need it to love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Me.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the state frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
What a great day of racing it's been thus far, and we are not over yet. The four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park has been one heck of a day. We are just wrapping up the Everyman Challenge classes. We'll be giving away these Laser Nut trophies here very, very soon, and then we'll have the 170 classes yet to come, then the 4900 Can-Am UTV race, and then the grand finale, the 4400 Unlimited class. So it sounds like Pam, she's about ready. So Pam, take it away.
Up here with our stock sportsman class in second position, Mr. Roger King. You made it through a brutal course out there today, quick and short and sweet. Tell us what you thought about it.
It's always rough at AOP. It was rough.
Definitely, you had no issues with any rocks and flats?
Well, we do now, but we didn't then. I know of.
Well, that's awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I need to thank Raceline Wheels. And I have another co-driver, and Wednesday night his wife had to go into emergency surgery. So he's with her, but I just want to tell Stephanie, we hope you get well quick.
Yeah, definitely prayers to her. Now, how'd you think about the race course out there today since you were thrown into it all of a sudden?
It was rough, just fun.
Well, awesome. Congratulations on your number 2 spot up here on the podium. This definitely was a very rough course, and you'll get to party later on. All right, and over here in the number 1 position, how are you doing, Jason? Jason Dean?
Actually, Jason.
Hi. Yeah, Jason. Yeah, he's over here. He separated his shoulder and asked us to hop in for him, and so we were able to bring home a win for him, and pretty uneventful day. It was definitely rough out there, but didn't kill any tires and only had to winch once. So
Jason didn't do that out here pre-running, did he?
No, but he did pre-run and decided it wasn't for the shoulder pain, so he asked us to step in, and we're going to leave here and go hop in 4900. So
awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you guys have to thank for getting you up here on the podium then?
We want to thank Raceline Wheels, Warren Winches, Brannick Motorsports, and Jason and our wives, and Milestar Tires too. They were great today, actually.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to our first and second, our stock sportsman class. You guys get to go jump in, so go hydrate and get on in, and let's do some celebrations. All right, congratulations again. That is our Jason Dean in the number 1 position in the stock sportsman, and Roger King in second.
Well, thank you, Pam, for giving away those amazing Laser Nut trophies. The sports stockman class is a lot of fun. It's kind of new to the Ultra 4. It was part of the America Pro Rock, but we just want everybody to come out and race, everybody to come out and have some fun. So we're going to rearrange some cars and get everything set up, and we'll keep on everything rolling. I know we're a little bit behind time. We apologize, but hey, there's nothing you can do when you're doing racing out in the middle of the woods, and if cars don't come in, they don't come in. There's nothing you can do. But JT's running a great thing. We will be kicking off the 170s here very shortly. But again, thanks everybody for tuning into the four-wheel parts. The four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. I keep wanting to say the Everyman Challenge because that's what I used to say at King of the Hammers, so sorry if I stutter every once in a while on that. But yeah, four-wheel parts has stepped up in a huge way this year once again, and we just want to give them a huge shout-out to making everything possible. So yeah, and again, with a little lull in the action from time to time, make sure you switch over to Mid-America Outdoors, the side-by-side championship series at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. They're racing as well, so you can switch back and forth. Go to that MAO app and switch the different links. Go to the MAO and Ultra 4 Facebook and YouTube. You can hit that share button, start a watch party. Let everybody know what we're doing out here at Adventure Off-Road Park in Tennessee and back in Jay, Oklahoma. So it's just like I said, it's been a wonderful day. We'll kind of, it's just we're going to keep running with what we got, and that's all we can do. This is our second race in the Eastern Series. Our third and final race will be in Crandon, Wisconsin at the Big House over Labor Day weekend, so make sure you don't miss that. We'll be heading to Visions here in about a month. We'll end up in Legends of the Fall, and it's been a great deal. So we need to give a huge shout-out to all of our amazing partners to make this possible. We need to thank Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holley EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, Axial RC, Method Race Wheels, Amsoil, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, Traction, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Brannick Motorsports, Rigid, and ARB. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. We are going to be giving away some more of these LaserNut trophies to the 4600 Spider Track stock class here very soon. So stay tuned in. We still have a lot of racing yet to come, a lot of hardware to give away, and it's just been a wonderful day. So again, thank you for staying tuned in. So let's kind of give you the flow, what we're going to try to keep on going on today. Obviously, we are going to be running a little behind schedule. I apologize for that, but here's the run of flow. We'll be doing U170s here shortly, then the 4900s, and then kicking off the day with the 44s. So it looks like we'll be kicking it back to Pam Hall here in just a second for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So giving up the LaserNut trophies. Looks like Pam's running over. We should be ready. So it looks like Pam Hall, it's going to be your show. Take it away.
Spider Track stock class. I love this class. I would love to get a car myself to do this. But in the third position, we have Cody Lusk out there. Great day of racing. A couple words sum it up for us out there on course.
It was rough, and today was actually the first time I've actually got any seat time behind this rig at all. Last year I was co-driver, so it was different, learning experience.
Well, I have to say you did pretty good. You're up here on the podium.
That was all my co-driver there.
Yeah, you do have to give them credit for sure, helping you get through those rocks and everything. But who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
First, I would like to thank the family and friends that got us here and helped us out. I'd like to thank my co-driver with Digging Deeper, Warren Winch, Method Race Wheels, Radflow Shocks, Barnes Off-Road. I'd like to thank everybody.
Are you ready for the next one?
We'll see. We got to do some wrenching to see if we can make it to the next one.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 3. Are you going to stick around and watch the rest of the racing?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Going over here to the number 2 spot in that Toyota. Whoops. We have Mick Henson. How is that out there today?
It was great. It was long. It was rough. It was hot.
Well, I was rooting you on because I absolutely love your race vehicle. I always root you on at every race, but congratulations on the number 2 spot. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I've got to thank everybody that was out there that helped me winch. I was co-driverless today. DOA Racing Engines stayed together great today. It got very hot. Stayed together. King Shocks and Hired Gun Off-Road.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this number 2 spot. See you at the next one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And on to the number 1 position, we have Mr. John Schaefer. Great day out there. Any issues?
No, I mean, we had a flat there on the first, did like 3/4 of the first lap on a flat, changed it, took it easy after that. The weather was really nice and cool, hardly any rocks out there, so it was like a trail ride.
No rocks jumped out at you or no trees today, right?
No, not after we got to flat. We were good after that.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here in the number 1 spot today?
I want to thank friends and family for coming out and helping. Sergio, he does really good on the notes. He knew where every rock was. Want to thank RPM Extreme for helping me build the Jeep. Savvy Off-Road, Rock Crawler Suspension. The Falcon tires did great. Raceline wheel, I mean, we drove on a flat for a long time. It held up. We got MCE liners, which really helps. And our ADS shocks, I mean, we haven't had a problem with it all day.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the top of the box here today. Let's give it up for our 4600 Spider Track stock class, John Schaefer, Mick Henson, and Cody Lusk. All right, back to you, Miles.
So we are racing the 170s as we speak. Sorry for the little mishap there, but they are out there. The young guys and gals are out there on course racing. We have Tillman Hewing, Hayden Gibson, Alexander Walraven, Hudson Wilson, Hurricane May, Lane Yeager, Dominique Gaddis, J.W. Caldwell, and Kimsey Caldwell. So we have a bunch of young guys and gals out there on the course running about a 3/4 mile lap down on the infield. They're here in the Yukon launch. It's great to see them running and having fun out there. Again, this is the youth of our sport. And joining me in the booth, I have Mr. Paul Wolf. How's it going, buddy?
Good. What's going on? It's cool to see these little guys out there. Like I said, they're going to be coming up behind us and probably whipping me down one of these days. Probably sooner than I want to admit, right?
And you got a daughter yourself. You know, I've got a couple young kids, and I hope to get them in this. We'll see. But are you going to bring yours up in the 170s?
Oh,
also?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get there here shortly. She's still a little young yet, but I want her to want to do it herself before I push her into it.
I 100% understand that, because sometimes if you try to push it too soon, they get burned out. So we definitely don't want to do that.
That's definitely what I want to avoid.
So Tillman Hewing, Hayden Gibson, Alexander Walraven, Hudson Wilson, Raleigh May, Lane Yeager, Dominique Gaddis, J.W. Caldwell, and Kimsey Caldwell are out there on screen trying to do our best, but they're out there having fun. And it's cool to give them a little screen time and let them have their little highlight.
Yeah, they're moving pretty good. I mean, we're kind of watching them here on the screen too, and they ain't cutting them no slack, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is a limited and a modified class out there. There is no timing, so we're just going to kind of let them have a little fun out there, and we'll give you the results once we get them. But, yeah, the young guys and gals are having a lot of fun. Looked like that was the number 108 of Kimsey Caldwell.
That's definitely some cool. It's a little dusty out there. They're
fighting
fighting a little
dusty.
bit of dust. So I wonder, do they have fresh air pumpers in them?
I don't know that answer. I would sure hope so.
Oh,
so it's a great shot of everything that's going on out there. And there's the high and wide. Like I said, it's about just over a half-mile short course for the 170s, and they're out there having a ball. So we got one camera and one drone out there.
Yeah, they're definitely making some good progress. They're carrying quite a bit of speed out there, so that looks really good.
Yeah, the 170s are a lot of fun as they bypass the four-wheel parts. Start-finish, and it looks like the white flag is out, so we'll see how it all plays out, and we'll get to the results when we can. We're trying to do the awards up here for the EMC and the race of the 170, so a little bit too much going on at this point, but we're having fun with it, and I know those kids are having a ball.
They're doing good. They're doing great, and since their white flag's out, it sounds like my race is up next, so I probably better head back over that way.
All right, well, Paul,
good seeing you again.
You're going to be in the 4900 Can-Am class and then straight in the 4400, so you got a long day ahead of you. Best of luck, and there's a lot of chatter. You better bring your A game. Yeah, you got a target on your back.
I need to. I know for sure I do, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited.
All right,
it'll
Paul,
be good. These trees are tight out here, though.
Always a pleasure, and good luck.
Throw down.
Thank you. So we still have Tillman Hewing, Hayden Gibson, Alexander Walraven, Hudson Wilson, Raleigh May, Lane Yeager, Dominique Gaddis, J.W. Caldwell, and Kimsey Caldwell. Looks like the checkered flag is out, so we'll wait for the results. I'll give them to you here in just a little bit. But I know Lane and Raleigh May were out there battling strong. Checkered flag is out, and these young guys and gals are having a ball. And how cool is it they're able to race during the Ultra 4 event here at the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. So we'll bring the young guys and gals up here and have a quick chat with them, but we're still got some of the hardware from LaserNet to give away. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. It's been a great day of racing, and we are not done yet for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. This is an amazing place just outside of South Pittsburgh in the Appalachian Mountain foothills. It's almost 600 acres, more than 120 trails. There's everything from mild to wild. They're open 7 days a week, $20 a person, $5 to dry camp. There's a great shower house and bathroom here on site. So, again, thanks to Benji, Karen, and Eddie for making everything possible here at the Adventure Off-Road. So right behind me, you can see the, let's see, that's going to be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class getting ready to do some awards. And then we'll be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here very shortly. We're a little bit behind schedule, but hey, that's racing. That's just part of it. And I know you guys all completely understand, so thank you for your patience. It's going to be a wonderful day, so we'll see what happens. Looks like we have one more car to park, and then we'll be giving away some of these Laser Nut trophies. Again, thank you to Cody Wagner and company for giving away these amazing trophies. They did it all last year. They're continuing this whole year. They've been a peach to work with, and they make some of the best trophies out there that I've ever seen. Sounds like we have 2 more awards to go, and then we'll give some recognition to the 170s before we kick out the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We'll have 3 races going on at the same time in there as well. We'll have stock, pro modification, and open. So, again, a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for putting this on with Mid-America and Ultra 4 and all of our media, all our volunteers, everybody here at AOP. It takes a whole team to put this together, and we're doing good things with it. And then we're going to kick off next year once again with King of the Hammers as the first Ultra 4 race of the season. So it's going to be a great, great rest of the year and a great next year. There's a lot of things in the works. We are super, super excited about it. Sounds like we are just moments away from the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
All right, send it to Pam right now.
Sounds like we're heading up to Pam Hall for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Thank you, Miles. Now we are down here with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class in this number 3 position. Mr. Buddy Carlton, how is it out there for you today?
Oh, it was really rough. The course was great, though. I can't complain. It was the driest I've ever seen AOP. Love the course. Man, I can't say nothing. Just one flat from getting on the top of the box, but still we got on a box, so we can't complain. Yeah,
it was definitely awesome to watch your guys' race for sure. It was down close to the wire. So sum it up in a couple words, what you thought of that race course.
Oh, it was good. It's tough. It's just a lot of pinch points. You can't drive as fast as you want to. As soon as you get in a rhythm and you think you can push it a little bit, you pinch a tire and then you have to slow way back down. So it's almost as slow as fast.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes that is, smooth as fast for sure. But who do you have to thank for getting you up here in this position today?
Oh, I'd like to thank Carlton Custom Motorsports. That's my shop back home. We do all the work on the car. Jimmy's Chassis for holding up. I mean, I've had a car that I haven't had any chassis problems or control problems or anything. Carolina Driveline does all my drive shaft stuff. Toyo Tires. We did have 3 flats today, but it's not the tire's fault. It's the driver's fault.
Driver's error, sometimes better.
But that's pretty much it. I mean, I thank my co-driver. I got a new guy co-driving for me. He works at the shop now, Sam, so he's here. My regular co-driver, he had some personal stuff he had to do this weekend, so it's the first time he's missed a race, but I wished he was here.
Well, it's awesome you're up here, rounding out the top of the box, so congratulations on the number 3 position.
Thank you.
All right, moving on over here to the number 2 position, Mr. Trevor Foltz. Let me get my microphone over here before I trip everybody. Sorry. So you came in, your battery was dead just now, tires are a little bald. How was your day other than that?
We had a great day besides 2 flats in the first lap, but after that we slowed it down a little bit and were able to pick our lines like we wanted to and how we prepared to.
Awesome. Well, you got up here on the 2nd position today. Who would you like to thank for getting you here?
I'd like to thank Top Tier Suspensions, Warren Winches, Schaefer's Racing Oil, Yeet Sunglasses, and Final Images.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this number 2 position. Going to hang out, watch some more racing?
Yes, ma'am. I got another car racing today in the 4400 class.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and on to this number 1 spot. I know he's been waiting for this for quite some time. Came in with a flat tire and got that number 1 position. Evan Sherman, awesome racing out there today.
We did the best we could. It was a hard course, a lot of flat tires, just drove, and pushed as hard as we could. Didn't realize that we were in first till we pulled in, and we were happy as could be. Couldn't imagine anything better. I can't thank my co-driver Chris enough. He also works in our shop. I took him out of the shop for a few days, said let's go racing. My girlfriend Brianna for helping coordinate all the pit situation, everybody else that helped us in the pits. The Jimmy's chassis we run was absolutely amazing, holds up to the abuse. I mean, it got drug across every rock on this side of the Mississippi. It had a rough day. I mean, it was hard on that poor car. I feel bad for it. I'd like to thank Rugged Radios, Carlton Custom Motorsports for all their help, Weldon Fuel Pumps, S&D Diesel for a sponsorship, and thank you very much to everyone else that helped out.
Awesome. I know you were super excited. I was over there, saw your look on your face when you found out you got this number 1 position. So congratulations, number 1 on the box today, and go finish watching some racing. Are you going to pit for anybody?
Absolutely. We'll be pitting for Cade Rod in 4400 and probably a few other 44 cars as well. And best of luck to him, and he'll probably do good out there.
Awesome. And that rounds out our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Number 1, Evan Sherman. Number 2, Trevor Foltz. And 3rd position, Buddy Carlton. Congratulations. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam, and what a great showing by the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Behind me, you see the young tykes pulling up. We're getting ready to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, but we still have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class yet to go for awards, so we're going to try to keep everything going flow quick. I know we're a little behind schedule. Thank you for your patience, but what a wonderful day. I'm going to throw up next the course for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and kind of it's basically the same thing. The only thing that switches is now it's the HCR Hot Pits. So down at the center bottom is where the start line is, and at the bottom right is where the finish is. So we're running clockwise. So we start and go either or one up the Recaro Rise, and work yourself way around. You hit the rigid ridge and then zigzag through these mountains, these tight trees, and make it back into the Bronco boulders. Hit the Yukon launch, and then hit the four-wheel parts finish line. And then it's a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone through the HCR Hot Pits, and it's probably about a 300 to 400 yards spurt of 25 miles an hour, and then it's resumed race speed around this 6-mile lap. A 6-mile loop. The 4900 class will do 5 laps. There are 12 either-ors. It's going to be a great race, so stay tuned in. We still got a lot of trophies to give away, a lot of racing yet to come, and if in some of the downtime, if you want to tune in to Mid-America Outdoors at the MAO app for the Side-by-Side Championship Series, do that as well. They're racing in Jay, Oklahoma. And if you weren't able to make it this race, let's throw up the year-end schedule. And so obviously we are here at AOP in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. Up next is Visions Off-Road. That is our biggest event at Mid-America Outdoors this year in Jay, Oklahoma, July 13th through the 17th. And that's a double points race for us. And then from there we head to the Black Hills Throwdown in Sturgis, South Dakota at the Buffalo Chip, August 5th through the 7th. And then our last Eastern race is the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin, over Labor Day weekend, September 2nd through the 4th. And then we end up the year at Legends of the Fall once again in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors, another huge off-road festival, October 26th through the 30th. So it's going to be a great year, so be sure to tune in. We have the Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series, so be sure to tune in that MAO app. Go to the MAO and Ultra 4 Facebook and YouTube, and make sure you tune in all season long. It's going to be a great, great season of racing. We still have lots of action yet to go today. So it looks like, look at the line. Look how many UTVs we have out there. I believe we have roughly 38 UTVs that will be hitting the track here in just a little bit. We have the stock production UTV NA. The stock production class. That is NA and turbo. You have to have an OEM chassis, 33-inch tire. That's the biggest tire you can run in the stock class. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. Then we have the Pro Modified UTV class. It's based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must use stock suspension points there as well. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run full front plastics. And you can have up to a 35-inch tire. And then the open class, that's just what it is. It's open. The only rule there is it can't be more than 1,000 cc's in the engine, but it's run what you brung, build what you want. And we have Scott Raymer running that one in the open class, and it's going to be busy. So we'll be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here in just a little bit. Getting everything lined up. The weather is starting to heat up out here. The wind is blowing, but not very much. So we are hoping for that. It's going to be roughly 90 degrees today. Hot and humid, but a beautiful day to be racing for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh. Just finishing up the limited class racing, just finished up the Youth 170s, and they'll be kicking off the UTVs, and then we'll probably be a little off schedule. So I'm going to guess 2 o'clock for the 4400. It's scheduled for 1:30, but we'll see how it pans out. We still have a little time to fudge some stuff here and there, because off-road racing, you can never plan it perfect, because it throws a little bit of everything, and that's why we love it. Hearing through the PCI race radios, we're checking everything out, making sure we have a clear course. So we will be sending the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here in just a little bit. And it sounds like we have Pam up there with the 170, so let's let her give a chat. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. We're down here with the 170 modified class. We have Miss Kimsey Caldwell really quickly because we're moving on to the big cars here in just a moment. What'd you think?
It was very fun.
Awesome. Thanks, Mom and Dad, right?
Yes.
Well, congratulations on that number 3 spot up here. We'll see you in the big cars maybe later on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and on the number 2 spot here, we have Miss Riley May. She's a seasoned driver. She races all over the place. Congratulations today. Are you going to smile for us? Want to thank Mom and Dad?
Yeah.
I know this is a new car. You're having fun in it, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot.
Thank you.
All right, and over here in number 1, we have Lane Yeager in the 170 modified class. Congratulations. Who do you have to thank?
My mom and my dad.
Well, you did pretty awesome out there. I didn't get to physically watch your race, but you're up here on top of the box, so you had to do good, right?
I guess.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll see you guys in the future in the big cars, but congratulations to our 170 modified class, Lane Yeager, Riley May, and Kimsey Caldwell.
I just absolutely love watching the youth of our sport out there running around and just the smiles they have. It's just a great feeling all the way around. The young guys and gals out there. I mean, that is the future of our sport. They'll eventually be driving in Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors. So it's great to see them out there enjoying it as much as their parents are. And sometimes it's more of the parents having fun. And at the bottom of your screen right there, that's Mr. Cole Shirley with Mad Ram 11. He's out there getting some action shots. Sounds like we are very, very close to going live racing action for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And on the pole is going to be Mr. Jamie McCoy. Right behind him will be Paul Wolf, then Tyler Gibbs, Jay Shaw, Cole Clark, Mike Park, Brian Stone, Carson Atkins, Robert Parker, James Cantrell, Levi Metzinger, Philip Papapo, Adam Kinnett, Mitch Wofford, Dustin Robbins, Zach Pollard, Aaron Lynch, Justin Barth, Cody Quattlebaum, Jason Tidwell, A.J. Stratman, Trey Price, Alex Rose, Matthew Walraven, Heath Taylor, Cody Martin, Jeremy Blackburn, Scott Raymer, Cameron Meek, Aiden Gilbert, Cameron Zollers, Eli Engel, Patrick Murray, Brian Hamby, Matthew McIntosh, Peyton Dunford, Sarah Duffy, and Steve Engel. Remember, there will be 3 separate classes racing at the same time once again. So it'll be a little tricky to see how it shakes out, but it's going to be a fun one to watch, so be sure to tune in. So there's a great shot of Mr. Jamie McCoy, our pole setter. He had a 1:08 fastest lap of the day out of every single car. Almost 90 cars qualified yesterday, and Jamie McCoy was the fastest overall. Behind him, I believe, was Eric Miller with a 1:11 in his 4400 King of the Hammers winning car. So it looks like we're getting close. We're hoping to do some more trophies for the other 170 class and the 4500 class, but we're also getting ready to ship off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So it's going to be busy. Lots of chatter through the PCI race radios. It sounds like once we have a safe and clear course, we will be racing for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. We need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Four-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, Holly EFI, Lasernut, Griffin, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, and King of the Hammers. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today. Sounds like we're getting a clear course. There's JT Taylor, our race director, with the 5 count. Here we go, the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. On the pole position, Jamie McCoy with Jeremy Dixon riding shotgun out of Kingsport, Tennessee, with G-Force Racing in a 4900 Pro modified class. He's in a Can-Am CA built. G-Force Tune Shocks, STK, MRT, Evo Power Sports, Keller Ball Joints helped Jamie get on there. So great run by him. Remember, this is an adjusted time race, 30-second increments, so we'll see how it all shakes out. Right behind him is going to be Mr. Paul Wolf. This kid is on a mission now. Number 86 out of Brighton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. He's running the Pro Modified class. Running a Can-Am, MRT, Raceline, HCR, CA Technologies, G-Force, Zollinger Racing, MAO, EBC Brakes, RCV, and Halo Lockers. Next up is going to be the 926 of Tyler Gibbs out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky. He's running a 4900 Pro Modified class. He's in a Can-Am, MRT, Method Race Wheels, and Fox Shocks. So Tyler Gibbs hot on course, number 926. And again, this race is on adjusted time, just like our previous race. They are taking off in 30-second increments. This race is a 6-mile loop. There are 5 laps. There are 12 either-ors out there. It's going to be awesome to see how this pans out. So this is a 30-mile race, 5 laps, 6 miles. So up next is going to be Mr. Jay Shaw with Bryce Lane riding shotgun out of Springville, Alabama with Adventure Lifestyle. He's running a Can-Am built by CT Raceworks. This is Kyle Chaney's King of the Hammers winning car this year. He just wants to give a huge shout-out to Adventure Lifestyle. It's the only way he's back racing with us. He kind of took a little time out, but Adventure Lifestyle stepped up in a huge way, and Jay Shaw is fourth off the line. And another heavy hitter, number 24, Cole Clark, in a single-seat RS1 RMS built machine out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. He's in an RMS built Polaris RS1 with a Turbo Razor drivetrain, KMC, rugged, PRP, RCV, HCR, and ZRP. Cole Clark is definitely going to be one to watch today. There is a lot of heavy hitters in this class. The UTV is probably the fastest growing. They've got, what do we have? Just under 40 cars that will be racing in this race today. Up next is going to be number 904, Mike Park. Had a fun chat with him and his team last night. Number 904 out of Callahan, Florida with Team 904. He's running the Pro Modified class. He's in a Can-Am, Maxxis Raceline wheels, Double E Racing shocks. His first race was this year at King of the Hammers. He comes from a mud run background, so it's great to see him running here at Ultra 4 and at Mid-America Outdoors. So up next is the number 5012 of Brian Stone out of Edders, Pennsylvania. With Brian Stone Racing, he's in a Can-Am X3, RCV, G-Force Tune, Fox Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Raceline Wheels, MRT, Walker Evans, Big B, CT Raceworks, Hess, Keller, and Jason Watt. Up next is going to be the 722 of Carson Atkins, a new to him Yamaha YXZ out of Seymour, Tennessee with Devone 722 Racing. He's in a Yamaha YXZ 1000, Nitto Tires, Raceline Wheels, and Fox Shocks. And that's interesting. You see him, you can hear him take off, and he's actually shifting. Most of these cars are belt driven with a lot of Ultimax belts, but he has got a transmission, so he's going to shift with that thing. So he definitely has an advantage not having to run one of those belts, but in some of these rock sections, that can be a little tricky as well. So Carson Atkins 8th off the line, and 9th off the line is going to be number 900. That is Robert Parker out of Benson, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. He's in a Can-Am, Maxxis Tires, KMC, Fox, Fuel, PCF, Mr. RPM, and Wheel Pros help Robert Parker get across the line. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And up next is another fan favorite, fairly local, number 502, James Cantrell out of Louisville, Kentucky, racing for Mad Ram 11 in the Pro Modified class. He's racing a Polaris Pro XP, HCR, BFG, Keller, Zollinger, Brannick, all things UTV, and PRP. And that machine right there is for sale. So if you want to come racing Ultra 4 or Mid-America Outdoors, get a hold of James after this race, and you might be able to take home a race car. Up next is going to be the 823 of Levi Metzinger out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania with Levi Metzinger Racing. He's got a Can-Am, RCV, PRP, MRT, muscle race wheels, G-Force shocks, NRP, HCR, DynoJet, Keller ball joints, Simpson, and Dry Brake Trucking. So great to see Levi Metzinger here. He had some issues pre-running, had some battery issues or whatnot, but him and his whole family are a never-quit attitude. Love to see that. So Levi Metzinger out there on a mission trying to chase down the top leaders. Taking off in that 12th position is going to be number 6, Philip Papa Poe out of Shannon, Mississippi. With the 4900, he's racing in the 4900 Pro Mod class. He's in a Can-Am, MRT, Jamie McCoy Racing, G-Force Racing, NOS Suspension, JW Performance, CA Technology, MRT Raceline, and Fox. So we have 12 competitors out on course out of roughly 38. So up next, just fresh out of the stock sportsman class, Mr. Adam Kinnett, number 470, out of Moreland, Indiana with Kinetic Customs Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class. With Corey Day riding shotgun and a Polaris Razor 1000, MRT, Brannick, and G-Force. So up next is going to be the number 253 of Mitch Wofford. He had a great success in Rush, Kentucky just a month or two ago. He got second place. So Mitch Wofford, number 253 out of Ashland City, Tennessee with Razor Extreme. He's in the Pro Modified class. Polaris RS1, STI, Rocktanes, OMF, Elka, and Rhino.
All right.
And Pam, you've been busy running around, so I'm going to let you give me a little hand here.
All right, so up next is going to be the 311 of Mr. Dustin Robbins.
Out of Decatur, Alabama with all things UTV. He's in a single-seat Can-Am, all things UTV, Vision Wheel, Super ATV, KMC, BFG, Walker Evans, Dragon Fire Seats, KB3, Warren Bikeman Performance, and G-Force.
And he is off the line. Next up is going to be the number 645 of Zach Pollard.
Out of Fayetteville, North Carolina with East Coast Cowboys Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class. He's in the Can-Am X3, Maxxis, Metal FX, and Fox.
All right, on the line is the 113 of Aaron Lynch, starting in that 17th position.
Aaron Lynch out of Powell, Tennessee with MFN Performance. He's in a Can-Am, MFN, Lynchworks, CA Technologies, TinFab, Maxxis, STI, G-Force, Fox, and Right Coast Off-Road. Again, this is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. They are taking off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time as we're watching the Recaro rise as we speak. What a great, great, great race we have. And there goes Mr. Aaron Lynch.
All right.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park.
And then next up is going to be the 417 of Mr. Justin Barth.
Justin Barth out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing. He's in a Polaris, RCV, MRT, Walker Evans, Warren, Hess Motorsports, PCI, G-Force, Keller Performance, HCR, and ZRP. Justin Barth just hopped out of his Jimmy's chassis car out of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and is out there running. So Justin Barth pulling double duty today, and he is off the line in 18th position.
And then in the 19th position, next up is the number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum.
With Bandit Off-Road Racing out of Macon, Georgia. He's in a Polaris Turbo Razor, Warren, Brannick, MRT, Rugged, OGO, Keller Performance, Cast Leg Metals, Walker Evans Shocks, Trinity Racing Aftermarket Assassins, Kryptonite Suspension, and KWT. So off the line is Cody Quattlebaum.
Lots of UTVs out there today.
Yeah, 38
UTVs
UTVs should be taking the line, Pam. This is going to be a great race. Again, there are 3 classes racing at the same time. It's going to be action, action, action.
Action and quickly paced as well. I mean, well, I say quickly, but it's because they're more nimble.
I think they're going to be right around that 21-minute mark.
There you go.
For the leaders.
Okay. And then the 20th position next off the line is going to be the 778 of Jason Tidwell.
Out of Gravette, Arkansas with PST Racing. He's in the stock class, running a Can-Am, KMC, and Fox Shock. So in that 20th position, Jason Tidwell off the line.
And then next off the line in the 21st position is going to be the 4906 of A.J. Stratman.
A.J. Stratman's been racing with us for quite a while. Great to see him out there running strong. A.J. Stratman, number 4906.
And then next off the line after A.J. will be the 4954 of Trey Price in that 22nd position.
So there takes off A.J. Stratman, the number 4906. Getting a little ahead of ourselves, I apologize.
Sorry.
No, we're all good, Pam. It's good. There's lots of cars taking off. Up next is Trey Price, number 4954. So Trey Price should be taking off soon.
30-second increments, is that correct?
Yes, 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time. I apologize. There were a little bit late entries, and I didn't get them added to my list, but number 4954, Trey Price, is off the line. Yes,
all
Pam,
right.
This is 30-second increments. This is a 6-mile loop, 5 laps, so 30 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain out here at Adventure Off-Road Park. Tires are going to be the issue. Heat's going to be the issue as we're watching them getting ready to head up the Recaro Rise.
And then next off the line is going to be the 119 of Alex Rose in that 23rd position.
And I believe this is his first race with us. He's in that pro modified class. He's in a Polaris Razor, running Fox Shocks. Remember, there are 3 classes racing at the same time, so please tune in to ultra4racing.com/live for the live feed. Go to the MAO and Facebook for Ultra4. Hit the YouTube. And for timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com for live timing so you can see some of your favorite drivers.
All right, and next up is going to be Matthew Walraven in that 24th position in the 118. His son just stepped out of the 170 class.
Out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina, with a Can-Am, MRT Method, and G-Force. So Matthew Walraven off the line.
And then next up will be the number 182 in that 25th position of Mr. Heath Taylor.
With James King riding shotgun out of Pea Ridge, Arkansas, with Taylor Racing. He's in the 4900 stock class, racing his Polaris Razor, BFG tires, Warren, and Walker Evans.
Miles, as we were talking right now, I know we're in the Can-Am UTV class, but over there doing the interviews with the drivers that just came in, they were excited, they were happy, but you could see on their faces, besides the excitement and happiness, you could see how much
their worn
body,
out.
exactly,
Yes.
how much their bodies endured just now out there, and the attrition that set in with just their bodies, not only their vehicles.
And just think, Justin Barth just got finished racing. He's racing again. Paul Wolf's out on track now. He'll be racing in the 4400 class, so it's going to be a long day for some of these guys and gals.
Yes, it is for sure. And then that was the 296 of Cody Martin that just took off the line.
This is a fast young man. He's got his brother Cameron riding shotgun out of Gallatin, Tennessee with Team Martin Racing. He's in a 2020 Can-Am X3RR. Nitro Racing Parts, Moto Race Tire, all things UTV, EB Racing, Raceline Wheels, and G-Force.
And then next off the line in the 27th position is going to be the number 40 of Jeremy Blackburn.
Out of Pikeville, Kentucky with On the Gas Racing in the stock class. He's in an RS1 Polaris Razor Tusk Walker Evans.
And he is off the line. So in the 28th position, next up will be the 4934 of Scott Raymer.
So Scott Raymer, number 4934 out of Springdale, Arkansas with Fuelworks Racing. He's the only one in the open class. He's in a Pilgreen built chassis, Polaris 1000 turbo drivetrain. He's running portals on this machine. Nitto Tires, Fox, Raceline, Brake Me, and Fuel Works. So off the line next is going to be the 144 of Cameron Mink. This is Chicky Barton's nephew out of Middlesboro, Kentucky, with Chicky Barton Racing, running a Polaris Razor, BFG, Vision Wheels, Fox, Next Level Motorsports, and Star Septic. Great to see Chicky Barton back in the game, letting his nephew Cameron have a little fun. We saw Cameron during qualifying take a little tumble, so that's why he's taking a little bit of a rear start. So up next is the 618 of Aiden Gilbert. This is Casey Gilbert's son. He's riding shotgun with him out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing in a 4900 stock class car, running Polaris, Nitto, Method, Fox, Brannick, Big B, Funhaver. It's great to see everybody pitch in and help the young Aiden Gilbert out. He decided not to qualify, just save the car, save himself. But he's out there racing with the big guys and gals. Aiden Gilbert has a bright future in our sport. And we'll see Casey out there running next.
And that is the 395 of Cameron Zollers in that 31st position.
Out of Canton, Ohio, with Cam's Motorsports, another young gun in our sport. In the stock class, running a Polaris Turbo S, Super Grip tires, Raceline wheels, Walker Evans shocks, and RCV.
In the 32nd position, next up will be the number 77 of Ellie Engel.
He was another late entry, so I apologize. I didn't get all of his information, but Ellie Engel out there running strong, taking off in that.
Number 902, that's
nope.
Patrick Murray.
So I do not see Ellie Engel out there. So that's number 902, Patrick Murray out of Voss, North Carolina, with Murray Off-Road Motorsports. In the Pro Mod class, he's in a Can-Am X3, ZRP, RCV, G-Force Tune shocks, MRT, KMC, Warren, and Keller.
We apologize. We cannot see which car is next off the line, but it should be the number 817 of Brian Hamby in that 34th position.
It is absolutely 817. Brian Hamby out of Winchester, Tennessee, with Limited Budget Racing in another stock class. Can-Am, Extreme Razor Performance, CA Technology, Turner Cycles, Trinity Racing, Halo, KMC, Bohr, Maxxis, KMC, and Fox.
Next off the line should be the 4918 of Matthew McIntosh.
So that is the 4918 of Matthew McIntosh. Out of Marietta, Georgia, Polaris Turbo Razor, Keller Ball Joints, G-Force, Walker, and Maxxis. Again, this is the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. As Matthew McIntosh heading through the Recaro Rise section, they'll be taking a hard left here very shortly. So here's the number 1993 of Sarah Duffy. Out of Harrisburg, Arkansas, with SBC Racing Team and a Kawasaki Terex 1000, Fox Shocks, MRT, Corbo. This is Martin Duffy's daughter. He's with Off-Road Worldwide. Great to see her out here racing with us. So this is number 7, Peyton Dumford. Out of Cincinnati, Ohio, with Dirt Princess 7. She's in a Polaris Turbo S, MRT tires, Off-Road Vixens, AJK, Raceline wheels, Extreme Muddin, and Walker Evans. I know she took a pretty good tumble during pre-running. She didn't qualify, so she may have just took the start just to get her start points. So I know she was a little banged up, but she is okay. She's just a little sore, so we'll see how it all plays out. But it looks like we have 36 cars out on course as we speak. This is a 6-mile loop. They are running 5 laps, so it's a 30-mile race. They got about an hour and a half to roll with it. It's going to be a great, great one. So, yeah, number 77, Steve Engel, did not take the line. And, yes, Peyton Dumford is just going to take the start and pull off instantly. She isn't feeling up, so tough break, but at least she was able to take the green flag. So we are looking at the HCR hot pits as we speak. There's lots of action all over, and I hear a UTV already coming out of the woods. So is this going to be Jamie McCoy or Paul Wolf, Tyler Gibbs, Jay Shaw? I'm sure unless Jamie McCoy has issues, it's going to be him. And it is absolutely Paul Wolf. I was wrong. So where is Jamie McCoy? Paul Wolf got around Jamie McCoy in the woods. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments, so Paul Wolf has already made time on Jamie McCoy.
That's awesome, Miles. I was just now discussing the little 170s, the tiny tots, and that is
Jay Shaw.
Shaw.
Where is Jamie McCoy? Where is Tyler Gibbs? The track is already starting to eat some of these cars.
And
So
I'm
the
sorry,
Can-Ams
Jay
up
Shaw,
front.
he started in 4th position.
Correct. So he got around Gibbs and McCoy. So on adjusted time, it's going to be very close between Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf. Look at the amazing aerial shot from FPV Believe Cam drone. There's the HCR hot pits. This is going to be a great addition. So again, thank you to Rock Racing TV production crew.
The dust that was in the Bronco boulders right there was pretty amazing. You know, you don't usually want to throw water down on an area like that with rocks being dusty.
Look at the drone going through the woods. That's equally as impressive as some of these race cars. So we only have 2 cars. Is there a bottleneck out there somewhere? What is going on?
With so many either ors out there, some of them it's hard. You might not know there might be a bottleneck and you get into it and then you can't get out of it because you can't go backwards on race course.
And remember, in the HCR hot pits, it is a 25 miles an hour
But you hear
speed zone.
Can-Am.
Yep, that's going to be
That's
Paul
probably
Wolf, I believe.
Well, no, I believe that's going to be Jamie McCoy. Paul Wolf is already gone through.
Well, no, he's going to be coming through the HCR hot pits is what I'm talking about.
This right here. So yep, there's Jamie McCoy with a right rear flat
tire, and then Brian Stone gets around. So that is why McCoy is off pace. He's got a right rear flat as Brian Stone makes around Jamie McCoy. So it is Paul Wolf physically out front still. And remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. As Jamie McCoy with that flat tire heading through the
Jay
Bronco
Shaw
boulders.
on corrected time right now.
I was just saying that I think it was going to be really close. What is the time split between those two? 20 seconds?
No,
40
nope.
seconds.
On corrected time, Jay Shaw is at it says 19:52 and Paul Wolf at 20:40.
So wow, I called a 21-minute lap, and they've already
broke it because their lap
20.
times. Yes.
That's pretty impressive. So adjusted time is Jay Shaw up front, but at physical it is Paul Wolf.
Wow.
This is going to be one heck of a race. Those Can-Ams up front are going to be pushing hard. There's Brian Stone coming through the 4-wheel parts finishing
And
his first lap out of 5.
Brian Stone started in that number 7 position.
So there's Jamie McCoy. He'll be heading into the HCR hot pits. And there's another chase through the woods by our Believe Cam FPV drone. And
There's the
904. That's Mike Park. We had some fun with him and his team last night.
Out of Florida.
They're new to Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors as he's heading into the Bronco Boulders. And they'll head in the short course and hit the Yukon launch. So Brian Stone heading out, physical in that 3rd position. But hey, Pam, look at this on adjusted time. Brian Stone is actually out front, so he's got a really good race.
His lap time was in 18:56.
Wow! Like I said, I called 21 minutes. I'm 2 minutes off this one.
All right, Miles, I'm going to leave you for just a moment. We're going to go talk with the kids that finished in the UTV 170 class, so I'll be back here in just a moment.
Pam, have fun. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. And there's Carson Atkins getting chased down by our drone. And that 722, that's the first and only Yamaha out on course today as he's getting ready to check up for the Bronco Boulders. So Carson Atkins has a great run going. He started in that 8th position, but he'll be 6th out on course, so he's got a great run. hopefully McCoy can get in there and get a quick tire change and get battling out there. That's what we talked about. The course is going to be what's going to change this. So Jamie McCoy all over the gas. He is out there trying to run down. There's Cole Clark coming to screen as he's going to hit the Bronco boulders, but Jamie McCoy with a quick tire change back out there quick as Cole Clark running strong. There's Carson Atkins coming back into screen. We've got 36 cars that took the green flag. We know Peyton Dumfer was just going to take the green flag and pull over. She just isn't feeling up. She took a pretty good tumble, but she's a young gal. We know she'll come back as this is going to be a great shot of Cole Clark. He'll hit the Yukon launch, do a little bunny kick, and have some fun with it. So Cole Clark running around the outside of this short course, and look how dusty it is out there. So lap traffic, I believe, will become an issue later on today. There's Carson Atkins coming through that 25 miles an hour speed zone. Again, we want to give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette for bringing the Ultra 4 and Mid-America crew out here to AOP. We've got a lot of volunteers here on site. The entire Ultra 4 and MAO crew is here. Media Safety, USAC. I mean, it's a great thing as Cole Clark's hitting that 25 mile an hour speed zone right now. And like I said, it's about 300 or 400 yards coming through the HCR hot pits until he hits resume race speed and back on the gas. And I know it's getting hot out there, but we have the MAO Ultra 4 merch trailer. We have Angel, Carly, Bailey, Tristan, the whole crew. They've got a lot of shirts. They got a lot of hats. They've got tank tops. They got sunscreen. So make sure you go buy and check them out. They've got all of our swag, and they've got some cool stuff. That's about the only thing I carry in my closet. We've also got a coffee shop over here, the barbecue joint. We had that last night. Thank you to the Robinettes for the Driver's Appreciation Dinner, and it is excellent. So make sure you go over there and grab some grub. They've got plenty of it, and it is great. Sounds like I have some more action coming out of the woods. That's maybe Mitch Wofford, I believe. It's definitely a single seat RS1. That is the 253 of Mitch Wofford out of Ashland City, Tennessee. Cole Clark heading out lap 2 of 5. Mitch Wofford had a great showing in Rush, Kentucky earlier this year. He got second position. Remember, we do have 3 classes racing at the same time. We have the stock production, that's NA and turbo. Then we have the pro modified and the open. We only have 1 car in the open, that's Scott Raymer. But it's going to be a great race out there, so don't go anywhere. Get on our social media, hashtag it up, start a watch party. Share it. Let's blow it up. That's what grows the sport. So we need to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, Recaro, Spider Tracks, Baja Jerky, PCI, Axial, Method, Amsoil, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. So please support who supports the sport as we're chasing down Mr. James Cantrell, Mad Ram 11 sponsored machine. As he's heading into the Bronco Boulders, James Cantrell is running a strong pace. Remember, you can buy that car. It's for sale right now. And he chose this race to be his double points race. Since the merge of everything, there was a few people that weren't able to run King of the Hammers early on this year, so we made an exception. This is his double points race outside of King of the Hammers for him. So he just said he's going to run about 70%. He just needs to finish to get his finisher points. So I see Dustin Robbins coming through. There we go. We got that Believe Cam FPV chasing him down as he hits the Bronco boulders. So Dustin Robbins with all things UTV still running strong as Mitch Wofford hits the gas, heading out for another lap. And that's a great aerial shot as getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. As Dustin Robbins hits the little launch, it's a little bit of a donkey kick, but he's running strong. Still waiting to see Levi Metzinger come through. Should be seeing him here shortly. There's James Cantrell coming out the other end of the HCR hot pits at 25 miles an hour. There's Dustin Robbins heading in the HCR hot pits. Remember, it's 25 miles an hour from here to where you can see the dust, so it's a pretty good little jaunt. There's the 113 of Aaron Lynch coming. He'll be coming towards the Bronco boulders. We'll see him there. You can see his dust getting kicked up. So Aaron Lynch hitting the Bronco boulders as we speak. 645 is Zach Pollard right behind him. The dust is thick out here today. And look at the flags. They are just barely moving.
Oh, there's Dustin Robbins just came on through here.
Yep, he's heading out for lap 2 of 5. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, 30-second increments. So, Pam, why don't you give us a little catch-up on the live.ultra4racing.com timing?
All right, it looks like in the number 1 position. Let me do a refresh because I've been away from the computer for a minute.
And remember, this is going to be on adjusted time.
Yes, on adjusted time. We have in that number 1 position the 5012 of Brian Stone in that UTV Pro Modified class. In the 2nd position, number 17, Jay Shaw. 3rd position, the number 86 of Paul Wolf. And then we have Carson Atkins in that 4th position, Mike Park in that 5th, Mitch Wolford, 6th position, Jamie McCoy, 7th, Dustin Robbins, 8th, Aaron Lynch, 9th, Cole Clark, 10th, James Cantrell in that 11th position. We have a guest up here.
We have Mrs. Peyton Dunford with Dirt Princess 7 in here. We saw you take the line and then pulled off, and I heard you took a little tumble. I'm glad to see you're okay, but you're just kind of playing it safe, I'd assume?
Yeah. We kind of broke the car a little bit.
You broke the car.
You were the one driving, right?
Yeah.
I hate to see that for you. You've been racing with us for a little while now. It's always fun to see. You've got a great social media thing going on. And I love how you know the car's hurt, but you still took the green flag.
Yep.
So how's everything else been going? What's next on the schedule for you?
I think Visions.
Oh, you're coming to Visions. That place is awesome.
What?
You've been there already, right? You raced MAO
Yes.
some.
And it's close to you, right? You guys live not too far away from there?
No, we live 12 hours away.
Oh, 12 hours away. I thought you were closer than that. Wow.
Yeah.
About
Yeah.
like me. I'm 16 hours away from there.
Whoa.
Have you guys been watching any of the racing there since you've been here? I mean, since you got out of the car?
Yeah.
Yep. Awesome. I know we were kind of flipping back and forth ourselves here. What was your favorite part about the race course today?
I'm not sure. I did
Yeah,
like
she
going
didn't go
up
out.
up
Oh,
some
you
of those
weren't
hills.
here. That's right.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I knew that. I've been back and forth between all these race cars. So.
What's your favorite part about Mid-America Outdoors? Let's go there.
I would say the short course.
The short course is awesome, isn't it? And then what about the amenities? Do you like the lazy river and the pool and all that
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. So we'll see you at Visions here in a little bit. Anything else you want to let us know?
But you pre-ran, right? Did you go pre-running out here?
Yeah,
little
but
bit?
we flipped a little.
You flipped a little.
Up there a little bit.
Up there a little bit.
And that's when she
But-
hurt her car.
Were you having fun until that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Good. Good. That's all that matters.
Well, it's a family affair. I see your dad over there, all smiles. You know, it's just part of the racing thing. Without everything, you just can't make it happen. So, Peyton, best of luck to you, and thanks for having a quick chat with us.
Thanks.
Awesome. See you next time. All right, lots of action going on behind us here. We've had the 170 podiums. We have the 4500 we're waiting to do. It's just been an action-packed morning here, and we have on screen, we have the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. I didn't get to see the very beginning of everything, but I heard the cars taken off the line, and already we had Paul Wolf come in physically, but he is on corrected time in 3rd position. So it's been a crazy race day here this morning.
So it looks like Levi Metzinger was out there on course. He just got a time credit. He was out there helping the number 11 car. So that's why we haven't seen him. So great sportsmanship out of Levi Metzinger for that.
And that was the 296 of Cody Martin.
And that kid is fast. I suspect to see him work his way through the pack. But on adjusted time, it's Brian Stone, Jay Shaw, Paul Wolf, Carson Atkins, and Mike Park running out the top 5. And we just saw Cody Martin. He did move in that 6th position, and he started quite a ways back. Yeah, Cody Martin started in that 26th position, so he has adjusted time on his side. So I suspect that it's going to be really hard for Stone, Shaw, and Wolf and Atkins to run a strong run.
And that's Justin Barth just came out of the woods.
Because Cody Martin's going to have that adjusted time, so he's got, what, 13 minutes
and
or so?
And he barely even made it here yesterday
Yeah.
for qualifying. He put on Facebook that he was about an hour out, hoping to make it before the end of qualifying. And he made it, but, yeah, he cut it really close.
There's Justin Barth heading through the Bronco Boulders, number 417, out of Springfield, Missouri. So Justin Barth getting ready to hit the Yukon launch in the back section.
You can see him checking up for sure right there.
Gets a little bit of airtime. Again, USAC is here on site. They're our sanctioning body and will help with timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. We have our USAC rep, Leo Donnell, 23, here on site, helping everything run smooth and doing a great job at it. Justin Barth getting ready to finish his first lap.
We'll see where that puts him. I mean, he's going to be worn out tonight, just getting out of the race car doing, did he 4 or 5 laps earlier? 4?
I don't really, he was supposed to do 5, but I think he only did 4.
Definitely, and you hear a horn off into the distance, so that usually means that somebody's getting ready to pass or trying to pass.
And I could see our leaders coming back through here anytime.
Paul Wolf had that time of 19:43, but Brian Stone, fastest lap so far of the day, 18:56, 6:15.
18:56, so now they're putting me 2 full minutes off my guess.
I didn't even do any guesses.
They are really stepping up. So that's number 900 of Robert Parker heading out. So I heard the sirens, but I don't see much right now.
I don't see any either. Haven't heard them get any closer. But then again, we're kind of in a bowl here, so if somebody's up on a hill, we can always probably hear the sirens coming down. And 417 of Justin Barth just went through. He did not stop at the Amsoil Hot Pits. Out here at AOP, it is roughly a 600-acre off-road park. It is open 7 days a week. Miss Karen and Benji and Eddie, they're out here working the park all the time. It's an amazing place to come out here and do some wheeling. They are definitely some, I call them black diamond trails because they are definitely hard. If you guys know the, ski style trails, a black diamond definitely is what one of these are out here during this race. If you are at home and you want to watch the live timing, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and see the live timing as we do. It is on corrected time. Also, we have the Mid-America UTV short course racing, side-by-side short course racing going on this weekend. It's going on right now as well. Make sure you download the Mid-America app because you can see not only our schedule for Mid-America, but also all the Ultra 4 races. It'll give you a daily schedule so you know what time everything is starting. You can hear some people coming through out of the woods right now, and that looks like that was an RS1, and it is. That is Mr. Jeremy Blackburn.
Yeah, there's a few of them out there running, and they're running strong. So Jeremy Blackburn, number 40, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. Pam, what a great day of racing.
It has been awesome.
And we are not even halfway through. We still have this race to go, and then the 4,400 Unlimited class. And what do we have there? I think we have, 20 cars racing later on today.
We have somebody else that's getting ready to come out of the woods here in just a moment. And that was the 119 of Alex Rose that just came out of the woods. He was on the pedal for sure.
So there's the number 119 of Alex Rose, and coming out of the screen is the number 4906. That is A.J. Stratman out of High Ridge, Missouri, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. And Jeremy Blackburn heading out for his second lap. A.J. Stratman heading down towards those trees, and it's kind of a little pinch point right there, so you kind of have to check up just a little bit as a little step down, and then you head right into the Yukon launch. And I hear a horn, so I think our leaders are coming through, finishing their second lap out of 5. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments. There's Heath Taylor being chased by Paul Wolf. And Levi Metzinger's finally coming through, but Paul Wolf is fighting some lap traffic already. He gets around him, it looks like, in the Bronco Boulders. I don't know if he did or not. We'll see if we can see it coming at us. Yes, Paul Wolf gets around Heath Taylor. So Paul Wolf physically out front, but on adjusted time. It's going to be interesting. And look at the dust. The lap traffic is definitely going to be an issue. But remember, to finish first you must finish. Paul Wolf is definitely a heavy hitter in this race and next race. He's sitting right behind Eric Miller. He's taking off in second position in the 4,400 class. So Paul Wolf is going to be worn out and have to. So is that an advantage or not? He's going to. Oh, there was Jay Shaw, I believe, but he had a right rear flat tire. So is it an advantage to race this so you know the course really well, or is it a disadvantage because you're going to be half wore out? So Alex Rose heading out for another lap, and look at Jay Shaw. He was running super strong in that third position, but now he's got a right rear flat. He'll have to come into the HCR hot pits and get that handled. Again, if you are just tuning in, we want to thank each and every one of you. This is the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee, just outside of the Adventure Off-Road Park. So I saw Brian Hamby and Matthew Walraven battling out, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. What a great race we have on our hands for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We have stock production, Pro Mod, and open UTV. Levi Metzinger, remember, he's going to get a little bit of a time credit, so we'll have to see how that all shakes out. And I see Jamie McCoy pushing hard once again, all 4 tires right there holding air. So he had a little bit of bad break early, but it's looking good for Mr. Jamie McCoy. But is that going to be enough? Is Paul Wolf going to get a flat tire? We saw Jay Shaw having a flat, but Paul Wolf has had no issues yet. I don't think Brian Stone has as well. But remember, this race is on adjusted time, so we'll see how it all shakes out. So lots of action all over this race course. Thank you for tuning in, ultra4racing.com/live.
Miles, I've been stepped away here for just a moment, but wow, what a race that's going on out here. I saw Paul Wolf coming through. There were 3 cars all at once. Lots of racing action.
Brian Hamby and Matthew Walraven are heading towards the Recaro Rise, nose to tail. And look at the sun, look at the shade, look at the dust. This is hard to see. That's definitely going to play a figure into things.
And there goes Jamie McCoy.
So he'll be coming right at our drone right now. There he is. So Jamie McCoy heading towards the Recaro Rise. What a race we have on our hands. Where is Paul Wolf? There's Jay Shaw. Did I miss Paul Wolf? Must have. But on adjusted time, it's still Jay Shaw up front. Heath Taylor heading out for another lap. He'll be running right into our drone. Lots of excitement all over the place. There goes Patrick Murray, the number 902. That is the 144 of Cameron Meek. That's Chicky Barton's nephew. Pushing hard.
It's a great drone footage. You can see part of the pits. There's been so many people. So many people came and watched and spectated. There are some people out here that wants to just wheel, but the majority of this is racers and their families. It's been an amazing weekend out here at AOP. It's been, for the most part, awesome weather when you're in the shade. And that right there is the Bronco Boulders on screen. The number 33 of Cody Quattlebaum. He's getting ready to go through into the short course where the Yukon launch is. I hear cars getting ready to come out of the woods as well. That is the 4934 of Scott Raymer that just came through. He's going out on his second lap. What a day of racing. So right now in the number 1 position, we have the number 17 of Jay Shaw, 86 of Paul Wolf in that number 2 position, Jamie McCoy in 3rd, and then Brian Stone is in that 4th position. But that's what we are at on corrected time right now. That's an awesome shot right there of our short course. Sounds like we have some people coming back through here in the woods. You can always tell when the photographers are getting ready because they know they're coming right there. Oh, and it looks like he does that. Sounds like Mike Park has a flat for sure. So after this race is over, we're going to be doing the 4,500 trophies. We had to wait for Mr. Troy Digby to get in. His car's still out in the woods. But because he made it farther and more laps, he actually ended up in the number 1 position. Yeah, so our official results of our Yukon Gear and Axle 4,500 modified classes, the 1st position, Troy Digby, 2nd position, Cody St. Clair, 3rd position, Sean Rance. So we will be doing those awards later on. We told them to pay attention to the race, get hydrated, check it out, you know, check out the 4,900 race, relax, come back over here, and we'll get you all on your live feed. I hear horns in the background again. I love hearing that because you know it's going to be a good race coming in at some point. And we just finished up with the 170 limited class. It was, or the modified class. It was super awesome seeing those kids out there. They had a blast. They'll be getting some of those awesome laser net trophies as well. But if you're here on site, go on over to the Mid-America Merchandise Trailer and go see them and pick yourself out a tank top, t-shirt, event shirt. We have everything over there that you need. Water cups, if you're missing a water cup, everything that you possibly want, they do have over there. And that's the 904 right there of Mike Park that just went through. He's going out on his second lap. Actually, he's going out to his third lap. Cannot see the number right now, but there is a car getting ready to come out of the wood section. All right, let's see who this is right here. Ooh, sounds like they might have a broken belt. They're not moving all of a sudden. Oh, nope, shifted out of gear. That is the 618, I believe. Aiden Gilbert. So that was Aiden Gilbert just coming through. It's awesome seeing such a young kid out here following in his dad's footsteps. All right. And the 33 of Cody Quattlebaum just now came past us at the start-finish line. He's headed out. So still the fastest lap time is by Brian Stone with an 18:56. That's an awesome lap time. Another RS1 out on course. I did not catch their number. But it did not look like they lifted whatsoever on that Yukon launch. And that will be Aiden Gilbert right there on camera. Aiden did take a rear start today as well. He did not go out and qualify yesterday.
And if you are just tuning on, we want to thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh. This place is absolutely amazing. It's starting to heat up once again. We had a little bit of rain yesterday afternoon, but it didn't really do much here. It was just a sprinkle, but it cooled down great, and it's not miserable today. It's just hot. And you can see our wind blades blowing just a little bit. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We have 3 classes racing out there at the same exact time. We have the stock production, the Pro Mod, and the open class. Sounds like Heath Taylor, number 182, is broken. Sounds like he may have got tangled up a little bit. Not sure if somebody got caught up in the dust, it sounds like, but a tough break for Heath Taylor. So we are just about a half hour into our race here. It's been a great day, so thank you to everybody for tuning in. A huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America, Holley, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Baja Jerky, PCI Race Radios, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. Those are our official sponsors of Ultra 4, so please support who supports the sport. We also want to thank Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, 360 Wraps, Ultimax Belts. And there's Aiden Gilbert heading out for another lap. Now, not 100% sure, but I know Casey Gilbert was planning on riding with him. James Cantrell fresh out of the woods. He's got a strong running, and Dustin Robbins is right behind him. He'll be chasing him down. I hope this drone catches him coming in the Bronco Boulders. It's going to be close between Cantrell and Robbins. There he is. You can see him catching him. Dustin Robbins is definitely pushing harder than James Cantrell, but James Cantrell last night during the dinner told me he's going to run about 70%. He just wants those finishing points. So Dustin Robbins should be able to get the pass right now. So a pass right into the Yukon launch, and Robbins is on a mission. He's going to check up at the Yukon launch. And look how thick that dust is. And there goes Paul Wolf. So he was in the pits. So I think what happened was between Heath Taylor and Paul Wolf, and this is just what it looked like to me, is Heath Taylor was in front of him, and the dust was so thick when they came into the Bronco Boulders, it looks like that Paul Wolf probably bumped into the back of Heath Taylor a little bit because he was just lost into the dust. And look at Dustin Robbins just doing a little drift card out there, looking good. And look how dusty it is. Here's Paul Wolf heading up the Recaro Rise. He was, I expect to do extremely, extremely well today. But he's, like I said, had that little mishap, got in the pits, got back out. So we'll see if he can have a little redemption in the 4400 car. So this is the 113 of Aaron Lynch. That's coming out of the woods. As our FPV Believe Cam drone is chasing him down before he hits the Bronco Boulders. The Rock Racing TV production crew has done an amazing job. And Dustin Robbins heading out for another lap. As we're watching Aaron Lynch making quick work through the Bronco Boulders. Top of the screen, that's James Cantrell heading out for another lap. So I'll give you a quick rundown here for live.ultra4racing.com of our live timing. On adjusted time, it is Jay Shaw, Paul Wolf, Jamie McCoy, Mitch Wofford, Mike Park, Dustin Robbins, James Cantrell, Brian Stone, Carson Atkins, Cody Martin. But actually out on the lead lap is just James Cantrell. So the top 8 are finished their second lap, heading out for lap 3. So we are just about halfway done with this race. But I hear some more noise coming through the woods. This is number 24, Cole Clark. This young man I expect to do good things today. Out of Colorado, running for Jimmy's 4x4. Bumped into Randy Rod a little bit yesterday, a little bit this morning. So he's on scene helping out all of his cars and supporting everybody. As Cole Clark, he set the pole at King of the Hammers this year and did some amazing things out there, but took a quick tumble early on. Had done well in Moab this year. This young man has a bright future in Ultra 4. Definitely a fan favorite. This young man is extremely fast. As you can see him getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
Stock production is 113, 40, and 817.
Mitch Wofford passing me by right now. There's Robert Park, I believe. So we're following Mitch Wofford right now, heading towards the Recaro Rise. And we had just missed Robert Park.
Estimated finish for the leader is 102.
Matt D, copy, Matt D, copy. Well, I don't know if he had a radio, but he just left out. He said your way. Alright, I was going to tell him to get a different cable. I think we got a longer data cable as well. I think we only got 200 feet.
I'll run that Dustin Robbins and straight into commercial.
What gap were we doing for the stock production for launches?
It's been a great day of racing, and it is not even close to being over. We saw Dustin Robbins come through just a little bit ago, and we were able to catch up with him. So let's see what he had to say. So I'm down here with Dustin Robbins in the All Things UTV pit with this 4900 car, and if I remember right, you took this thing for a pretty good tumble here recently, but you got it back together.
Yeah, we crashed at Rush during qualifying and came back from 34th and secured a podium position there. And then we did some upgrades to the car, and during shakedown, we actually crashed it again, which is becoming a bad habit, but it's, you know, a comeback story. Once again, here's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and comeback's what you're going to try to do. And we're in Tennessee. The woods are tight. This is going to be fast. What's your kind of game plan out there?
I've raced this course plenty of times, and I've had decent success here. I've always finished here. And I never try to take anything from this course. I take what it gives me. So.
And if I remember right, McCoy's the one that won this race last year, so he's got a little target on his back. How hard are you going to run to try to chase him down?
I have a totally different suspension this year. My head shouldn't be moving and my kidneys shouldn't be bleeding after the course, so I expect to be faster.
Yeah, well, it's going to be fun to watch you. You're always a fan favorite for sure. If I remember right, this is a 6-mile course roughly. You guys are going to run, I think, 5 laps. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be wide open from start to finish. The rocks are big, the trees are tight, and we'll see how it all shakes out.
We've prepared the car for the tight trees and the rocks. We have a couple different tire combinations. The main thing that's going to be cool here is my family will be here. So.
And that's what it's all about with Ultra 4 racing in Mid-America is family first. I mean, it's that's what it's all about. You're here to have fun, and if you can't do it with your family, what can you do it with? You know what I mean?
You know, and I like the venue for 4900s at 11 o'clock now. You know, that makes it more conducive for the family to come out and watch. So.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it shakes out. Best of luck with you, and always a pleasure, my man.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Miles.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Welcome back to the 2022 Four-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee, and I believe that is Jamie McCoy. So is he our physical race leader now after changing that tire, or did I miss something, Pam? I'm not sure. We'll find out here shortly.
We've both been trying to stuff our face here for a moment, getting some food into our bodies and fueling ourselves, so we shall see what happens whenever the timing loop happens. It goes by.
But I think it's going to be Jamie McCoy after changing that tire in the HCR hot pits has made it around some people. I know Paul Wolf was in the pits for a long time having some issues. We saw Jay Shaw have the tire issue. So, again, tires are definitely going to be playing their part out here. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and it is Jamie McCoy physically out front. He is our pole setter, so he has to beat everybody else. He had a tire issue on his first lap, got it switched quick and easy in the HCR hot pits, and Jamie McCoy is back out front.
He's going for a three-peat.
Yeah. But if you say a woods race, you think of Jamie McCoy.
Exactly, for sure. He definitely. I rode with him one time at Rush, Kentucky, on a pre-sight lap, and oh my goodness, I could not believe the way that man drives.
So here's the Rigid Ridge out there, and that's a Can-Am. I can tell for sure. Can't quite tell who that is, but
they're
there's
hiding
definitely
behind the tree. Whoever
some
it is.
issues. And McCoy heading out for his fourth lap. So next time around for McCoy, he'll be getting the checkered flag.
And that's Paul Wolf right there.
No, that's yes, it is Paul Wolf. Sorry. Yep. Where's Papa Poe? I haven't seen much from him.
I haven't seen him either since he started the races. Oh, it looks like we're getting some chatter from our USAC director. He did a little flop, so Papa Poe has turned it over, but all is good.
Okay, yep, Papa Poe flopped over, but yeah, that's just part of racing.
There is definitely a nice battle going on out there in their woods. On camera, we didn't quite catch their numbers.
This is at the Rigid Ridge. And look at the drone flying through the woods. That is a very tricky thing to do. It's cool to see. You saw our little rigid flag there. Sarah Duffy still moving strong. There's Gus Fisher, Mr. MAO. He does a lot of the behind the scenes, kind of the manager of everything that's happening right now. A great, great guy.
That is 17. That's Jay
Shaw. So that's going to be physical second, and on adjusted time, it looks like he's in that second position as well.
All right, and it sounds like also the 5012 Brian Shaw has also turned it on his lid as well. So we have a couple that are on their lid.
Well, you said Brian Shaw. You mean Brian
Stone?
I
said meant Brian Stone.
Yeah, we just saw Jay Shaw.
You said Jay Shaw, so I'm like.
I get it. I'm just making sure I'm correct.
You are correct, Miles.
So Brian Stone was doing extremely well, but this course is starting to eat all of these people up. There's number 17, Jay Shaw, heading towards the Recaro Rise.
So Jamie McCoy is on adjusted time, still in that number 1 position right now, and Jay Shaw, the number 17, in that second position. They're the only two that are out right now on their 4th lap.
So finishing lap number 3, out on lap number 4 is Jamie McCoy and Jay Shaw. So we know Paul Wolf had some issues. So Mitch Wofford could move up. Mike Park's having a good day. Dustin Robbins is having a good day. And here is James Cantrell, I believe, with Jeremy Blackburn right behind him. This is the Rigid Ridge section. No, that's Mitch Wofford, I apologize, right behind James Cantrell. And that just shows you how tight and technical this Rigid Ridge is back here. What a cool section. That's about halfway through the race. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube. Start a watch party. Share it. Hashtag it up. So it looks like Cantrell let Wofford around. And remember, Cantrell's going for points, so he's playing the conservative race game because this is his double points race for the season. So I think James Cantrell is playing a great strategy right now. Yeah. So McCoy and Shaw are super close. And Shaw started in 4th position, so he's a minute and a half on adjusted time. McCoy has to beat Shaw by a minute and a half, and it sounds like they are nose to tail still.
It's going to be a very interesting race for sure at the end. You always race to the checkered flag like we were talking about earlier.
It's going to be a race to the finish.
Race to the finish for sure, exactly. Coming out of the woods, I'm not quite sure what that number is, but it's amazing the drone following them through. That's the 49.08.
That is A.J. Stratman, the 49.06, I believe. But the mud's getting a little hard to tell car to car, that's for sure. But the mud holes are apparently starting to get it blown out just a little bit.
And there's a 9.04 right there. Mike Park just came out of the woods.
So that's going to put him, I believe,
physical. 5th position.
No, I think that's going to put him in physical 3rd.
Physical 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, next time around. He was in 5th last time. And Brian Hamby still pushing strong in that number 817. Look at the dust out here.
And that is the
Yukon
launch over there in the short course. Whoa, look at him.
Mike Park. He is sending it. He's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. So Mike Park is going to be in that physical 3rd position. And he started in 6th spot, so McCoy and Shaw got him by a little bit. But right now it looks like if Mike Park can push strong, he could get a podium. Mike Park is fresh to the UTV world, to the Ultra 4 and MAO world. He came from a kind of a mud run background. Great to see him out here playing with us. There's the number 902 of Patrick Murray. He's raced with us off and on for a long time. He kind of got caught up with work. He serves for the Armed Forces, so he had to take a little bit of a break. Great to see him out here back racing with us again. I believe he's in the Army branch. Brian Hamby coming in the screen. He's getting ready to hit the HCR Hot Pits 25-mile-an-hour speed limit zone.
I'm not sure if it's the orange of his car that's so bright and clean or if he has something on there like we've talked about before. People put certain things on their cars that helps keep them cleaner. Makes the dust come off or the mud not stick.
A.J. Stratman heading towards the Recaro Rise. And right behind him is going to be Mike Park, physically in 3rd and on adjusted time. And they are all in the Pro Modified class. So right now it's Jamie McCoy up front, Jay Shaw, and then Mike Park in the Pro Modified class. There's A.J. Stratman heading up the Recaro Rise with Mike Park hot on his heels. Sounds like Cody Quattlebaum is broke down at mile 3. So is he out of the race? Ah, tough. What's wrong? Sounds like 2.5. Cody Quattlebaum is broke out of the race. Tough break for him. Sounds like it's a spindle that took him out, just like at National. So tough break for Cody Quattlebaum.
That's such a bummer. I do not like hearing that.
Oh, absolutely. There's Matthew Walraven. And we're back at the Rigid Ridge right now, chasing down one of our UTVs. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park just outside of South Pittsburgh. We are right in the middle of Nashville, Knoxville, Birmingham, and Atlanta. This is an amazing park. Oh, just about 600 acres, 120 trails out here, and they've got everything from mild to wild. So come on out anytime. They're open 7 days a week, $20 a person, and it's only $5 to camp overnight. On the dry camping?
Exactly, dry camping. But what's super cool here is you can rent a spot that has power and water.
Yep.
And
there's a handful of them.
Exactly.
They got a few cabins as well.
And they have some new cabins that just came in. It's really cool out here. And then Miss Karen and Benji always take such great care of us when we come here to this park.
Sounds like Matthew McIntosh was stuck for a little bit, but was able to self-recover and keep on moving.
All right, in the number 1 position, we have Mr. Jamie McCoy still sitting in number 1. We have Jay Shaw, number 2. Mike Park in that 3rd position. Paul Wolf in 4th.
Well, and those are the only 3 out on the
That
lead
is very,
lap.
very true. So we'll just go with the top 3 right now. And thank you to everybody who is tuning in on Facebook. People loving the drone pilots. It's awesome. It's amazing. Thank you so much. They are doing an amazing job out there. Josh Spots is cheering on the Mr. Brian Stone.
So we got lots of people out in the crowd. Looks like Drew just showed up. He's out here enjoying some of the UTV racing.
We're going to get him over here, Miles. He's going to come over and get
a fun little
chit-chat. I mean, he's been in this UTV world for quite a while, I think since the beginning.
There's Scott Raymer coming out. He's running the open UTV class.
We normally see Drew at Mid-America, but this weekend we're all here for the most part, and here he is. Drew, what's going on?
And you've been working for USAC for quite a while, but it looks like you got the weekend off, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Took the weekend off and just came out to racing anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny how that happens.
Days off, you go racing. Huh?
Yep. That's how that works.
Yeah, you do. What do you do for USAC on your side? Because we have Lee O'Donnell. He's our rep for Ultra 4. But what's your role in USAC?
Yeah, Lee O'Donnell's a great guy out here at the Ultra 4 races. But I do the Porsche Sprint Challenge. So we do all the asphalt stuff and travel around the country with the Porsche series.
And then you come out here to have fun.
Yeah, this is my fun. Getting dirty and being in the humidity is a lot more fun than being in the asphalt and on the humidity.
Absolutely. And you used to race UTVs. So what's your take on this course so far?
This course looks gnarly, actually. I was pretty surprised by it. I kind of want to go check out inside the woods and see what the rocks look like.
The rocks are big.
It's gnarly. It's gnarly.
It's a gnarly course.
It looks really aggressive in there. It looks fun as hell, though.
And
look at that section right there.
There's the Rigid Ridge.
There's Mr. Paul Wolf. It looks like he had maybe a right rear something going on.
Paul Wolf is coming out. And there's Jay Shaw, one of our leaders. But Paul Wolf is coming through with a right rear flat tire.
So give us a little bit of a background on you. I know you've been racing UTVs since the beginning, right?
This is Drew.
Yes.
I don't know if we formally
you said
introduced
Drew.
him. Okay.
Yeah. I've been racing UTV since 2008, so I came on right when the Razor program was developing. I did a lot with Polaris and the snowmobile stuff, so when they decided to come into the UTV program, I just kind of jumped on board with that, being out in the Southwest anyway. So, yeah, I've been racing Razors since their inception back in 2008.
That's pretty cool. So what all series have you raced? Short course and desert, or what did you start out racing in?
Yeah, I started out in the Works series, which is like partially motocross, partially desert, and then I did Best in the Desert at the same time, and then we did a couple score races down in Mexico, and then I ended up going up north to the Torque series and did just short course for a while.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I did Torque for their last season, and then I did a little bit with
So the 4934 just went through, and
that's Scott Raymer. He's running the open class, and that's a Pilgrim built machine running on portals. So you saw the extra ground clearance, pretty wild.
But he had a left rear going down,
and he just left the HER hot pits. That's interesting.
It was a little. Did you see it when he passed by, Drew?
I missed it.
How much longer are they going to be out there?
Leaders will be getting the white flag here shortly.
Jamie McCoy is leading right now on corrected time, so we'll see.
Now Paul Wolf is physical 4th position.
And Paul Wolf is jumping in as 4,400 right after this. So it's we've had a couple drivers that are doing cross driving this weekend in different classes, and it's going to take a toll on them because it's been hot. This is cool right here.
Yeah, this is nice in the shade.
And there's Levi Metzinger heading out for another lap. And I want to give him a huge shout-out for some sportsmanship. He helped one of his fellow competitors. They had some issues. They got him righted, for safety reasons. So they logged their time, and we're going to give him a little time back. So shout-out to Levi Metzinger for stopping and helping a fellow competitor, and we're going to help him out on his time.
That's cool. It's awesome that they do that for sure because, you don't want to see somebody over there upside down needing help to get back over and possibly finish their race as well. And it's definitely, like you just said, sportsmanship at its finest.
And I just saw Cody Martin riding with JT Taylor, so that's a tough break. That young man is super fast, but obviously something bit him.
And he was running really good as well. That is the 253.
That's Mitch Wofford. So I believe he's going to be leading in the stock class, if I'm not mistaken.
He was on the
No, he is pro mod. I'm sorry.
Who was he on the tail end of? I think it was Jeremy Blackburn earlier.
Yeah, they've been battling pretty good.
So Mike Park is in that 3rd position. Jay Shaw 2nd. Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position.
Paul Wolf was doing double duty at MAO last time we were there, weren't we?
Yeah, he's racing.
Well,
he did the Southern round.
Double duty. He was doing short course, and then he did the rock bouncers in the 4400 car.
In the 4400, and he did a side by side.
Yeah, that guy's an animal.
Anything he could enter, he was just out there. That was good.
Yeah, he'll be with us at Visions here in a little bit.
He's definitely becoming a fan favorite of people that have not known who he was in the rock bouncer world. Like Miles has said, we've always heard his name and knew who he was, but we weren't sure, all about him. Dustin Robbins and James Cantrell just came through. They were bumper to bumper. You can see on screen the drag race going into the Bronco Boulders.
And I'm just getting some race-off information. It looks like Brian Stone has a broken spindle and knuckle, so he's going back to try to get parts, but it's going to be tough for him to get that back. And, that's Cody Martin. I did see it. So, Cody Martin having some part issues as well.
Look at the
we'll
dust,
see how
Miles.
that shakes out. Man, the dust is thick down there for sure.
Well, and Brian Stone was on his lid earlier, too, so more than likely something happened within that little rollover.
And Scott Rains at Mid-America Outdoors right now tuning in, and they must be between races. He's enjoying it, so thanks for tuning in, Scott. Looks like Josh Spots is there, Damien, Kitty, Jared, Casey Park. So we got a lot of people tuning in all over the place. So thanks for tuning in and checking out all this amazing racing here for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park.
It's awesome to see that Scott made it there. We were wondering if he actually made it because he was having issues getting his flight. It got canceled. He had a whole, over 24 hours he had to wait in Houston.
That sounds miserable.
Travel these days is a lot of
It's always something, isn't it?
That sounds miserable.
Yeah, definitely. We have some drivers walking back this way. Oh, look at that. That is awesome.
So Adam Kinnett is broke, too. I hate to hear that. Oh, no, there's Carson Atkins.
Wow.
So we got a lot of broken cars. There's Sarah Duffy on screen. Well, Drew, always a pleasure seeing you, buddy. Thanks for hopping in. I'm going to bring in one of our racers.
You're going to stay around, right?
Yeah, I'll be around.
Cool.
So there is Sarah Duffy out at the Rigid Ridge right now. So there is so much action going on everywhere out there. The attrition is definitely sitting in. I just saw Adam Kinnett give me the broke sign, and then right behind him is Carson Atkins. I flagged you over here.
Yep.
What's going on, man?
So I lost throttle.
Well, you can't go anywhere without that.
Yeah.
And so you like a throttle cable then?
Yeah. Well, I fixed it. Went about 30 yards, and the car wasn't steering. And I lost the steering rack, so.
So no gas,
day.
no steering.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Definitely can't make it through the rocks without a steering or throttle pedal.
No, you can't.
I'm gonna.
At least it was cheap.
Yeah, no doubt. So I remember a few years back, it was Toby Price running a trophy truck, and they broke a steering, and he's running over 100 miles an hour with a shoestring on the throttle. I don't know if you ever saw that video or not, but that's pretty wild. Did you do something like that, or how'd you fix it?
Well, I got it fixed. I don't know how it happened. I thought I was going to have a tool, but I got it back in the little slot it goes in. And
So it just popped out of the little
pretty
rivet.
much. So.
Well, that's a bummer because I know that car's new to you. You've tore it down, fixed a lot of things with it, and you're finding the little.
Yeah, we're getting the
gremlins, right?
kinks worked out of it, and we'll be ready for Mid-America.
Heck yeah, you're gonna be there for Visions, right?
Yep.
So you and your dad will get it home, tear it back down, and.
Yeah, it won't be much. The bolts is what came out of the steering rack.
So
that's
it is
all.
an easy fix. Okay.
So did you forget to tighten them down?
Nope. There's a.
I'm just kidding.
There's a brace. There's a brace that goes behind it that we need to start running.
Gotcha.
That'll keep it from loosening up.
I was just messing with you.
Yeah. I understand.
You gotta laugh, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just part of it.
It's part of it.
But I see the smile, and
well, I was running. I think I was in fourth.
Yeah, you were running strong for quite a while.
Yeah, we was working up through there. Cars was just broke down everywhere. I was just trying to stay in the race.
Yeah, so let me catch you up.
That number.
I'm going to catch you up on broken parts. So 49-18, that's Matthew McIntosh. He's out there broke on course, trying to stay out of the way but still moving. The number 926 is Tyler Gibbs. He's broke. He's self-recovering. Number 470, that is Adam Kinnett. We just said he's broke. And now, we got you, Carson.
Me.
So I just got a text that you're broke out there.
Perfect.
Just now. But
I just talked to the guy right up here.
That was Brian Stone they had on screen there just for a minute showing.
Tough break there. But,
so what was your favorite part about the race course today?
Probably the short course out here, honestly.
The smoothest part.
Well, it's a new car and the suspension needs worked on, and we didn't have time to send it off to Gary, and it's not handling real well, but it was just beating me up bad in the rocks. But we'll get it figured out.
What was your least favorite part?
Honestly, that creek bed, because you gotta go so fast to keep momentum up to get up through there without.
So you gotta be a little rough on equipment.
Yeah, and it's just beating around, and it's rough on you because you're like your head's moving around and stuff.
Banging, yeah.
So how was the heat out there? You don't look too bad actually. I mean, it's obviously
hot.
Well,
I think I just had a water. Okay. Thank you though, but kind of an adrenaline rush. You don't think about it.
So it's not even a thought in your mind. So that's our race leader.
That's
so white flag should be coming out for Jamie McCoy. It sounds like Caleb's tuned in watching. Miss seeing you around, buddy, but we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I just seen my first lap I came through. It was like a 20:50. So, I mean, I was on pace to do well.
You were doing decent,
for
sure.
He ran yeah.
Our fastest lap has been at 18.
Right at 19 minutes, I think. Just an 18,
yeah.
just shy of
19.
No, it was not. It was actually
Jay Shaw, if I remember right. No, it's Brian Stone, but he went upside down, so he's gonna be down on your list.
Yeah, that first lap wasn't too smooth for me. I got hung up in a few spots, but I ended up coming around here and I was in fourth. So I was like, I started in eighth, ended up in fourth on the first lap. So I was like, we'll just keep on this pace. And
I love what's going on with everything with the adjusted time and whatnot. The 30-second increments just really throws another element into the game. And it looks like the white flag for Mr. Jamie McCoy is out. 6 more miles, 1 more lap to go for Jamie McCoy.
That's funny. I just heard Star Wars in my head.
Yeah, I did too.
You got a lot of music playing in your head.
The things we hear. You're getting to hear it, so you get to see what Miles and
I see what's going on here.
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
This is actually kind of quiet, actually.
Yeah.
I believe that's Jeremy Blackburn coming into screen. I'll get a visual on him here shortly. Yes, it is number 40, Jeremy Blackburn.
And there's Jay Shaw just came out of the woods. He's on screen right now.
So on adjusted time, Jamie McCoy has to beat him by a minute and a minute 30 seconds. So I believe Jamie McCoy is going to have a slight advantage over Jay Shaw, but Jay Shaw's pushing hard, and I haven't seen Jamie McCoy yet.
I think I hear him. Oh, no, that's not Jamie.
The same way.
That's
it's like
Robert
I know
Parker.
which
I'm going to run out.
Miles is going to take a peek down
He's see what's going on. I'll take his
hot
job
pits,
over.
HCR hot pits. Nope, that's probably him right there.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Jamie McCoy. Let's see if he picks up his time because he knows that Jay Shaw's coming in. So normally what they'll do is they'll either pick it up or be conservative.
So I'm not sure if he pulled in the pits or not. I didn't see that. But his left front tire is leaning pretty heavy, so I don't know if it's what's going on. But he's hit something. It's leaned pretty good, but when he took off, he was all over the throttle.
Yeah.
And look at Shaw just drifting that corner. So Shaw is pushing hard. He knows he needs to catch McCoy.
Yep,
So this is 25 miles an hour right here. It's going to be super close. What's the split?
He's a minute 32nd.
Okay, so he's 3 minutes ahead of him because there's a minute 30 time to make up. So he's got to make up that minute 30.
Yeah,
wow.
We'll see what happens if Jamie has to let up. That minute 30 can shrink real quick.
Or if he breaks him.
Or, well.
I mean, to finish first you must finish, and this is a brutal course out there.
It's going to be awesome if Jamie ends up finishing first place. If he does, this is his 3rd year in a row to finish first place out here.
He's on it.
Yeah,
all the time.
that guy always is.
All the time.
But it's going to be a race to the finish. Jay Shaw knows where he's at. He knows where Jamie's at, and I know Jamie knows where Jay's at. They're both in those Can-Ams running hard for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So Jay Shaw pushing hard.
And did Jeremy Dickerson actually get in with Jamie today? Or did Jamie go out solo? Do either one of you know?
I think he got in there with him.
Okay. Because I know yesterday it was like, yeah, he might or might not run with him.
Yeah,
so.
no, I think he did, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so Jeremy Dixon,
that's
one of our
what I
good
wanted
buddies.
to ask you. Did you have a co-driver?
No, I don't want anybody with me in there.
No one talking to you?
Sometimes I do, but really the only option I ever have is my dad, and he gets scared. So.
But he's good in the pits, too, so there's a happy medium,
I'd rather
too.
just have him in the pits.
Yeah, some people don't like to run co-drivers either because they don't want anybody talking to them.
Well,
too.
and it's a weight issue, too.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me that bad. But I got buddies and stuff that I was like, hey, let me ride with you and stuff. It's like, dude, you don't even know how to run a
read a
wrench or
GPS.
something, you know, yeah. So I just,
you need to get some better buddies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or teach them.
I got a few that could do it, but they're always at work or something.
Yeah, that work thing always gets in the way, doesn't it?
That happened last year at Sturgis. I actually ended up riding with Jason Watt. He was driving Jamie McCoy's car, and he wanted a co-driver, so I hopped in with him and I was supposed to only go out for practice, and I ended up practicing, qualifying, and racing with him. It was a lot of fun because I used to race the Can-Am myself, so good times for sure. Look at that drone footage going into the woods. It's so awesome to see.
He was on me a few times when I was over there trying to fix my throttle cable.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I seen him come by.
They try to give you guys enough room to where you're not kicking dust up into your eyes and stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive how they can fly one of those things.
And I see Gary with G-Force up there running up, checking out the Jumbotron. You know he's on the – I don't know if he's talking to Jay Shaw or Jamie McCoy, but he's got a couple good cars up front.
He's making a new walking path.
Okay, he's talking to McCoy right now, and he's knowing the time splits right now, and he is pacing in circles. This is going to be down to the wire. Well, Carson, always a pleasure having you up here, buddy. I know you were walking. I'll let you go chat with your dad, but thanks for hopping in the Nitto Lounge with us.
Appreciate it.
So right before we do the 4,900 Can-Am UTV trophies, we are going to do the 4,500 awards. We did not get to do those earlier. So if you are out there close by, or you hear us, or you're watching it live on your TV right now in your RV, make your way over here to our top 3 podium finishers so we can get you guys going.
And that's going to be Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct,
right, Pam?
100%.
And there's a great shot of somebody coming down towards the Bronco boulders. Oh, they just passed the Bronco boulders, sorry.
So they're
getting ready to hit the
gas.
Yukon launch.
So we both know that Mr. Paul Wolf has to get into his 4,400 car here very shortly. So I'm wondering if he's out on course limping it back in, or if he has had to come back in. Some of them will have to walk back in and recover their car later if it's off course safely.
There's Jason Tidwell just making quick work through the Bronco boulders, and that's a great aerial shot of the HDR hot pits and everything else.
Zach Pollard has got onto the Facebook feed, and he said he's out. Broke down,
bummer.
but he said there are free parts at Race Mile 3.
He's ready to give some stuff away, huh?
That's awesome.
And honestly, he could do that. He's broke down on course. He could give a fellow competitor some of his parts. So I don't know if he's being funny or being a class act, but I love it.
He put the laughing, crying emoji afterwards. So, yeah, he's definitely being funny about it. But, yeah, that has happened at King of the Hammers, though. I believe it was one of the Gomez brothers. They ended up giving a part to Sarah Price, and I'm not sure who the other teammate was or the other racer was, but they have given parts off their car to help another racer finish because they were out of the race.
The white flag is out, and I believe it'll probably be out for the rest of this race. That's just my take because we're getting a little close on time.
Somebody else said there's pick apart here at Teardown.
Yeah, there are parts and cars parked all over this 600-acre park at Adventure Off-Road Park.
And Martin Duffy is going for Sarah, saying whoop whoop.
Well, that's his daughter racing.
Yes. Colton's going for Mitch Wolford Racing.
Wofford's kind of new to our sport, but he's running great in that RS1.
And Christian's
Polaris
going for Cole Clark in the number 24.
And there's James Cantrell back by the Rigid Ridge. So it sounds like 904. Mike Park will be getting the white flag as well.
And that's the 4954 that's just came out of the woods.
So there's Mike Park right now hitting the Yukon launch. Jason Tidwell taking out for another lap. So that's the 4954. That is Trey Price. And look at Mike Park. He is pushing hard. And he is in the mix. We'll pull up our timing here in just a moment.
So we have Jamie McCoy in that number 1 position. Jay Shaw in number 2. Mike Park is in that 3rd position now.
He just crossed the line, so he's in the mix to be on the podium. This is his first season with Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors, and Mike Park is on a mission. He's in the HCR hot pits as we speak, doing 25 miles an hour, and you know he wants to push. There is 6 more miles to go, 1 more lap, and we'll see how it shakes out. There's Mike Park. Looks like he may have a little lean on the front of his also.
Miles is out checking out the cars that are coming through, and it sounded like he just dropped the mic. Dropping the mic, Miles. And that was Mike Park just came through.
Check, check. Yep, I threw the mic down to run out there and check out the car. And
that's why you shouldn't wear flip-flops to work.
That wasn't the fault, I promise that. So we should see Jamie McCoy and Jay Shaw in the next, I'm going to guess, 5 to 10 minutes. And there's the Rigid Ridge. And look how fast he's going. It's just a blur.
Is that Cole Clark? It kind of looked like Cole Clark's car, but I cannot tell you.
Mine.
I mean, the shape of it was kind of like Cole Clark's because the way his is it's kind of distinctive in a way.
And we were talking about the top 3. That is in the UTV Pro Modified class, so on adjusted time and physical out on courses. Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and Mike Park. But first and second is going to be super, super close. There is Justin Barth just finishing in another lap, heading into the HCR hot pits.
I can hear some cars. It sounds like they're going to get ready to come out of the woods here in just a moment.
We're hoping to see something. So let's take a quick peek at the course out there once again, because this will be the identical course we're racing for our last race today, the 4400 class. So again, we start at the bottom center of the screen. We run clockwise, so we hit the Recaro Rise first, make our ways around all these either-ors, go across the Rigid Ridge, snake back and forth over this amazing mountain here, and then we come back into the Bronco Boulders at the Yukon launch, and then the four-wheel parts start-finish at the beginning of the HCR hot pits. That's a 6-mile lap, and it's quick and easy to talk about, but it's taken the fast guys and gals about 20 minutes to make it around. We did have a sub-19-minute lap, and I think that's going to be hard to beat. I'm going to guess the 4400s, they may be similar. But again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate everybody. This is the Four-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park, and we're looking at the map right now for today's racetrack. The next race will be identical as this as well. We still have some Laser Nut trophies to give away. And this is the Rigid Ridge as we speak. That was Levi Metzinger, I believe.
Oh, wow.
And the drone takes a dirt nap, huh?
Drone took a tumble by the car. I'm not sure, Miles, but I thought that said 900 on it, but I could not be positive. I have 900.
You know what? You might be right. Robert Parker and Levi Metzinger look very similar.
Well,
so
Levi,
if you saw numbers,
I don't see numbers on Levi's car, to be honest with you. I have not seen it, so I'm pretty sure that might have been the 900.
And where is this? Oh, this is coming towards us.
That might be Levi right there.
I would agree with that, actually.
And yes, it is. That is Levi Metzinger right there.
Levi Metzinger out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania. And again, I'll give him a shout out for being a sportsman. He pulled over and helped one of his fellow competitors, so we're going to give him a little time and credit back as he's making his way through the Bronco boulders. If you've never been to Adventure Off-Road Park, it's definitely a destination just outside of South Pittsburgh, Tennessee in the Appalachian Mountain foothills. The elevation here is roughly 600 feet. There's over 600 acres here to come play out, 120 trails where they've got everything from mild to wild. They are open 7 days a week, $20 a person, $5 to dry camp. They've got a nice shower house, great bathrooms. So again, thanks to Benji, Karen, and Eddie for bringing us such an amazing park to come play at. And we need to thank Jason and Gayla Robinette with Mid-America Outdoor and Ultra 4. We need to thank all of our amazing volunteers, Ultra 4 and MAO crew, Media Safety, and USAC.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're here on site, make sure you go see Angel, Carly, Bailey, Tristan, and the entire crew at the MAO Ultra 4 merchandise trailer. They've got a little bit of everything to offer, so go check it out. That's the 4906 of A.J. Stratman, and Cole Clark is all over his tail. So it's going to be close coming into the Bronco boulders. I hope the drone will be able to check it out.
Look at Cole's left rear. If the drone picks that up, it kind of looks like he might have a left rear flat. It sounds like the 918. Where's 918 here on my list? 4918, Matthew McIntosh. I heard some chatter on the radio about them. And that was Levi going on out on his next lap.
Boy, I couldn't tell through the dust there, Pam, on Cole Clark.
Oh yeah, he was hot on the rear end, but I think he might have had something going on in that left rear. And on screen, there's Jay Shaw.
Oh, that's Jay Shaw. That's at the Rigid Ridge. So did we miss Jamie McCoy, or did Shaw get around him? I have no clue. We didn't have a visual on it, but
we shall see.
This is going to be down to the wire.
This is where I can't sit down hardly. Like when they start coming in and they're closer and closer, it's like cannot sit down and watch this racing anymore.
Patrick Murray, we're following him into the woods section. He'll be heading up to the Recaro Rise here very shortly. Patrick Murray out of Vass, North Carolina with Murray Off-Road Motorsports.
And I want to announce again to our 4,500 class, Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance, we are going to do your awards right before we do the 4,900, so please make your way over here. They will be getting a checkered flag here shortly. So if you want to do your awards, you better move on this way.
And chatter through the PCI race radio, it sounds like the rest of this race will be white flag only. Regardless of their lap, they are getting the white flag. So 49.06, A.J. Stratman heading out for his final lap.
Let me go to that timing there, Miles. I've got timing up everywhere here.
So it's still Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, Mike Park, and then Jeremy Blackburn. I apologize for not saying much about him, but he is in first place in the UTV stock production class.
That he is.
So let's find second and third for stock class, Pam.
Stock production class second and third will be Aaron Lynch in that number 113 in second position. And then A.J. Stratman in the 4906 in that third position.
Got a strong run going.
So Cole Clark must have either gone into the hot pits But this is definitely a
no, there's
Polaris.
Cole Clark coming into screen right there.
Yes, and there's a Polaris.
So it looks like he did come out
of
of the HER hot pitch. Yep, you are correct. I'm going to get a visual on his car.
Miles just got a visual on screen there. You can see we running back and forth to get the screens. And the 86 of Paul Wolf got going again because he just exited the wood area.
So he will get the white flag there as well. And I was able to run out to the start line here and get a visual. I was getting a visual on Cole Clark's car, and it looks great. So it's kind of fun to see how those cars look on their last lap as Cole Clark comes into screen heading up the Recaro rise.
Now, did he come out of the pits?
It looked like it.
I think he had a flat.
I think so. Yeah, you called the flat. I didn't get a visual, but it's very possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, there's Paul Wolf on
Paul
screen
Wolf
right there.
Hitting the Yukon launch.
Now, Paul Wolf, his plan, he is running every single Ultra 4 race all over the United States this season in his Can-Am UTV and his UFO fabrication.
Yes, that guy's committed for sure.
Exactly.
He's really stepped up his game this year.
He is getting the white flag right now.
See Martin Duffy patiently pacing around, checking on his daughter.
Troy Digby's here. That's awesome. We're going to be getting all of our 1, 2, and 3 of our 4,500 class here shortly.
So Paul Wolf getting the white flag. So that should put him into fourth position, if I'm not mistaken. Fifth position. Fourth in class. So Mitch Wofford is just in front of him. And there's Sarah Duffy getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders. The heat is definitely starting to soak in. There's minimal wind out here, so make sure you drink plenty of water out there. If you're spectating, racing, working, whatever you do, let's definitely try to stay hydrated. As Mitch Wofford passes me, heading out for his final lap in the 4,900
and it looks like
Can-Am stock class.
Paul Wolf came out of the pits just now.
I'm going to get a visual on his car.
Make sure you stand in front of the camera. That was a quick visual. Paul Wolf will be ending this race. He just got the white flag, and he will be going back out into his 4,400 car.
And I kind of forgot to mention the car owner is riding with Paul Wolf. That's Chris Hickman's in there, so it's kind of cool to see them enjoying the racing action. Look at the left front on that car and that Can-Am.
That's
Brian Stone. It is.
Yeah, Brian Stone.
So he's got that knuckle issue, so tough break for him. But
the drone keeps going over, and he keeps looking at it every time it's been over there by him. He's either saying, leave me alone, or send help.
It's just all in smiles.
There's James Cantrell just exited the woods. And there's Dustin Robbins. He's not too far behind.
And Dustin Robbins was pushing pretty hard. Remember, James Cantrell is in just finished this race for points, but Dustin Robbins was pushing hard. This is a 5-lap race. The leaders are on their fifth and final lap. We should see them as it is. There's Jamie McCoy coming in. So we'll hopefully the drone will. Not sure if Dustin Robbins was showing out or he's having some steering issues, but hopefully we find our leader Jamie McCoy here very shortly.
My heart just started beating so fast because I wasn't sure how far behind is Jay Shaw, and we know it's so close between the two.
And
this is when it gets really exciting.
So the 49-18 of Matthew McIntosh is going to wait for a cold course to limp the rest of the way out. He is out of the race, so tough break for him.
That was James Cantrell, just got the white flag.
And that is Jamie McCoy right there, right?
No, that's not.
Dustin Robbins.
That's Dustin Robbins. He just got the white flag.
Sorry about that. So Dustin Robbins heading out for his last lap. And then the checkered flag is coming out for Jamie McCoy right now.
Unofficially in that #1 position for the 3rd year in a row out here at AOP.
So where is Jay Shaw? How far back is him? I started my unofficial stopwatch right now. He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds to cross that flag. And if we don't see him in the next 10 or 15 seconds, I think Jamie McCoy is going to get a three-peat here at the AOP Park.
So Jamie McCoy definitely picked it up on that last lap. So Gary over there telling him to pick it up. 20.49. That's what his last lap was. That was his fastest lap of the race as well.
And if I'm not mistaken, only one flat tire. That's pretty impressive.
That is
that car, he definitely put it through its paces. Dustin Robbins heading out for one more lap. There's Gus Fisher.
He's patiently awaiting.
So Dustin Robbins, we're chasing him through the woods, getting ready to hit up the Recaro Rise. There's Sarah Duffy pulling over. That's great to see the sportsmanship out of her.
Ooh, it just got a little warm, Miles. Where'd our breeze go?
There isn't much. Yeah, look at the sportsmanship out of Sarah Duffy. She's at the Recaro Rise section, and it looks like everything's going great. So that's for number 900, I believe. That's Robert Parker. So it looks like Jay Shaw is not going to beat out Jamie McCoy. So unofficially, Jamie McCoy just wrapped up this race.
All right, our 4,500 classes. If you could make it way over to your vehicle, you can stand in the shade right by your vehicles because we are going to get you guys quickly as possible.
See Jeremy Blackburn. So you had Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance Sr. If you could come this way, we'd thoroughly appreciate it.
I see everybody but Sean Rance, so if you hear us, then go ahead and make your way this way. That's the 113 right there. Just came through Aaron Lynch. He just exited the woods. Yeah, but just stand in the shade by your cars so you're closer. I was like, they were wondering where you guys were. Sit there and look pretty. Thank you.
Heading through the Bronco Boulders is Aaron Lynch. What a great day of racing it has been. We started at 8 a.m. this morning with the limited classes. Then we went in the Youth 170. Now we're about to wrap up the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class, and then we'll be kicking off the grand finale, the 4,400 Unlimited class. So we'll be a little off pace, I believe, but we're going to do our best to keep everything flowing.
So Jamie McCoy with his fastest lap on his last lap this afternoon. He finished all 5 laps in an hour and 48 minutes in his fastest lap of a 20.49. But you know what? That wasn't the fastest lap of the day, which is amazing, but he has just definitely kept a steady pace. 1 flat tire is all he had. That's all you need to do. Great view right there of our watering vehicle, keeping the track watered down for us.
Bobby's out there driving along the track, keeping everything, trying to keep the dust down best as we can.
Oh, I hear a Can-Am in the background. I'm going to guess that that's Jay Shaw.
I mean, it could be Mike Park.
No, it could be Mike Park. You're right. He's in a Can-Am as well.
I was expecting to see Jay Shaw a lot sooner than we have. So.
Oh, that is definitely Jay Shaw because Mike Park is not yellow.
Yep, Jay Shaw. So physical second position and on adjusted time. But could Mike Park sneak up on him? It's going to be interesting. So Mike Park started in 6th position, so 1 minute behind Jay Shaw. So I'll start my unofficial time clock once we see him class.
We have Matt Walraven over here. He's not in the race, but he's got some ice going on. I'm not sure what's happened, but if he wants to come on over here and talk with us for just a moment, let us know. They like to tell us over the fence. They're afraid of coming and visiting with us, Miles.
Maybe they're scared of you.
I don't know. I think he might have said he broke his wrist.
Well, we're about to find out.
Come on over here, Matt.
So there's Aaron Lynch pulling out of the race, it looks like. So, Walraven, you're all iced up. What happened there, buddy?
Oh, well, we made a car switch from Polaris to Can-Am in between motos, or in between rounds, and cars running awesome. CT Raceworks, MRT Tires, all those guys. Daniel, Alex Reed, David at CT hooked us up, and we were running strong, qualified 5th, made a couple physical passes on the first lap, and then Papa Poe flipped over, and we got out with Levi.
Okay, you were the one. You helped Levi help Poe.
Yep, and
That's
we got
cool.
him.
Great on you.
Well, it was he's a buddy of ours, so we wanted to get him back going or at least safe. So we got him flipped over, and we were making good time. Caught back up to the front of the guys, and we were coming up the hill, and my seat was moving a little bit, and I was pushing myself back in the seat to hold myself stable coming up the uphill, and hit a rock, and the wheel turned hard left and caught my thumb, and that was the end of it.
I have to be honest with you. My husband broke his thumb because of the same kind of thing.
Yeah. So, that's racing. We were excited to be here. The track was amazing and tough. We had the car to win, but next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of racing. I hate hearing that, but I still see the smile on your face.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
racing.
That's why you're here to have fun.
Well, your son ended up on the podium today, so that's what's awesome.
Yes,
he was in the 170 class today. I was second place, correct? Were you in second place? Yes. Yes, ma'am. I love this.
And he's
awesome.
in a borrowed car who blew up his 200 yesterday in practice. So
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
couldn't be
it's
proud
So
of
you
him.
got a loader
Brandon.
car. So you drove it like a rental, right, buddy?
Yeah.
You drove it like you stole it. Does Dad tell you to do that? No.
Chris May hooked us up, so big thanks to those guys. We were driving Raleigh's backup car, so couldn't be happier for the weekend, though. And my co-driver's out there right now running my car. So
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you hopped out here in the
Yep.
pits?
Yep.
So
Okay.
did you go to medics right here and have them check it out, or you're just going to
No.
go straight and know what happened?
Yeah, we filled out our accident report, and I'm going to go bum a ride from somebody because all we have is our toter. So.
Oh, gotcha.
So you go get it looked at?
Yes, sir.
Well, tough break for that, but hopefully everything pans out and you get back there, get healthy, and hopefully your co-driver doesn't tear your car up too much.
Well, he already turned it over once. He's got it back on his wheels, so we'll see when it gets back.
Now he'll have to fix it for you since your hand's a little damaged.
We'll send it down to CT, get those guys.
Let them
up.
get it fixed up.
Yeah, they do a lot of work on a lot of cars.
Yeah, they're amazing guys, and just again, thanks to CT and MRT, and shout out to the family of Chad Pedersen. He was a big part of getting us with MRT, so I just really appreciate it.
All right,
everybody's helped us.
Wall Raven, always a pleasure.
Thanks
for coming to race with us. Tough break, but we'll see you at the next one, buddy.
All right, I appreciate
Awesome.
it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. There's a
So
904
there
Mike
is
Park.
Mike Park, physical third place, and on adjusted time. That's how it's going to shake out unofficially. So it looks like it's as long as he can come in here. It's Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and then Mike Park. So his first season with Ultra 4, getting on the podium here at AOP, he is going to be excited about that.
All right, Miles, I'm going to go over there. We're going to start getting going on the podium because we do have our 4500 Yukon gear and axle that we did not get to earlier, so I will be back here shortly.
Well, thank you, Pam, for that. And we're watching Mike Park hit the Yukon launch. And we still have the stock class yet to go.
Oh, sorry.
So we've got another UTV racer hitting, hopping into the Nitto studio with us. Cody Quattlebaum, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah, I had a rough day. Flat on the first lap. Second lap, broke my tie rod bolt. Same thing happened in Nationals. Sheared it right off and took me out of the race. So.
And we just saw Mike Park grab the checkered flag, unofficial third place for him for his first season with Ultra 4. So great effort by him and his whole team. We had a lot of laughs with them last night. And I still see a smile on your face, Cody, and I love that about you. But, I mean, it's just a tough break, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hot out here. My wife got me a sundae, so I'm good to go.
An ice cream sundae.
Yep, ice cream sundae. Looks like my buddy Jeremy right there is in 4th overall, so that's first in class.
Yeah, first in class, absolutely, yeah.
So that's awesome.
So what's your next race with us?
It'll be Visions. Coming to Visions.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be a good time. I'm excited for that one.
Got my camp spot and everything. We're going to fix a few things and get rid of this bolt that I keep breaking.
What are you going to move to?
I'm going to try to find something that's double shear.
All right, yep.
It's a single shear system, and apparently I just don't know how to drive on it. So.
Well, it's definitely hard on equipment, that is for sure.
Yeah, this is a very tough race course, but it's fun.
But it's fun, yeah. I was just going to say,
fun.
it's tough, but it is fun out there.
It's challenging, and there's a mix.
What was the hardest part out there on the track?
Probably some of the downhills. They took out one of the big mud climbs, so everybody was taking the left line there. But there's some really bad drops, jerk the steering wheel and stuff, so some big rocks out there.
Yeah, no, it's and the trees are tight too. Did you ever kiss a tree at all?
Oh yeah, the cage has marks all over it, little green spots, bark in the roof and everything. So, tons of trees out there.
What a great race by everybody out there. Unofficial, it looks like it's going to be Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and then Mike Park.
I'm happy to see Jay Shaw back.
Yeah, he's stepped out for a little while, but he's got a great crew behind him. He's got Adventure Lifestyle that's helped him get back in action.
That's awesome. Did y'all say yesterday that was one of Kyle Chaney's old cars?
Yes, Jay Shaw. That's Kyle Chaney's this year winning King of the Hammers car.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's cool to see it out here racing with us and see Jay back in the seat and having some fun.
Whew. Yeah, it looks like we're about to wrap it up. I'm going to go ahead and finish my Sunday before it melts.
Before it melts all the way. Well, Cody, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for coming out here and racing, and better luck next time. We'll see you at Visions.
Yep, better luck at Visions. Thanks, Smiles.
What a great race it's been today, and we still have a lot more yet to come. We're still waiting for Jeremy Blackburn. So there's Scott Raymer. You'll see him coming in the screen. He's spitting and sputtering just a little bit. So it looks like we got Pam ready to do some awards for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, giving away some of those Laser Nut trophies thanks to Cody Wagner and company. So this is the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. And it sounds like Pam Hall's about to take it off. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. We are here with the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. We had to wait for one of our drivers to get back over here. We'll go into that in just a minute. But with us right now, we have our third place, Mr. Sean Rance. Awesome job out there today. What did you think about that race course?
The course is, every year it's tough here. Everybody had tire issues. Everybody had breakage issues. There's a lot of things going on out there. But it's just wonderful to be here.
And you were just saying that you have about a 1,500-mile drive home. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, it takes us 24 hours. Chuck and I will just tag team and get there. And 1,500 miles, we just wanted to come out here and race with our good friends.
Awesome. Well, congratulations for getting on the top of the box, or on number 3 on the box today. Who do you have to thank for getting you here?
Well, my wife and family, Chuck Richardson, my co-driver, Milestar Tires. They got great tires, rough stuff, specialties, a little bit of everything. It just takes so much to get out here every time.
Well, we greatly appreciate you coming all that way. I think we have somebody that might have came a little bit farther, but I'm not sure because we have our new Canadian team that showed up here this weekend. But thank you so much for coming and racing with us again. Will we see you at Visions?
Yes, we'll be at Visions, and I'd like to say thanks to the new Ultra 4. It's been just amazing. I just love the new what's going on.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and I know that they greatly appreciate hearing all of that from all of our racers. And congratulations and safe trip back home.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, now we're going to go right on over here to our second place, Mr. Cody St. Clair. You guys were on it this weekend. You were having a lot of fun out there. I don't know, did you guys have any flats?
We didn't have any flats during the race, but after the race it went flat.
Oh, you're not the first one that has said that. Like they pull in here and then they all of a sudden get a flat.
Yeah, walked over and tire was flat, so I don't know.
But did you guys have fun?
Oh, it was a blast. Rough, but it was fun.
Awesome. What was your favorite part?
Finishing.
That's probably the best thing right there. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box?
Cooper Tires. Like you said, we didn't have any flats. They hooked up in the mud and the rock's great. PSC, didn't have any steering issues. Dave's Off-Road. Raceline. Dad for co-driving through this rough course. Torco Oil. Transmission stayed cooled all race. And Rufus for helping us pit.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. It looks like you got a lot of cleaning to do.
And full throttle batteries.
And full throttle batteries. I heard some people were having some issues with pre-running yesterday with some batteries, but you guys obviously did not.
Not this time.
Well, congratulations on that second position, and have a safe trip back home. You all staying around for the 4400s?
Yeah, we'll be leaving early tomorrow morning.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. All right, into that number 1 position. It's a little different for our number 1 spot right here. There's a good explanation, but he made it farther on course, but you're in that number 1 position, but your car is still out on course. But here you are. What happened out there?
Well, we broke the sector shaft on the steering box, and then the track bar bracket ripped off the axle, and then the steering ram bent in half, and then we had a flat tire, and all at once. And now it's stuck against a tree on a steep downhill, and hopefully we can get it after the 4400 race.
Benji and his crew out here and all of the Mid-America crew, they're awesome. I'm sure Benji definitely will be able to get you out. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box?
Well, first off, Outlaw Off-Road in Charlotte, they helped us, get the car ready. And then we got Barnes 4x4 with all their joints, and we got Raceline wheels. Didn't have any wheel issues. And then got my boy Luke right here navigating me through everything. And that's about it.
Awesome. Well, we obviously know you're sticking around for the 4400 race, but congratulations on getting on that number 1 spot here today, and time to go party, right?
Oh, yeah, thank you. This is my first number 1 trophy right here. So super pumped about that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, Troy Digby, Cody St. Clair, and Sean Rance. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam and Cody Wagner and LaserNut for those amazing trophies. A huge shout out to everybody that's raced so far today and taken home some of those amazing LaserNut trophies. That was the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. It's been a great day of racing here at AOP for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee, but we're also racing at Mid-America Outdoors at Jay, Oklahoma for the side-by-side championship series, and we're going to try to throw it back to them and see what Joey and Matt have to say.
That's the only way. I feel like if you're a broker, you have to go for broke.
Yeah.
That makes sense. We got Scott with an interview. Scott, take it away.
You look way too clean. Hey guys, I just off camera a moment ago, I looked at her, I go, Caitlin, you look way too clean. That's what happens when you finish up front. Hell of a run out there. I'm sorry, but I gotta say this, I gotta go there. In this kind of heat, gives a whole new meaning to heat racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I need water ASAP. I drenched myself in water before I went out there.
What was it like out on the track?
It was actually really nice. There were some areas that were slick, but it was perfect, honestly.
Are you able to take any kind of homework from this event and turn it around and adjust this car for this afternoon?
Yeah, I think we'll probably tighten up the shocks in the back end, but it ran great.
I tell you guys, this is confidence right here. She doesn't look like she's sweating. She doesn't look like she's tired or hot or any of that. This car looks like it's almost ready to go. So good luck this afternoon, Caitlin.
Back to you guys. All right. Looks like we are back, and I had misspoke earlier. I had said that we were going to water. I think they made a executive decision. I am not the race director, and I am not a track specialist, and it did hold up after that class, so they decided they're going to go ahead and run Pro Turbo, it looks like.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we got to get this one right here off the top of the course.
We got one person on the track. We'll have to get that clear.
Yep. Looks like she lost a whole front tire and the other side too. Maybe a steering rack folded them in.
Are they going to possibly get a sight lap right here? What do you think, Joey?
They might. Sometimes they let these guys do that. I'm not really sure what they're going to do, but we've seen them do things like that before.
Got them loaded in right here. Looking at this line.
Yeah, this is a stacked up heat. So you're going to read that right there?
I will do it. Cheney, Boodle, Beavers, Baker, Huddleston, Clifton, Hughes, Rimmereed, Tewksbury, Martin, Corbin. They changed it on me. Did you see that?
Yeah, you missed Champion, Baker.
Yep, Champion, Baker. A couple others. We'll go through it again once they get them back out there. But
Rowden.
Yep.
Graham, Boodle, Yoshimoto.
That's different class.
I'm just kidding, man. They went back to women's.
But I'm
You were about to
telling
say,
you
are they really going to race with them?
Well, I was just thinking that some of these, some people are going to be a little scared. They're fast.
Yeah, I know that's right. So if you look at the bottom, you got, looks like Edmonds, Cash LaCroix, Vanover, Willis,
Yep.
Corbin,
Martin,
Tewksbury, Champion, Rimmereed, and then I think you got all the others.
So we'll have to figure it out. Maybe
So we got young guns in here. Let's
misspoke
talk
if we
about.
got-
Let's talk about.
If you guys want, Tennessee's actually watching us. If you want to welcome them in.
Hey,
We'd like-
Tennessee's here.
Tennessee in the house. We'd like to welcome y'all to our live feed. We've been jumping on yours, and now y'all are jumping on ours. Really cool technology being done by the Ultra 4 and the Mid-America teams this weekend.
Smart people.
We are at halfway point for our race day today. I know Ultra 4 was ahead of the schedule with us, and we are happy to be able to tune in and see all the racing action down there. When we tuned in last, we gave you the top 5 for the UTV. So go over those pages and check out and see who won there. Remember to share their feed and our feed.
Absolutely.
If you're watching the Ultra 4 feed, you can still take a second and share the live feed here for Mid-America. And let's just let's grow our reach together. So we've been having a lot of fun. We want to report everybody staying safe here.
Yep.
And we are definitely enjoying Mid-America facilities and having some fun up here by the pool, and we're about to go eat at the steakhouse and have some fun. So if you're watching the Ultra 4 live feed and you've never been to Mid-America Outdoors, we encourage you to please come on over and hang out with us sometimes. We would love to have you.
But Joey, first, before we do any of those cool things like go eat lunch or get back in the pool, Pro Turbo, man.
Pro Turbo. So we talk about this. Before the race day even starts, we're always excited to see how this one shakes out because the competition is so stacked.
And I'm just looking at these drivers sitting in the gates, right? And I'm looking at who's in which wave. So they're going to have two waves.
I thought I saw
Lisa.
Cheney on the second row. The way the drone is sitting right now, I can't be certain, but it did look like he was sitting on that second row. This is anybody's race.
I just want to talk about the fact that Champion and Martin and Willis, all these guys, are they all going to be in the same heat? That's what I'm curious about, right? You got some fast guys. You got Cash sitting up there.
Well, I can tell you this. There is definitely a element around Pro Turbo where everybody respects each other and knows they're fast. They know their car's fast. There is a mutual respect given. And they don't jaw off a whole lot. They keep it real professional, pretty tight-lipped. They're kind of even secretive to the point where they ain't telling nobody, yeah, I made this adjustment, that adjustment, I got you this time. There's really not a lot of that. It's real quiet, real professional. Let's leave it all on the track.
That's right. But there is a super, lighthearted fun side to these guys. We got to see that a little bit last time with, Scott and Cash going back and forth in their interviews and kind of dishing it out to one another. But here we go, Pro Turbo.
All right.
Headed up the hill. Look at Zach Beavers. And that's Kyle Cheney. Kyle Cheney was on the front row.
Look at this.
Ooh, they are battling right there.
He was in that other slot, so that other car.
Man, great start for Zach Beavers. That was a really good run right there. Looks like Jeff Boodle in the 3rd position. There's Kane and Baker in that 4th spot. Man, there comes Mitchell Huddleston, the 124 machine. Looks like he may have had a little issue on the start.
Yeah, so very tight for that top 4 right there. That is going to make for some interesting racing as we're getting ready for wave number 2.
Yeah, it's about to get Western before it
So
gets
that means
Western
we're about to see Cash LaCroix.
Right, here they come.
And how cool is that to be switching back and forth with Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series? We were just listening to Matt Joe, and we saw Scott Rain do a little after-race interview. It's awesome to be able to share the feed back and forth, and it looks like Pam Hall should be ready to do some awards for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class for the Pro Modified class. Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. We're over here with the 4900 Pro Modified Can-Am UTV class, third place. Mike Park, you were on it out there. You were having a great race. How do you feel?
Feel great. Definitely a rough track, but we didn't have any issues. So never had to stop the car and made a good race.
That's awesome because tires have been an issue for sure out there. And for you to not have any issues, that's awesome. You were just on it, making lap times better and better and picking up places.
Yes, ma'am. We just try to save the tires and keep moving.
Awesome. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the box tonight?
My family back at home for allowing me to come do this, and all our Team 904 and their support, and then CT Raceworks and Evo, Raceline Wheels, Cryo Heat, and Turner Axles.
Awesome. It was fun hanging out with you and your team last night, getting to know all y'all. It was a hoot. So congratulations for getting up here, and are you sticking around for the 4400s?
We'll probably be around all day.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. We're going to go on over here to our second place finisher, Mr. Jay Shaw. We were about ready to start standing up because we thought you were going to catch up to Mr. McCoy over there, but did you have any issues this race?
Yeah, I mean, going into the first lap, we blew a tire, so we had to get that swapped over, and we stayed sort of consistent second through fourth lap, and then I told my co-driver, I said, hey, hold on, man, we're about to go for him. So we put the hammer down, and I felt like we were making some time up on him, but we ended up blowing a belt. So had to get that changed over, man. He swapped it within no time, and it kept us here in second. So super happy, man. We hadn't been in a car in 2 years, so, man, we're back, and it just feels good to be up here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here besides this little tiny one right here next to you?
Yeah, it's always good when you bring the family out, man. My wife and her come out, and it just makes feel like home, But Adventure Lifestyle, if it wasn't for them, man, they bought this car for us. They got us back out here racing, and it's just a huge shout out to those guys, man. They've stepped up in a big way, man. They got us back out here and really just sort of floating the bill, so we couldn't do it without them at all. And then, co-driver, I got Dirt Monkey Performance out here helping us out with the car, and NOS Suspension, G-Force Racing, man, everybody that helps, it's just an awesome time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot, and we'll see you at the Visions maybe?
Yeah, I hope so. That's the plan.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we see you there, and congratulations again. All right, over here to our number 1. This is a three-peat for Mr. McCoy. You are on it. This must be your backyard, right?
Yeah, welcome to Tennessee.
Jamie McCoy, he has literally third time in a row. Every time we're on the East Coast, you seem to be, on the top of the box somewhere, 1, 2, or 3, and it's pretty awesome. What is your strategy when you get out there to do this?
I hate this place. I just want to get out of here.
I was going to say, do you just close your eyes and go because you already have the course in your head?
It does have enough woods in it that I really like that part of it. But the rock section, it's not my strong point. But I can hold my own back there in the woods, I think.
Yeah, I was explaining earlier how I got in the car with you when you were pre-running at Kentucky, and I could not believe the way you drive. I was just like, whoa, you're an amazing driver. You have your family here with you this weekend. Normally, you're already halfway packed and wanting to go home by the time you get up here on the podium, but how does it feel to have your family back here with you?
Oh, it's sweet. I got up this morning and I said just how blessed I am that, my daughter and my wife wanted to come with me, and then I looked over at Facebook and it said, Father's Day tomorrow, and I'm like, maybe they don't love me as much as I thought. Just Father's Day, man. It's good. No, I'm just kidding. It's just really, really fun to have them here, and she got to go to the creek a couple times, brought the dog and stuff, but it's always a good time. This is the closest race for us, so.
Exactly. I know I don't live too far from you, so it's definitely the closest one for us. And you had Jeremy Dickerson in the car with you, your little girl standing right here by your side. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here at the top of the box today?
Oh, man, I am so fortunate. You walk around these pits, and I'm just welcomed by so many people. It's just a wonderful sport, and I'm just very blessed, man. Have people that build other types of parts for UTVs, man, just come up and shook his hand, said great job, and he's a competitor of my product, and just overwhelmed by the support. I'll be 57 years old, and I'm very blessed, man, but I got a really neat G4 CA Can-Am. I laced them MRTs up, and a couple guys was doing different tires and everything, and that's all I've tested on this year, so I was very pleased with them. The Halo locker, just flawless. I got a lot of really, really neat parts on this car, and I got a tremendous amount of help by a lot of people, and I'm very blessed, man. I got a really cool Can-Am.
Well, that's awesome to hear. The Can-Ams definitely are usually up here, and here we are today, 1, 2, and 3 up on the box with Can-Am. So that's awesome. Congratulations. You guys are going to stick around, I think, is what you said yesterday. So congratulations for your 3rd year in a row in that #1 position here at AOP.
Thank you very much. Everybody be safe. Happy Father's Day.
Awesome. And congratulations to our 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Jamie McCoy, Jay Shaw, and Mike Park.
Well, thank you, Pam, and everybody who is racing at the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Hold those laser nut trophies up high and get those pictures, and that's what it is all about. So I think we have unofficial Mitch Wofford in the UTV. Sorry, no, he was 4th place. So we're still waiting for our stock class, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if we'll get those. The course is still hot, but lots of racing action. We saw it there at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series. We just saw them racing. We just gave away these laser nut trophies to the Pro Mod class. We still have the stock competitors out on course, and we are going to be sending out the 4400 Unlimited class. I'm going to say we're going to be about a half hour delayed or so. So please stay tuned. Get on the MAO app, get on the Ultra 4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube. Start a watch party. Share it, hashtag it up, and we will be live racing for the biggest and baddest names in our sport here in just a little bit. And again, thank you everybody for staying tuned in for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. It's been a wonderful day, and while we wait for a few more cars to cross the line, we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I need never get old.
I am Monster Mate.
Welcome back to the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. It's been a wonderful day today. We are just wrapping up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and it looks like we have the stock class about ready to go. So Pam Hall, it looks like she's about ready. We'll throw it back to her in just a couple minutes. So Pam, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Miles. We have lots of classes to get through here. We have the 4900 Can-Am stock production class. We are here with our third place, the 4906 of AJ Stratman. Awesome job out there. I heard you had 0 issues with your tires.
Absolutely. I got to thank our number one sponsor, Braven Tires. They rocked it out here today. We didn't even have to worry about them. We were bashing off rocks. This course was super tough. Thank you, JT. Thank you, Liam. This was awesome. You guys did a great job putting this on for us, kept us safe, had a good time. We were about 100 yards in from the finish and flopped the car. We had to put it back on its wheels and run it in, but we thought we were out of it. We were just bumming, and they called us up here.
You couldn't end it on a good note, right?
We got to, finally, yeah.
This is your good note right here. Who else do you have to thank besides your tire company?
Oh, boy. You put me on the spot. King Shocks, for sure. Those guys kill it for us. They're always keeping us going. Best in business with the tuning. Want to thank Hooker Harness for keeping us safe in the seat belts. We have Gateway Powder Coating, takes care of cleaning the car up for us every month, making sure all the scratches I put in it, like today, they clean that up. Show Me Speed for tuning the car, making this thing fast. I mean, it's wicked fast. It's a good time. If I could have kept it on its wheels, maybe we'd have been over there.
Well, awesome job out there. Being up here on the box in general is awesome because this is a tough course, so congratulations on your number 3 spot.
Thank you so much.
All right, and over here onto our number 2 spot, we have Mr. Aaron Lynch. Awesome day out there today. Except you have a flat, but is that your only issue?
We had multiple flats, bent trailing arm, and ratcheted a front diff, so now we're here, and all that hard work paid off.
Awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
I thank my pit crew. Dude, those guys knocked our tire changes out in and out real quick. I thank my wife. I'd like to thank CA for helping me out and giving me some parts overnight. And that's about it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 2 spot. See you at Visions?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. All right, over here into our number 1 spot in the single seat, all by his lonesome out there on race course, Jeremy Blackburn. Awesome job out there.
Thank you.
Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
But I'd like to always thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without God, I don't think none of us would be here. I'd like to thank my wife for allowing me to race. Big shout out to Nate Martinez. He for Alba Racing. He tuned this RS1. It's a naturally aspirated machine, and it was ripping out there. I'd also like to thank Bandit Suspension. They give me a set of Tender Springs to run, but after this race, I have learned I am going to have to upgrade my suspension. This track beat the brakes off me.
Well, you did awesome out there. Got you out here on the number 1. Did you have any flats?
No flats. I got lucky.
Well, that's a good thing because tires are an issue out there. But congratulations. See you at Visions?
Yes, I'll be at Visions.
Awesome. Obviously, we are wanting all of y'all to be out there. So congratulations again to our 4900 Can-Am stock production class. Jeremy Blackburn, Aaron Lynch, and AJ Stratman.
Thank you, Pam, and congratulations to the 4900 stock class for having such a great day out there on course. And thank you to Cody Wagner and Lasernut for those amazing trophies out there. We have one more class to go. It's just Scott Raymer running in that open class, so we'll get everything reset, set him up for getting his trophy, and then we'll be getting ready to kick off the 4400 class. And we will do the national anthem and a prayer here very shortly. The national anthem, if you are at home, we are going to turn your volume completely off because that'll kick us off Facebook and all the other feeds and whatnot. So you'll see the flag. That'll be our national anthem. And then we have a special guest of Taylor Pickett. He's going to hop in here with me and give us a prayer. And then we'll be ready to kick off the 4400 class. So I hope to be racing here in the next, I'm going to say 15 minutes up to a half hour. We'll see how it all shakes out. We need to make sure the course is safe first and foremost. So there's still a few cars out there on course. So we got a few more trophies to go. And then we'll, like I said, keep everything rolling. So thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. I am Miles Haskell. We've had Pam Hall in the booth with me off and on all day, and we got a lot of things going. It's going to be a great day, so stay tuned in. We're hoping to do one more awards here shortly, and then, like I said, we're going to kick off everything else. So the biggest and baddest names in our sport, the 4400 Unlimited class, will be racing here in hopefully about the next half hour or so. And those unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower, unlimited absolutely everything. These guys and gals will be absolutely flying out there. We have we have two-time king Eric Miller on the pole. Right behind him is going to be Paul Wolf, and then Casey Gilbert, Josh Blyler, Tad Dowker, Zandy Willems, Rusty Blyler, Cade Rod, Cody Hardesty, Chip McLaughlin, Philip McGilton, Chris Branton, Frank Vonderheide, Aaron Smith, Brian McVeigh, Liam Morris, Derek Starr, Chad Hunt, Roger King, and Daryl Kresbach. So be sure to tune in. We have 20 of the fastest names in our sport that will be taking off here very, very shortly. So, again, thank you for everybody tuning in. Thanks again to Jason and Gayla Robinette and all of our volunteers, all our media and staff. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day of racing. I think we're going to throw up some of our sponsors real quick while we get everything set up and give them a quick shout-out. So, it looks like Pam's going to have them ready here in just a second. But, again, a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, Four Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, LaserNut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, and King of the Hammers. Looks like Pam will be ready here in just a couple of seconds, and we'll send it up to her. So Scott Raymer in the 4900 Open class will be getting his LaserNut trophy here in just a second. Well, it looks like Pam Hall is ready with that LaserNut trophy and Scott Raymer. So, Pam Hall, it's your show.
All right, I'm right here with our UTV 4900 Open class. Scott Raymer, how was it out there for you?
Hot. It's really rough, but we survived it.
I thought you were going to leave that with one word of hot. That's why I was going to talk again. Great day out there. Did you come in with a flat at one point?
We had a flat on the last lap, about a mile from the finish, but that's it.
Did you change it out on course, or did you limp it here?
Changed it right before the waterfall. So.
Okay, I thought for some reason I saw y'all come in with it flat, but awesome job out there. What was your worst part about the race course, your least favorite?
It's just rough, but good challenge. We enjoyed the day. It's been a long weekend, so we're happy to finish.
Are you going to stick around and watch the 4400 race here coming up right in just a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll be here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here on the top of the box today?
I would want to thank Fuelworks, Ross Pilgreen, Natural State Chassis, and then Ross Pilgreen, Trey Price, Ryan Baskin. We worked it this weekend.
Did you guys ever have to get out on course besides to change a tire for anything? Did your co-driver have to winch or anything?
Nope. We had a good day other than that. Just popped a tire.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number one spot. Enjoy the rest of the day. Hopefully the breeze stays like this and we can all stay halfway cool.
All right. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam, and thank you, Cody Wagner and LaserNut, for those amazing trophies. Joining me in the Nitto Lounge, we have Taylor Pickett. He's going to be doing the prayer here shortly. We're also going to do the national anthem first. So everybody at home, when you see the flag on screen, we're going to kill the audio for so we don't get kicked off of Facebook and whatnot. But Taylor, thanks for joining me here in the booth, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. A lot of good racing action today.
It's been a great day. We started at 8 a.m. this morning, and then we just kept rolling all day long. It's been a great day. What's been your favorite part so far, or are you excited for the 44s?
I like the horsepower, so I like the 4400 class.
Absolutely, yep.
Of course,
I love it all, but the 4400 is where I get in my jam.
I think it was cool watching some of the stock class try to keep the cars together and make them live through the course. It's a tough course. And it wasn't so much about horsepower and speed today. It's more about agility and can we make it to the
saving
finish.
The car. And tires
the car.
is an issue. I mean, tires, the heat, the trees, the rocks. It's been pretty brutal on equipment.
Yep. little bit of rubbing today, a little bit of racing. So
well, rubbing is racing. We know that's right.
It's been a good day. So.
And where do you come from?
We're over in Cornersville, Tennessee right now. We do RPM, Revelation Prayer Ministry. We actually started in the big bouncer stuff back in 2016. So we worked with Joey Beck and Trip Pullen in the Pro Rock Series. We've worked with Clyde in Southern Rock Series. We'll be in the Outlaw Series coming up here next weekend at AOP. So we've kind of touched base with a little bit of all the guys, but normally we do safety check and prayer on the starting lines. And then we'll preach a sermon in the middle. Plus we off-road race also. We're in the big bouncers, so
nice.
We kind of
do a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. Horsepower junkies. So
I like your style, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, this is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. We just wrapped up the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and we're just, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes to kicking off the 4400 Unlimited class. So it sounds like we are about ready. So, again, if you lose your audio back home, that's on purpose. We're going to kill the audio so we don't kicked off for music rights on Facebook and whatnot. So if everybody would please stand, remove your hats, and we're going to have the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world, the national anthem. Well, like I said, that's the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. It really gets the goosebumps going. That means we are about to kick off the main event. But before then, I want to kick it over to Taylor Pickett, and you give us a little prayer and keep us safe today.
I appreciate it. If you will, please remove your hat and bow your head. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you thanking you for a beautiful day. We thank you for the honor to get to race and do the things that you bless us with, Lord, with Off-Road Family. I pray a hedge of protection over each person that's here, each driver, each crew member. Pray that you be with them as they race. I pray that you just be with everybody as we travel. And we praise you and thank you for your son. For it's in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Miles, I'd like to share a quick scripture real quick for Father's Day, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
In Proverbs 20, verse 7, it says, "A just man walketh in his integrity. His children are blessed after him." So fathers, those that are leading your children in the right way, there's a lot of kids out here today, family friendly. I see a lot of kiddos running around. Fathers, keep doing what you're doing. Lead them spiritually, lead them physically. And from Mid-America Outdoors and from AOP, happy Father's Day from us and RPM to you all. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Taylor. And I mean, I've got a couple daughters at home. They're near and dear to my heart. I'm going to miss seeing them tomorrow, but I'll definitely do the Facebook or the FaceTime deal with them. And I'm telling you, families first, and it's a great thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
So, Taylor, thank you for everything. We appreciate it. And thanks
you.
for coming up there and having a quick chat with us.
Thank you.
So we are about to kick off the 4,400 Unlimited class. I'm going to run through the list of names here, and then we'll probably take a quick commercial break, and then hopefully we get some live action racing coming here quickly. So first on the pole is Mr. Two-Time King Eric Miller. Right behind him is going to be Paul Wolf, then Casey Gilbert, Josh Blyler.
Hold on, Miles.
Tad Dowker.
Zandy Williams in that number 6 spot.
And then Rusty Blyler in 7th spot.
8th position, Cade Rod.
In 9th spot, it's going to be Cody Hardesty.
In 10th position, the number 4, Chip McLaughlin.
In that 11th spot, number 47, Philip McGilton.
In that 12th position, the 4046 of Chris Branton, who is being driven by
Ryan Webb.
Ryan Webb.
In that 13th spot, 4423, Frank Vonderheide.
In the 14th position, the 178 of Aaron Smith.
In 15th position, number 270, Brian McVeigh.
In the 16th position, the number 40 of Liam Morse.
First-time racer all the way from Canada in 17th spot, number 992, Derek Starr and his son Connor.
And in that 18th position, the 456 of Chad Hunt.
In 19th position, Team Robbie Bobby, number 124, Roger King.
And in that 20th position, the 553 of Daryl Krebbach.
So it's going to be a great day of racing. We're about to wrap it up with the biggest race of the day for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. And while we wait to kick off the action, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
I need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm burning away. I never get old.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
And welcome back, world, to the Four-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee. I am Miles Haskell. Alongside me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4400 Unlimited class. Like I said, I love the racing we've done all day, but now I go about into autopilot. I just love this part. I get so excited. This is going to be fun. The biggest and baddest names of our sport, and I see two-time king Eric Miller on the pole getting ready to take off. Pam, this is what it's all about.
Exactly, and the ones that are up there on the top of the qualifying, they're all from the East Coast for the most part, and guess what? They're used to the woods, so this is like their backyard. They have fun in it. They know how to drive it, and they're just ready to go. We have Josh Blyler out there, who was last year's winner. He qualified in the 4th position, but we're going to have to see the up-and-coming Paul Wolf of the 4400 class, how he does out here in that UFO fabrication.
Yeah, last year it was Josh Blyler that won. Then second place was Cade Rod, and third place Eric Miller. So they're all going to be in the mix today. So this race is going to be 7 laps. So 6 miles per lap, 7 laps. It's going to be awesome. And now we have the Joker line coming down Riot. You can only run it once, and you must run it once. So it's going to be awesome to see how this shakes out. I'm super stoked for it.
I'm just curious about the strategy, who has came up with the strategy of when they're running that. But look at the line of cars out there lined up right now, waiting to start. You can see their team members and fans. They're all out there waiting to watch the start right there. It's pretty awesome. If you guys come over here on the grassy side as well, you can see the start. And you have the Jumbotron right here as well. But off the line is the 21 of Eric Miller.
Out of Cumberland, Maryland, with Miller Motorsports, he is Mr. Miller Motorsports himself, and that Miller Pro chassis with a Jeff Ginter race engine, LS7 Turbo 400 Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks, Nitto Method, race wheels, Fox, and impact seats. He won King of the Hammers back in 2012 and 2016, and was also the National Points Championship in 18. It's great to see him out here racing with us, and it looks like up next is going to be
Mr. Paul Wolf in that 218.
Out of Brighton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing. He's in a 2018 UFO Joe Thompson single seat IFS machine with an LSX 434 ATO 4L80E SCS T case. Raceline wheels, Spider Tracks, Rugged, Nitto, Holly, RCV, and Brannick. This is his first season with us, and he has been in the lead every time he's raced with us for at least a little bit. He's won. He's got second. He was leading wrecked, and now we're going to see how this shakes out as he's checking down.
And this
Eric
is Casey
Miller.
Gilbert right now, the 618 off the line as we speak.
Casey Gilbert, number 618, out of Fenton, Michigan, with Gilbert Brothers Racing. He's in a Miller Pro chassis, Texas Speed, LS7, Tranny Tom, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Nitto, Method, Fox, and Impact. And I'm going to point this out. 3 out of the 4 cars are Miller cars, and they love the woods. So Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full today with all these top names up front.
Yes, and the next up off the line is going to be the number 41, the 2021 winner here at Josh Blyler.
Josh Blyler out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania, with Big B Motorsports. He's in another Miller Motorsports Pro chassis, Matco LS7, Tranny Tom, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Method, Nitto, Fox, and Sparco. His first year racing with Ultra 4 was 2016, and won King of the Hammers in 2020, as they're heading up the Recaro Rise as we speak.
Yes, and then next up is going to be the 906 of Tad Dowker, up next in that 5th position.
And we do have a full field, so all 20 cars will take the line. Tad Dowker out of Quaden, Michigan, with North Shore Raceworks, with a Trent Fab solid axle machine called Bambi. This has got an LSX 454 Reed Turbo 400 Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline, and Sparco seats.
All right, up next is the 24 in that 6th position of Mr. Zandy Willems.
This is Mr. Rufus Racing himself out of Allen, Texas, and a Tribe 16 two-seat solid axle machine called Nightmare. He's got a Thompson Motorsports LS 440 LS7 with 800 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Vision Wheels, Maxxis, RCV, Fox, Cobra seats. They are sponsored by EcoWorks and Baja Designs and Nightstick. So Zandy Willems is off the line.
And then next off the line is going to be the number 46 in the 7th position of Rusty Blyler.
The Happy Pappy out of Klingerstown, Pennsylvania with Big B Motorsports and another Miller Motorsports Pro chassis, Mapco LS7, Tranny Top, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Method, Nitto, Fox, and Sparco. He was the Rookie of the Year in Ultra 4 in 2018.
All right, the number 4407, number 8 in the 8th position, Mr. Cade Rod made his debut out here last year in the 4400 class.
He's been a heavy hitter in the 4800 class, but you are right. He stepped up last year out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 48P called Mushu. He's got a turnkey LS7, ATI Turbo 400, SES TK Spider Tracks, King, PRP, Nitto, Vision, Holly, and RCV.
All right, and in that 9th position, the 408 of Cody Hardesty on the line, waiting for the green flag.
Out of Louisville, Kentucky, with Hardesty Racing, he's got Chris Wyant riding shotgun with him, doing all the shock tuning. He's got a TMR custom chassis, straight axle machine, BTR LS 408, Turbo 400, SES TKs, PRP seats, ADS shocks, Nitto, KMC, Tom Woods, and Diddy's Big Block. His dad Bill's out here on site and helping them out in the pits. We'll see the Amsoil Hot Pits, I believe, are going to be exciting today.
Yes, it will be. And next up is in that 10th position, the number 4 of Chip McLaughlin.
Chip Happens out of Corinth, Texas with Rufus Racing. He's in a Tribe 16 2-seat IFS machine. Thompson Motorsports 440 LS7, 800 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Vision Wheels, Maxxis, Fox, Corbo seats. They are sponsored by EcoWorks, Baja Designs, and Nightsticks.
And next off the line in that 11th position, the number 47 of Philip McGilton.
With Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun. It's her first time ever being an off-road machine, and she picked the right time to do it. Phillips out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with V&L Motorsports. He's in a 2020 Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. This is Derek West's old car. This is a 48P Jimmy's car. Straight axle machine, LS 427 with a supercharged by John Bouchard. ATI Turbo 400, Hero TK, Spider Tracks, Yukon Radflow, Nitto KMC, and Vivid Lumen Industries.
And then next off the line is the number 4046, Chris Branton, being driven by Ryan Webb.
And Ryan's son Blaine is riding shotgun with him. They are out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing. They are in a Jimmy's 2-seat IFS chassis with an LSX 427, Turbo 400, Hero TK Spider Tracks, Raceline wheels, Fox, and those huge USD stickies.
And then next off the line, the number 13, 4423 of Frank Vonderheide.
With Drew Davis riding shotgun out of Scranton, Arkansas with STT Racing. They're in a Jimmy's 4x4 Podium chassis. Rogers Race Engine, it's a 383 stroker. Turbo 400, Hero TKs, Method Race Wheels, Fox, Maxxis, and Corbo.
And then next off the line, the number 14 position, 178 of Aaron Smith.
With Troy Digby riding shotgun out of Plano, Texas with Smith Off-Road. He's in a bomber chassis today. He finished himself in his garage. He's running a CBM stroked LS3 425, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, BFG, Raceline, and a King.
And then next off the line, the 270 in that 15th position, Brian McVeigh.
Out of St. Charles, Ohio with 270 Motorsports in a wide open design solid axle machine with a Jeff Ginner race engine, Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Crane axles, Nitto, Factor 55, Trail Ready wheels, Radflow, Liberty Mountain Fab tuned shocks, Diddy's Big Block Race Shop, Buckeye Curb Appeal, Dvork Heating and Cooling, Wilson Auto Glass.
And then next off the line in that 16th position is going to be the number 40 of Liam Morris.
Out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express with a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, LSX 454, Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Radflow shocks, top-tier suspension, Show Me Speed, vinyl images, Schaefer oils, off-road lifestyle, and Warren.
All right, and then next off the line, we will have number 992 in that 17th position, the newcomer, Mr. Derek Starr.
With his son Connor Starr all the way from Georgetown, Ontario with Team Hollywood for their first race ever with Ultra 4. They're in a front yard 5 solid axle machine, LS3 6L80E, Atlas, Dana 80 rock wheels, Maxxis, Raceline, and ADS.
And in that 18th position, the 456 of Chad Hunt taking that green flag.
With his buddy Rick riding shotgun out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports, running a 2022 Miller Pro chassis with a supercharged Dart LS 427, 4L80E transmission, SES T-Case, Spider Tracks, Fox, Nitto Raceline, and PRP.
And we're getting ahead of ourselves again, Miles. I said that was him taking the green flag. That was Derek Starr. 456 is now taking the green flag here in just a moment.
Getting a little too excited.
Yes,
I do apologize about that. So we'll let everybody kick it off. But there we go. Chad Hunt and Rick out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports. Running that 2022 Miller Pro chassis, supercharged Dart LS 427, 4L80E transmission, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, Fox, Nitto Raceline, and PRP.
And then in that 19th position will be the 124 of Mr. Roger King.
And remember, this race is on adjusted time. They are taking off in 30-second increments, so it's going to be a down to the wire. This is 7 laps, 42 miles of the nastiest terrain here at AOP. And there goes Roger King out of Sparta, Tennessee with Robbie Bobby. He's in a Mike Colville chassis, LSX 427 with 680 horsepower, Magnum 4L80E. 205 T-Case, Griffin, Brannick, Curry, Gearworks, Overson, Raceline, Mickey, Thompson, Switch Pros, ORW, and Fire Aid. I know his buddy Justin usually rides shotgun. He's at home taking care of family, and I'm proud of you for that, and I'm glad to hear that's a great recovery.
And last off the line in the 20th position, we have the 553 of Daryl Kirkbox.
Last but not least, out of Waterloo, Waterloo, Iowa, with Full Moon Motorsports and a Super 5 solid axle chassis, LS3 Maximum Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, BFG, Trailer Ready, and Fox. So the full field is out on course. There are 20 cars out there playing all over the place and having a great time doing it. It looks like we're at the Recaro Rise section having a great time, and that is Daryl Krasbach as we speak. Again, 20 cars out there. It's just been a lot of fun. Everybody's having a great time. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park. It's an amazing place, and joining me in the booth once again is Ryan Taylor. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Miles?
Doing great, man. It's been great racing all day long. I know you had a little bit of hiccup in your race. We'll get into that. But it's been a great day, but now it's the 4400.
I know,
mean, you
right?
can't
Big
get better
time.
than this.
Yeah, gets me excited.
Yeah, so we got Sean Reisky and Ryan Taylor. They're almost brothers, but sometimes, I'm just giving you guys a hard time. Every once in a while I get these guys mixed up, but I'm just having fun with them. How was it for you guys out there on course today?
It was rough. I was a lot of rocks out in this course.
Yeah, alternator failure took us out.
Oh, I hate to hear that. I mean, you guys prep, you guys work on your cars, and then something as simple as that's all it takes.
Yeah, it was final day yesterday, and fine this morning, and about halfway through loop 1, alternator quit. We made it back on a flat, changed the alternator, and it's not charging either, so something ECM related.
Oh, that's a bummer to hear.
Yeah.
And you had an okay day. You were a little off pace. What was wrong with you today?
As soon as we got to that rock section coming up where it looks like gravel, except it's 2-foot brown gravel.
It's big stuff, right?
We got up there and cased the rock pretty hard and bent the steering ram, and then once that happened, it blew a steel line.
Oh,
not a rubber
bad
one.
luck there.
So I ended up having to take it off the steering ram, rub that line up over the top of the hood and into the orbital.
Oh, man, a little ingenuity there.
Yeah.
I like your style. A little MacGyver going on.
Yeah, that's what I told Terhune, and he wasn't too excited. He's like, man, we're going to fix it?
And you said, heck yeah. But yeah, I mean, you guys are both heavily involved with Team Indiana. You guys are always a lot of fun to hang out with, a lot of fun to watch in the pits, and thanks for joining me in the booth, and this is going to be a great race.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Miles, I'd like to say thanks to Jonathan for being there because, man, there ain't nothing better than having a good co-driver to give you good support.
Yeah, and just a good friend to share the memories with.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a
anybody that
great
gets in
guy.
these cars with us,
they're a little crazy,
there's
right?
something wrong with them anyways.
Well, that
there's
spells
definitely something wrong with you.
Yeah, that's Terhune to a point for sure.
It is. It's a good time, and I'm glad everybody's here making this all possible. Thanks to Mid-America, because I think they've improved everything. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Way more fun.
Yeah, it's been a great thing. It looks like we're at the Rigid Ridge right now, and I believe that's Eric Miller, our physical race leader. And if he has a perfect day, he's gonna be hard to beat with that clean air.
Oh, for sure.
So let's hear both of your picks. Let's hear your guesstimate on the podium.
Well, you know who I'm gonna pick.
Let's hear it.
Chad Hunt.
I like it.
Well, I thought it's Rick Hunt.
That was yesterday. It's a new day, remember?
Depends on if it's Pam I'm talking to or
It's Pam Hasselquist, right?
That's right. That's it.
Something like that.
No, we told Chad just keep it together and keep tires in the car. Go out and trail cruise.
All right, so that's one. You got two more spots. Who you picking?
I think Miller Carr is going to sweep it.
You think a Miller sweep, huh?
I don't know, Gilbert, and I'm hoping he pulls through because that's a challenge in itself.
So it was awesome. So I was in the pits last night, BS with everybody when the qualifying got updated, and Gilbert beat both Blythers, and he was giddy as a little schoolgirl, running around just saying, "Hey, I got it!" Oh man, it was great. But anyways, yeah, thanks guys for hopping in here, and I'm sure you want to watch the race. So Ryan and Sean, always a pleasure.
Thank
you. We'll catch up for some beverages after the race.
Sure thing. See you, Miles.
All right, thank you. That looks like that is Zandy or Chip. That is Chip McLaughlin, it looks like. So running on the Rigid Ridge section out there. So let's kind of get into the Joker. Let's get in the Joker line real quick. So this is a 7-lap race. It's 42 miles of some of the hardest racing you can do. And here's the Joker line right here. You have to run it once, and you can only run it once. So it's going to be a lot of strategy going into this. I've got we'll do our best to keep you up to date on who's where and what's what and who's ran the Joker and not. But so it's about I'm going to say probably 100 yards coming down to this section, and that's a 20-foot drop. It's pretty steep there. And joining me in the booth is Levi Metzinger. You had a rough day out there, but I did hear you pulled over and helped Papa Poe get flipped over, so thanks for being a sportsman.
Yeah, I mean, the race wasn't too bad. We had to stop 2 or 3 times and fix a broke wire. But, yeah, Papa Poe was upside down, and Jamie, when we got there, his co-pilot Jamie was waving his hands, and it was stuck upside down and couldn't get his belt off. And I don't ever take no parts, no tools with me. And I had a pair of cutters, and they cut his belt, and we got him out, and the car was right in the middle. Oh, no. Uh-oh. And then he flipped over, and we got him out of the road, and we were clean sailing from there.
And you were able to log your time, and we gave that back to you, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I don't know. My dad had some stopwatch going on, so
okay.
I don't know if it was taken care of yet.
Yeah, well,
not,
I heard the chat here over the PCI race here. It sounds like they were going to give you your time back. So again, just thanks for being a class act on that side of things and making it all happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, safety is everything around here, and we're a big family. So
there's Philip McGilton coming through. I believe that's the Rigid Ridge area as well. This is going to be a great race. Who's your pick to win this race today? Let's go with the top 3 podium. It doesn't have to be in an order, but just if you had to pick 3, let's hear it.
I'd like to see Eric Miller win. It's been a while since we've seen him out of race, but Josh is
been since King of the Hammers.
Josh is another hometown favorite. He only lives right over the mountain from us. So I'd like to see Josh win.
I mean, he won this race last year.
Josh win, Eric second, and who else we got?
Oh, and we have
I'd like to see Paul on the podium.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just got updated. It looks like Paul Wolf is entering the Joker line. So it is going to be Paul Wolf, our first victim in the Joker line. So he's going to come right. The preferred line is straight down. So Paul Wolf is grabbing it early. And this is great strategy if I think, because if he can run this super smooth, I believe he'll get around Eric Miller. And look at that. You can't do anything better than that. And camera never does it justice. That is a super, super tough little drop there.
I believe that's the one that McCoy wrecked on.
Yeah, absolutely. He accidentally took the Joker line during pre-running. A little miscommunication there. But I hear some horsepower, and it is Paul Wolf. So Paul Wolf, physical out front, and adjusted time. That's going to have him in the lead over Eric Miller. So is that going to get in Eric's head? We will see Eric here soon, but he does cut a lot of course doing that Joker. So you can only run it once, but you have to run it once, and Paul Wolf gets it out of the way early, and I think that is a great, great idea.
There's Eric Miller there coming out of the woods.
And you know Eric sees Paul's dust. So there's Eric Miller, 2-time king, chasing down Paul Wolf. And I'm telling you, every time Paul Wolf enters a race, he is pushing for that front position. So this is going to be an interesting play of events here. I love the strategy game with the Joker line. But I know you have to keep tires on your car. You have to keep it going. And Levi, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race. And here Eric's going to see Paul's dust and wonder what went wrong there.
So what do we have for a lap time there? Is that a 16:57? So that is with the Joker line, which does cut some of the deal off. But a 17-minute lap, that is going to be impressive. I'm excited to see Eric Miller's time. We'll get that here shortly. And it sounds like we have another Joker coming through, and that is Casey Gilbert, I believe.
There's Josh. Josh has a right rear flat.
So Josh Blyler So Josh Blyler with a right rear flat. He passes the Joker line, but Casey Gilbert does it again.
So Eric Miller came in without the Joker at a 17:57. That's exactly 1 minute slower.
1 minute slower than Paul Wolf?
Than Paul Wolf,
wow.
But Paul Wolf hit the Joker.
So it sounds like Joker is being extremely, extremely popular right now.
Oh, Casey Gilbert just hang out.
So Paul Wolf physical out front and on adjusted time, and
16:57.
And I don't have confirmation about Josh Blyler.
I'm
if he ran the
take
Joker
a
or not.
guess and say that Paul stopped in the pits.
He probably just did a walk around. I'm not sure, but wow, that is a fast time. We never did our bet. I don't know, Miles. I've been kind of back and forth, so I'm not sure.
Eric Miller is chasing down Paul Wolf as they're heading towards the Recaro Rise. And, man, this is going to be one heck of a while.
Running a 17:20 without a Joker.
Yeah, well, I'm having a little – I don't know if he ran the Joker or not. Let's see, 41. So, yes. So, Blyler did hit the Joker line. We just missed it on screen. Okay. So, everybody but Eric Miller has hit it. Tad Dacker, we just saw him.
What about Casey? Did we get Casey?
Yeah, Casey Gilbert hit the Joker. Here's Cody Hardesty.
Cade Rod just came in.
I don't know if he hit the – man, this is wild. We did miss the last one that came through.
There is Rusty. Rusty Blyler's just exiting the woods. This is going to be a very fast race as long as it stays at pace that we are at right now.
And I'm wondering if they can keep at that pace as they are driving these things hard.
And, it's crazy how fast they're going. And what were the UTV times?
I think we got just shy of
Jamie?
Yeah.
No.
Brian
Stone got 18:56.
Yep, just shy of 19 minutes. So they're already breaking into what, 17?
16:57.
Yeah, 17 seconds. That is absolutely amazing. Here's the Rigid Ridge out back.
992.
That is the 992 of Derek Starr from Canada. This is his first race with Ultra 4. Cool to see him down here playing with us.
That's super cool.
Yeah, this is definitely a good one to be a super fast race, as I said. If it keeps pace as it is.
Duck. So, wow. So now we have Rusty Blyler, Cade Rod, and Cody Hardesty all run it. So they're doing 7 laps, 6 miles apiece, 42 miles. So, man, it's everybody but Eric Miller and maybe Zandy Willems that have not taken the Joker. So I was kind of expecting that to be down to the wire to see who does what, but it's only Eric Miller up front that has not ran the Joker. So that's going to be to his advantage on this next lap.
Yes, it definitely will for sure.
So I wonder how long he'll save the Joker to see if he can get on him. So I'll bet you if he gets close to Paul Wolf, he'll run the Joker.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably, but
because you get to shave some time off,
yeah,
so he can get the pass around.
Sure.
Him.
Got Josh Blyler going up the Recaro Rise. There goes Rusty
Blyler coming through. We'll see him in the Recaro Rise here shortly.
Cody Hardesty at the number 408 of Cody Hardesty went through with a lap time of 16:40, which put Cody Hardesty right now in the adjusted time on first place.
Wow.
Cade Rod in second place. Paul Wolf in third place.
How cool is this? Cody Hardesty, he's a young gun. I'm a huge fan of him. I think I bet him here at this race maybe 2 years ago. And to see how far he's coming on adjusted time, playing with the big boys, Cody Hardesty has a good thing. Last year, Cade Rod came in and got the pole position. And now on adjusted time, He's in that second position. It's going to be a wild, wild race. I suspect to see that changing off and on.
This is where we end our race
Gilbert.
standing up. Yes, and there goes Casey
So
Gilbert.
he was
You
in
can
there
hear
quite
that.
a while.
Yeah. Let's say that again, Levi. I missed it.
Casey Gilbert, he was in the pit quite a while.
Yeah, he was.
And you heard him hit the gas. He was
He's
on it.
it. He's going to be he's going to put down a fast lap here.
But, yeah, if you're in the pits, it's going to be hard to recover, I think, because if somebody has a perfect race, they're going to have the perfect day.
So here's who we have out on lap 2 right now in position on adjusted time is Cody Hardesty in that number 1 position, Cade Rod 2, Paul Wolf in 3rd, Josh Blyler 4th, Rusty Blyler 5th, Tad Dowker 6th, Eric Miller, our pole setter, in 7th, Casey Gilbert in that 8th position. So we have 8 cars out of 20 out on their second lap.
And I'm just getting a word that Chip McLaughlin did not run Joker, but basically everybody has, except for Eric Miller, Zandy Willems, and Chip McLaughlin.
I wonder how that's going to be an advantage because Eric Miller is running in 7th position right now. So it's definitely been an exciting day out there.
Yeah, what a great race we have on our hands. This is the 4400 Unlimited class for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. I'm Miles Hasquist, and Pam Hall's been in the booth. Joining us is Levi Metzinger. Thanks for hopping in with us and having some fun. And you got a pretty good seat for this race, don't you?
Yeah, this is the best seat in the shade with the
the
camera.
shade feels
We
good.
have a fan right here right below us. It's awesome.
So don't stick your toes out too far. May get them.
I might get that, too.
So what was your favorite part of the race course today?
The checkered flag.
You are not the first one to say that. That's for sure. There's been multiple people say that.
And I hear some horsepower coming from the woods.
That's a McLaughlin or a Zandy.
I believe
But no,
you're right.
I like this the last mile and a half coming out through here. It's more what we're used to, you know. I'm good in the rocks, but I don't like smashing on and breaking things. But the last technical, flowy, you know, that's where I shine.
Yeah, where you can
That's
get your
what I
jam
like.
on, huh?
Oh,
And that is Chip McLaughlin heading into the Bronco Boulders.
Did you see? You probably looked right at the last second, man. He was on it, and he had to check up really hard before he hit the Bronco Boulders.
And now he'll head into
how
the short
far
course.
He launches this.
Yep, he'll hit the Yukon launch here very shortly.
Now, Levi, were you checking up before you hit the Yukon launch? Because a lot of drivers were saying if you hit it just right, or not just right, if you hit it going a little too fast, it was going to buck you up.
Yeah, and on top, there's a lot of water drainage ditch. So unless you jumped all the way through, I don't think it was an advantage to jump it. I mean, we checked up a little bit and got a little huck.
Yeah, the bucking of it, you don't want to buck that back in and go over too hard because then that can make you nosedive and just send you for a little wild ride.
Especially on a track like this, you don't want to do something silly.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you got a lot of other things that can bite you out there.
It's something silly on the easy part, right?
Right. It's always the easy part because you just relax a little bit. You're not 100% focused. But
Exactly. I like the last 100 yards rolling it. Who was it that I just interviewed? They got to 3rd place. I can't remember right off the top of my head. They just said they rolled it in the last 100 yards.
That's part of it.
3rd in the UTV?
Yes, my brain is faded right now.
Jay?
Nope.
Stock class.
Second.
Well, it's a good thing we have a paper right in front of us.
So there is Chip McLaughlin heading through. He gets thumbs up from his pit crew. So he'll be heading out for his second lap out of 7. I see Chris Hickman right there in the middle of your screen, patiently awaiting for Paul Wolf. You know he's got to be excited and nervous and all the above.
Him?
Uh-oh, and the dust is starting to blow our way a little bit here, Pam.
Oh, yeah, the dust is going the wrong direction. Who wants to turn a fan on to go the other
and
way?
Pam, here is Frank Vonderheide hitting the Joker section.
Is he a new one?
That is
He's been racing with us. I definitely remember him here last year. He's been racing with us for a little bit off and on. That's another Jimmy's car. So do you plan on staying on UTV for a while, or are you going to move up, or what's your plan? And I'm not trying to – I love UTVs. That's where I was racing. I quit just because I ran out of time and money.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. What a save.
So that was a save and an uh-oh there.
Philip McGilton just came in out of the woods going
that?
towards the
44?
Bronco
That
Boulders,
is
but that
Aaron.
was awesome.
So that's Aaron Smith, I believe, right behind Vonderheide. And then Brian McVeigh.
I believe it was A.J. Stratman. That was who it was.
And again, if you're here on site,
No,
the
that was,
barbecue joint
that was
has some
Frank
great
44.
food over
Oh,
there.
that you talked to.
class, sorry.
The barbecue joint has some amazing food over there. It sounds like in
won
the
that?
studio they're eating some chicken
strips.
tenders.
You had some pulled pork nachos
Oh,
earlier.
they were awesome, yeah. And the dinner they put on last night was amazing as well.
That was the 178 of Aaron Smith, just now entering or exiting the woods, going down towards the Bronco Boulders.
Here we got Frank.
And there's McVeigh, Brian McVeigh, very close behind. Pretty
so
darn cool out here.
Our leaders are out on lap 2 of number 7, so it's a 42-mile total race. Lots of them already ran the Joker. I really thought that was going to kind of play its toll a little bit more than it has, but it's it's strategy, and that's what they're doing. There's Philip McGilton with Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun with him.
Oh, it looks like he had a right rear flat.
I think so. I caught that at the last second.
But to answer your question here.
Oh, sorry about that.
We're going to stay in UTV, I think, for a while here. And, oh,
no, and that is in the easy section we were just talking about.
Well, nothing's easy.
So that's either Brian McVeigh or that's 40.
That's
442.
Frank. So Frank Vanderhyde, he's the one that just almost took the tumble on the Joker line, and now tumbled on the infield.
And
so
that's
a tough
right
break
there at
for
the
him.
finish line as well.
Almost finish
Right there.
line.
I wonder if he did. There was a big berm on the outside. I wonder if he didn't catch that and get a little squirrely.
That's what we need. We need an instant replay on that, but I don't think the cameras are on it when it actually started happening.
It was super dusty.
Wow.
But that's a great shot of the four-wheel parts finish line. So we'll get him riding and keep going, and hopefully Frank Vanderhyde can keep racing with us.
So what do you think, Miles? Who's going to physically come out? You think Eric's going to take the Joker this line? This lap?
I don't know what to think. Yes, if
I
Eric
think he
Miller
will.
takes a Joker line, he could get around Paul Wolf. But Paul Wolf, I know, is pushing hard. It's going to be interesting. I can't wait. There's Chris Branton driven by Ryan Webb with those huge USD stickies. I love the looks of those things as he hits the Bronco boulders.
That's the 178 right there of Aaron Smith heading out on lap number 2.
We do have our MAO and Ultra 4 recovery crew heading over to help Frank Vanderhyde.
Look at that.
So Ryan Webb getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. There goes Chad Hunt pushing. These are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. They race King of the Hammers, Crandon, MAO, Sturgis, California, Tennessee, Kentucky, Oklahoma, huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, trees, mud, dust, deserts, whoops. They can do it all and do it all well.
So we just had the number 40 come through the Joker line, Liam Maurice.
So it's been a lot of
Is that
everybody running the Joker line early, which is, I think, a smart move. Oh, we just said 40. Yep, he did that. Driver is okay, so Frank Vanderhyde is okay.
That's a good thing. And on screen right there is the number 47 of Philip McGilton. Or he was on screen.
We need to give a huge shout-out to Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King of the Hammers, Progressive, Four Wheel Parts, Optima, Monster, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Baja Jerky, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful sponsors, we would not be racing here today.
Who we have here?
Have some more people getting ready to exit the woods.
Looks like that is Roger King with Team Robbie Bobby.
That just flows off the tongue, don't it?
I love it, yeah. Yeah, his first year racing, he did the Hillbilly, or what was it, the Hillbilly Killer, the Flat Biller Killer back in 2012. I can't remember what it was, but they're always here to have a good time. So this is our second race in the Eastern Series. Our third and final race in the Eastern Series will be at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend. But our next race coming up will be at Visions at J. Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors. And that is going to be an off-road festival as Roger King hits the Yukon launch. Levi, are you coming to Visions?
Yeah, I'll be at Visions.
Have you been there yet? To
Yeah,
Mid-America?
we were at Visions last year, and then we were at Mid-America for the Memorial Day race.
Okay,
before
yep,
that.
yep, that's right. You were
last year.
That place is absolutely awesome. It looks like Frank Vonderheide is on all fours. We'll see if he can get the car going and keep on racing with us as Roger King comes in. You know, it's a local
Sounds
caution
like
there.
some
Looks
big
like it gets
horsepower.
started up.
Oh, lots of smoke when he started it up, of course.
And Derek Starr coming out of the woods.
He's been out here getting a lot of practice in. Well, not practice, I should say, a lot of play time because they came out so early and just wanted to be able to do some wheeling out here. And super awesome to see them out here. They're having a blast. Really, a lot of drivers, you know, they take all of the new drivers in and they, you know, give them little tidbits of stuff here and there, information, help them out. It's one big happy family, no matter if you've been around for years or you're brand new.
Derek Starr, is that the one from
Canada.
Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from Georgetown, Ontario. So it's cool to see. And they're going to be coming down to Visions as well.
Oh, I did not catch that from them. That's awesome. They're going to be here.
Yep, as long as everything keeps going, because obviously they bought that car 2 years ago right before COVID hit,
Yeah.
and then they were stuck there and couldn't race. But they're in good spirits. They're excited to, you know, get out here and play with us with Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors.
I'm saying it's a right front.
Yeah, right front tire is low on Roger King.
Ooh,
I
that's
guess
not
they just
good.
didn't catch it in the hot pits.
That's
so
going to
he
be
has
a
to do
rough lap.
Yeah, that's going to be a 6-mile lap that he is not going to enjoy.
Hopefully he doesn't get, you know, half a mile in and realizes he has to change it out there. That's never fun.
That's possible. There's Derek Starr, our Canadian. And that's a 25 miles an hour speed zone through the Amsoil hot pits. And there's the Recaro Rise section right here.
Sorry, I'm flipping over to some Mid-America short course racing here really quick, see what's going on there. They're live racing on the Facebook page for Mid-America. It's
Hey,
pretty
Pam,
awesome.
listen to this. Benji just sent me a text. Eric Miller is physically in front of Paul again and still hasn't taken the Joker. So now he
Wow.
has the Joker in his back pocket and got around Paul Wolf. So Eric Miller is on a mission here to prove a point.
Well,
why
you-
he's won King of the Hammers twice.
And the thing, too, about that, it makes me wonder because there's so many either-ors out there. I wonder if he found one that was a little bit quicker, and so he took that either-or.
Yeah, there's 12 either-ors out there. So, yeah, there's a lot of spots where that's where pre-running comes to be an advantage for sure. Did you find a few either-ors that you had to take or wanted to take?
Yeah, we found actually when I was sitting out and pre-running and I was broke down.
You were out there for a while, weren't
I was
you?
right at the perfect place. I was at one of the big rock drop-offs. I think they call it Rufus Highway.
Yeah.
But, you know, I found a nice line, passed Paul Wolf on it earlier. It was a little sneaky line. You kind
I
of go
like
to the
it.
right and just miss all the rocks, and it was cool. But, yeah, there was definitely couple lines that were way faster and way smoother. It's not faster, but easier on the car.
Yes,
and
there
I was
is.
gonna. My next question to that is on the either-ors. Are they getting pretty burned in where you can tell most everybody's taking the one or the other? Was it pretty even or?
For the ones that are like easier on the car, they're pretty well burned in. But like you go up to First Hill right here, the Recaro Rise, I believe.
And there's 3 or 4 different lines
it's
up there,
just
right?
like every one of them is burned in. Like,
And they're
I know
super deep ruts.
A lot of the UTVs took the middle line, but watching the 4400 cars here, they're all going to all the way right,
And trying
which
to
is
carry
the
the
shortest,
speed. Yep.
steepest, but it's also the toughest way.
There's that is Chip McLaughlin heading down with Rufus Racing. He's
I know
back
they-
at the Rigid Ridge.
And they have a slew of people here and a bunch of people at home watching as well. They always have such a large crowd watching them, whether they're here or afar.
So, Miles, this goes back to the question earlier about Eric Miller taking the Joker line. Now he's physically in front.
There he is, right there.
And there's our physical race leader, Eric Miller, heading towards the Bronco boulders. And like you were just saying,
Let's see how
Levi,
close behind.
He's got the Joker line in his back pocket now.
I'm curious to see how far behind Paul Wolf is going to be because you can hear some motor power coming out of the woods right now as we speak.
And remember, this race is on adjusted time.
There's Paul Wolf.
So Paul Wolf's about that 30 seconds. So on adjusted time, it's going to be super close. But Paul has already ran the Joker, so Eric Miller has that to his advantage. And he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. He'll check up just a little bit, but Eric Miller is on a mission with that clean air. I can't wait to see how he got around Paul Wolf.
Hopefully we see Paul. He sent this last lap.
And there he's coming, and he's pushing because he's chasing down Eric Miller's dust. He was able to get around Eric the first lap, and then vice versa. They are definitely mixing it up out there.
That is thick dust in there.
It's nasty. It's hot. It's
That's
thick.
like the silt from in the desert.
Exactly.
Benji just said lots of leaders heading your way, so we'll be seeing a lot more coming into action. So let's get a time on Eric Miller there, Pam.
Eric Miller at a 19:02. Put him right now in the number 1 position because he's the only one who's gotten as far as he has, so we shall see where he ends up once Paul Wolf hits those markers. Oh, Paul Wolf. Number 1
just in
position
time.
right
I'll
now.
bet you it's only by 3 or 4 seconds.
It is, let's see here. About 50 point, about 50. No, 10 seconds. Hold on here.
So Eric started on the pole.
Oh,
and
Paul.
Eric Miller is
14.
coming into the pits, or
That was just a drive-through. Sometimes they'll go through. I don't know what they call that again, but they just a drive-by basically whenever they're just checking it over. And here's Paul on screen doing the same thing, just sticking close by, but he is not pitting as well.
so the old solid axle versus IFS, and that's Chris Hickman giving him the huge thumbs up, saying, "Go chase down Eric Miller."
This is going to turn into a Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf battle like it was out at Moab.
All right, hey, getting some more information. Weaver just texted me and said Paul's car stalled out right when he was out there in the woods, and that's when Miller got around him. So not sure what happened, but Paul Wolf may be having some drivability issues.
We just had Josh Blyler come out of the woods.
There is action
Right
everywhere
there, you're going
we
through
look.
the Bronco boulders.
Leaders are starting lap 3, so we're
almost halfway
deep into this race, and it is awesome.
At the 9:06.
That was Tad Dowker coming in, chasing down Josh Blyler. Tad Dowker's going to have a great weekend out here. He's been racing with us for, I'm going to say, probably 4 years or so with that car, and having some pretty good success, and I'm excited for him to see him doing so well today.
Look at that dust right there.
That's another Trent Fab two-seat solid axle machine.
Okay, I'm going to go get a bite to eat and watch the rest of the race.
Levi, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming in, buddy, and
Yes,
we
sir.
can't wait to see you at Vision.
See you at
Yes,
Vision.
awesome.
It was better this time because it wasn't during my race.
There you
no
go.
doubt.
There you go.
So I see Cody Hardesty, and that may have been Chip McLaughlin.
That right there is that's Rusty Blyler, I believe.
With a right front flat tire, it looks like.
Cade
and
Rod
the
just
Bronco
exited.
boulders.
And Cade Rod just exited the woods area.
Ooh, who was that? Was that Cody Hardesty? Came into the rocks hard. I think that's who it was. So look how thick that dust is. You know the rocks are coming, and I think they snuck up on him a little bit more than he anticipated. Yes, that is Cody Hardesty and Chris Wyatt.
There goes
There's
Josh Blyler. So we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Eric Miller in number 2. And we'll see where we're at once everybody else gets through their laps.
So, yeah, we have the top 4, it looks like. Wolf, Miller. Oh, just the top 2, sorry.
Yes.
So then we'll see where Cody Hardesty, so he may be moving in that 3rd spot. Well, Tad Dowker's out there too.
Yes, and you can see on screen there is Rusty Blyler with that right front like you guys were saying. So we know he'll be going into the pits.
And there's Cody Hardesty heading into the Amsoil Hot Pits, 25 miles an hour section.
We got some horsepower coming out of the woods right now. You can hear them.
And that is Casey Gilbert with that Texas Speed machine. He is on a mission, and we know he was in the pits for a little bit. And look, he has no spare tire on the back of that car.
Cody Hardesty on corrected time is in that number 1 position. Paul Wolf in that number 2 position.
I am stoked for Cody
Wow.
Hardesty, that young man running with the big guns. He has got to be stoked right now.
This is going to be a crazy, crazy race to the end today. We are roughly almost halfway through. Cody Hardesty has Tad Dowker close on his tail. So we have in the number 1 position, Cody Hardesty. Number 2, Paul Wolf. Third position, Eric Miller.
And there was Cade Rod that came through, too.
Cade Rod in the 4th position.
And this is all on adjusted time. I just ran out there and gave a big thumbs up to Cody Hardesty and Tad Dowker as they ran out because I like seeing the car from, for a pit crew.
Yes.
I can see if the suspension's looking good, all the tires, and both cars look great. And and Cody Hardesty gave me a double thumbs up. You know he's got his PCI race radio in there and getting all this information as we see Cade Rod heading up the Recaro Rise. What a great race that is unfolding right in front of our eyes. Thank you again for everybody for tuning in. Ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the Ultra4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube's. Hashtag it up. Hit that share button and start a watch party. This is Ultra4 Racing at its finest. This is an amazing venue for what we do and what we can show off. This is the Rigid Ridge back there. That looks like it's a Rufus car. That is Zandy Willems.
Yes.
On the Rigid Ridge in Nightmare. Casey Gilbert coming out, heading out for another lap. So our leaders are out on lap number 3, correct, Pam?
Yes, they are.
So we're right about halfway through this race right now because they're halfway through this lap. This is a 7-lap race, 42 miles. It's going to be gnarly. Each lap is 6 miles apiece, so it's going to be a wild finish. This is going to be a race to the finish. But to finish first, you must finish.
We have 7 cars right here that I see that are out on their 3rd lap right now.
Wow. Oh, yeah, Zandy kissed a little tree there for a second. Looks like he got back going. Look at that drone dancing through the trees. I love it.
The drone footage out here is awesome. People have been commenting on Facebook about it. They do. We all agree with everybody at home watching this. It is great coverage out here. Having the drones being able to follow them through the trees, follow them off the start is what's really, really awesome. Looks like Zandy might be on a different line because that tree that's down in front of him I've been seeing all day long, but cars are normally on the lane that's left to it. There you go. Now he's back on track.
Yeah, he probably clipped that tree and it bounced him off a little bit, so good to see him back running. Sounds like we may have a car on the Joker line. I can see the lights coming through the trees. And this shows
Is that Eric Miller?
I don't think he's that far yet. Nope,
No,
that is
he
an
shouldn't be
IFS
that far.
machine. So that is Chip McLaughlin. So this is absolutely. There's Chris Kaufman coming up watching the Jumbotron, and he is pacing fast just like Gary was earlier. Everybody's excited to see what's going down. And that just goes to show you how steep that section really is as Chip makes quick work through it. But even up top, what I was calling the easy section is not easy.
And Chris Hickman was in with Paul Wolf earlier in the Can-Am UTV class, so he got to see that track firsthand. And there on screen, I believe that's going to be Chip McLaughlin coming out of the woods.
Yeah, the Joker line comes out just about 20 seconds from where we're at, Pam. So there goes Chip McLaughlin running strong.
Yeah, I love that the Joker line is super close.
Getting lots of feed from Curtis and Benji out on course. Speaking about Benji, we need to give a huge shout out to Benji, Karen, and Eddie for opening arms. They're the ones that run AOP out here, and they're just great to work with. They fit right into the Ultra 4 Mid-America Outdoors family. So thank you to them, and also thank you to Jason and Gayla Robinette for keeping this thing going. All the volunteers, the Ultra 4 and MAO crew, media safety, and USAC. Without everybody, would not be racing here today, as well as Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, and King Shocks, and King of the Hammer. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today. For the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee.
And that was an awesome shot of Chip McLaughlin coming out of the short course, entering into that 25-mile-per-hour zone. It's definitely fun out there. The great photos come from the ones that kick up the dust, and they're definitely doing it out there for sure.
Oh, they are bringing it home. It's great to see. And you can see the flags just barely moving. There's a little bit of wind. We wish it would be a little bit more. And it looks like Zandy, no, that is Chip, Oh, he's letting them check it out, and they're doing the party dance, sending them out on another lap.
Oh,
everybody's having fun out there. So that's the Amsoil hot pits that Chip blows right by. The car still looks like it's in great shape. So Chip and Brad are out for another lap. But on adjusted time, it is Cody Hardesty out front. That is absolutely amazing. And then Paul Wolf, Eric Miller, Cade Rod, Rusty Blyler, Tad Dowker, Josh Blyler, Casey Gilbert, and Chip McLaughlin, the top 9. That is the Rigid Ridge we were just watching right there. I missed that car, sorry. I was watching the live.ultra4racing.com. Same thing, you all can tune in back home.
So, Miles, we still only have 7 or 8 cars that have came through onto their third lap right now.
We have 9, right?
8.
Yeah, so it's going to be a great showing. It's going to be a race to the finish. So far, so good with everything that is going on out there. It's definitely getting hot out here, but it is an amazing venue here for the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee.
We have Mark all the way from Belgium watching today. That's awesome.
I love it when people tune in all over the world. We have a lot of people up in Canada that tune in, down in Mexico, especially
and
over
Portugal.
in Europe. Yeah, Portugal, awesome.
And James is asking where we're running at. We are at Adventure Off-Road Park in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee.
We are just right in the middle of Nashville, Knoxville, Birmingham, and Atlanta. This is an amazing place out here in the Appalachian Mountain foothills. Population out here is roughly 3,000 people. The elevation is about 600 feet. We have just about 600 acres and 120 trails out here with everything from mild to wild. And it's open 7 days a week, $20 a person, $5 to dry camp. They've got great showers and bathhouses out here. So if you're ever wanting to come out and play, this is a beautiful part of the country. Come out to Adventure Off-Road Park. And it has been a warm one today, all weekend. Yesterday, we almost had a storm roll through. It came through. It looked like it was going to let loose, but it was just a sprinkle. But it cooled down probably 20 degrees.
And we had somebody that said that they live about an hour and a half away. They had huge hail, and they had lost their power and everything. I'm like, thank goodness it wasn't here. But on the map, it did. It looked like we were going to get hit with a red, and it just split and went right around us.
Yeah, even right in town, which is only about 10 minutes away, they got hammered with rain for about 45 minutes.
Exactly.
So here's the Rigid Ridge. I missed the car.
I think it is Josh Blyler is who is on there right now.
It definitely looks like a Miller's car. Yes, that does look like it was Josh Blyler.
And that is the Rigid Ridge area, correct?
Yeah, yep. We got an amazing drone out there. It's really cool to see what the Rock Racing TV production crew can bring to you. So who's going to take home that hardware from Cody Wagner and Laser Nut?
We have the 178.
That's Aaron Smith and that new to him bomber chassis. He bought it as a kit, put it together in his garage, and having some fun out here as he's heading into the Bronco boulders. More of just a speed bump, so they're not doing over 100 miles an hour once they reach the wood section.
Jason Pott, he's checking in. He's in Ridgecrest, California. I bet it's nice and toasty there today.
We've raced there before, and I remember it was 113 real degrees. It was a scorcher.
That was my playground. Yeah, that was my playground. I used to camp there. I raced there. It's definitely a fun place for sure. Shelby's tuning in from Illinois. Thank you guys for letting us know where you're watching from and tuning in from.
So we are just over the halfway point, and who are we going to see first? Is it going to be Eric Miller or Paul Wolf? Here's Philip McGilton coming out of the woods. There he goes by the camera. Have our Believe Cam FPV drone chasing him down. We'll watch him go through the Bronco boulders. He's got Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun.
For her
with
first
him.
time ever.
Yeah.
That's
first
awesome.
time ever in an off-road vehicle,
Exactly.
period. It's pretty impressive that she's going to choose to hop in a 4400 car before she does much of anything, but she's a trooper.
Yeah, it was awesome talking to her. She's super awesome. And to get out here in this, I mean, this is a rough race. And for this to be her first race and what people are considering to be a mini King of the Hammers because it's so rough out there.
It is rough on everything. But the smile on her face says it all.
Nana Hawk is rooting on Mr. Eric Miller.
Heck yeah.
From Maryland.
Yep, so that's part of Miller's group.
James
I
Pugh,
believe
he
that's
said.
Eric's grandma, if I'm not mistaken.
James Pugh said they're tuning in from the pits.
Awesome.
Probably in your air-conditioned motorhome, too.
I wouldn't doubt that. There's Aaron Smith and that bomber chassis taking off. They resume race speed just to our left of the Nitto studio.
Let's see who that motor power is coming out.
And
that's
there
Brian
it is.
McVeigh.
That is absolutely, Pam. You're getting on this. Great job. That's a wide open design Adam Woodley built machine. He's been racing with us for quite a while.
I really do pay attention, Miles.
Absolutely. Oh, a right front flat possibly on McVeigh.
It does look like something's going on there. If it's not completely
I can't
flat,
tell.
it could be going low. There hasn't been as many flats as I thought there would be, but there has been quite a bit.
This morning there was a lot, so I
Yes.
wonder if some of those loose boulders are getting blown out of the way or whatnot. But also a lot of the lower classes have to have a DOT tire. These are race sticky tires, so they are a lot stronger tire.
But out pre-running, a lot of people had issues, though.
Oh,
definitely.
absolutely.
And that was only a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. The whole entire race course, there was no way they could go any faster.
They weren't supposed
They weren't supposed to. I'm just saying what the rules are.
Looks like Dan
he does
Wyrick
have
is tuning in while he's doing some race prep on his UTV, and he's watching Paul Wolf race his old car. And yes, Brian McVeigh does have a flat tire. So we'll be heading into the Amsoil hot pits here shortly. Chris Branton, driven by Ryan Webb, coming out of the woods. You can see him at your top right of the screen, heading towards the Bronco boulders.
We have Betty Ling. She is saying, go Big B. We have Jed rooting on Paul Wolf from Illinois.
Hey, here's another update from Benji. Eric Miller still hasn't taken the Joker and is about physically in lead by 1 minute.
Wow.
So, Eric Miller is starting to turn it on. It's Paul Wolf has his hand full right now. He's new to the 4400 class, and Eric Miller is not. So Eric Miller loves the trees. This is his style. Him and Josh Blyler, this is their back door. They love the tight woods. They love this style of racing, and Paul Wolf's is going to have his hands full trying to reel him in. But Eric Miller starting to pull away with a little bit of a lead with the Joker in his back pocket.
We have Nana. She's chiming in again. She's saying cheers for Gilbert, Blyler, Josh, and Rusty. CJ Kidd said he loves his Axial Racing RC Bomber. Almost feels as good as the real thing. We have Nicole watching from North Carolina. As always, is a good job for you and I, Miles. Lots of people going for Big B. And then we also have somebody chiming in wanting to know, Miles, do you remember the time we led the Heartland Challenge until the last 10 minutes because of a ball joint?
Yeah.
That is Alex
Yeah,
chiming.
Alex, yep. Yeah, he co-drove with me, and we were racing. Oh, this has been probably 8 years ago. We raced the Heartland Challenge. We were winning, but just like everything, to finish, you got to finish, and I broke
Yep.
a ball joint towards the end.
And
So
on screen, that is Roger King in that
That's
124. You
Team
were
Robbie Bobby.
He probably is changing that tire that you saw
Yep,
going low.
Yep, it was going low, and now he's having to change
There's
it.
Eric
So
Miller
there
right
is
now.
Our former two-time king, Eric Miller, on a mission with that Miller Pro chassis, running strong. All 4 Nitto tires looking good as he heads into the Bronco boulders. Eric Miller is in a good position right now. I think he's going to be in a great headspace. So he is heading out for lap number 4, if I'm not mistaken, right, Pam?
Yes, he is.
It's the Bronco boulders have been a little bit interesting. It's been more of a speed bump than anything else, and as hard as this course is, I don't see if we'll see anybody launch them to this weekend or not. There's Chris Branton heading up the Recaro Rise. And there is Brian McVeigh heading out. Sounds like the rest of the leaders are heading by Uncle Steve right now. So they're coming to screen. Paul Wolf, number 218. So he's about, like you said, about a minute behind.
All right, so right now we do have Eric Miller, number 21, in the number 1 position on corrected time right now. So let's see what goes on here once Paul Wolf comes through. But we'll update the timing as much as possible.
So I got some bad news for our Canadian friend. Derek Starr is out with a broken steering at Trail 88, a quarter mile before Rufus Highway. So he's going to wait till after the race to recover. So tough break. I was really hoping he could at least have a smooth race, but he's racing, and I know he'll be excited to get that car back prepped and racing at Visions.
And there goes Eric Miller. He is out starting his 4th lap.
And here comes Paul Wolf across the 4-wheel parts checkered finish line. He's got a few more laps to go. So when is Eric Miller going to take that Joker line? If it was me, I'd probably take it here pretty soon just in case it turns into a bottleneck or something happens out there. I don't know. But, hey, this is his race. This is his strategy, and Eric Miller knows a whole lot more about racing than I do. I'll promise you that. Here comes Paul Wolf. I'm going to go get a visual on his car.
He's looking good on going out on his 4th lap. I know that his family and friends are all over underneath the pavilion over there watching and cheering him on.
I just ran out and got a visual of Paul Wolf's car. It looks like it's in excellent condition, and I gave him a quick thumbs up, and it was just a half a thumbs up. I mean, this guy is focused. He is ready to chase down Eric Miller. So, you know, Paul Wolf and Eric Miller are on their A game right now.
We call that laser focused. So we have Eric Wolf in that number 1 position still. Paul Wolf, number 2. Cody Hardesty in the 3rd. But Paul Wolf and Eric Miller are the only 2 that are out on their 2nd lap right now.
And Cody Hardesty
not second lap,
started back.
Starting their 4th lap.
Cody Hardesty started back in 9th position, so he does have adjusted time on his side. And here comes Tad Dowker out, so he's still running strong, so that puts him physically in that 3rd position.
Paul
Tad Dowker's running strong.
Paul Wolf came through 52 seconds behind Eric Miller.
Oh, so it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. Here comes Cade Rod. So Cade Rods and Tad Dowker are running one heck of a race.
Hey, Miles, did you know that today was Casey Gilbert's son's birthday?
You know what? I forgot about that.
Aiden's birthday was today. 13 years old today, out here racing with the big boys out here at Ultra 4 Racing.
He had his dad riding with him during the UTV race. So happy birthday to Aiden Gilbert.
Super awesome. Megan, thanks for posting that.
There's a great shot of Liam Morris heading through the Bronco boulders. There is a lot of action out here today. Here comes Josh Blyler, and he's a little light on the throttle as he comes out of the woods, and he's a little off pace. I'm not sure what's going on with Josh Blyler. Hopefully it's something simple and get it going, or maybe he's just saving the car. I don't know.
I don't know if you mentioned this already, but Ron Prindle, he is chiming in and saying good job to us, but he's watching from the Bay Area, missing being behind the wheel. I'm sure he's probably racing next week anyways at NorCal because they're doing their race next week.
I don't know about that. He took a really bad tumble, and I think the car's pretty hurt and it's still getting fixed, but I'm not sure about that. But
yeah, so Ron, if you're racing next weekend at NorCal Rock Racing, just chime in, let us know.
But thanks for tuning in regardless, Ron. There's
Tad
Blyler and Tad
right
Dowker
behind him. So
yeah,
we
look
have
at the dust.
Oh, listen to this, Miles. Eric Miller, number 1. Cade Rod in that number 2 position. Paul Wolf, 3rd. Cody Hardesty fourth.
So Cade Rod is starting to beat Paul Wolf on adjusted time. I'm excited to see where Cody Hardesty is in the mix with all this. That's why I love this adjusted time racing. They took off in 30-second increments, so at the end of the race, you're racing your own time. Even though there's other cars on track, you're racing your time. And
But
that comes into strategy later on in the game.
I have to say, you know, right now we can see that Paul Wolf now is running in that third position. But what did he do at Moab? Between Paul Wolf and between Lauren Healy, that was such an amazing finish to a race because of the last lap. They both turned it up a notch. I think they bettered their times by like 3 seconds or something on both of them. So once we thought they were running their fastest lap possible, they ended up doing even better. So we'll see if Paul Wolf turns up the heat here. He has 3 laps to go.
Yeah, I talked a lot of strategy with a lot of them, and yeah, they wanted to run 70-80% the first few laps, keep the car together, and then the last lap or two, you just turn it on and hope for the best.
Oh, I love it. I love it when people chime in and like give people their nicknames. So Cotton Clumber is saying, come on, Caters.
We saw Liam Morris pulling the Amsoil hot pits for just a second, but he is back out. And I saw Cody Hardesty still out running, and he's on adjusted time in that 4th position. And I'm getting some more info through my PCI race radio. It looks like with current lap times, we'll be finishing this race right around 4:20 or so.
Ryan Rockhold, he's online watching. He's cheering on Rufus Racing.
So there's the Rigid Ridge. It looks like I missed that car. I'm sorry. That is Aaron Smith. Looks like a bomber.
And he is all silver, so he doesn't have a lot of markings on the sides, which is awesome. Kind of distinctive there.
It takes a whole team to put this race on together, so thanks to everybody. I see Frank Vonderheide here. There is Chad Hunt.
Well, that's awesome to see Frank Vonderheide because he took that tumble down there in the short course after he almost took a tumble coming down the Joker lane. So he's, you know, running perfectly fine out there on race course.
I mean, that just goes to show you how tough these cars really are. And again, we're all about safety here. They have to build these cars to a spec to make sure they can hold up and whatnot. So he took a tumble. They've got the car flipped back over, fired up, smoked a little bit, but he's out there running strong and still running at a great pace.
Yeah, that's awesome that he's out there. Tina Smith is going for Liam. She said she's watching from West Virginia. We got some Michigan fans out there. Josh Spots is saying, bring it back to K-Town, Josh.
Casey Gilbert showing off that Texas speed horsepower as he takes off right next to us, and he is still in the hunt. But I think it's going to be a super tight race for that 3rd place position is what it's looking like. 3rd, 4th, and 5th is really turning out to be the race for this one. Eric Miller is starting to run away with it a little bit, but man, it's pretty wild. Cade Rod, Paul Wolf, and Cody Hardesty are on that adjusted time. It's going to be super close. So it keeps mixing up. But Eric Miller started on the pole and is looking good this entire race.
Lori Christensen, she's, of course, she's cheering on Rufus Racing. She's chimed in as well onto Facebook. So thanks, everybody. You're awesome for doing this, letting us all know who's all watching. Too bad you guys weren't here, but watching from your air-conditioned homes today, I could not blame you. We do have a little bit of a breeze here. Isn't that nice, Miles?
Oh, it is beautiful here. Like I said, it's definitely warm, but I can't think of any place else I would rather be.
Oh, same here. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. That was Frank Vonderheide rolling through, still running strong. So Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full. We'll see if he can start reeling them in or not. But Eric Miller is definitely one to be. He's a tough one to beat for sure when he's in his A game, and he is in the zone right now.
I love hearing that noise coming out of the woods. We shall see who it is. And that's Frank Vonderheide on screen right now, but we do have somebody getting ready to exit the woods section. It is a Rufus Racing. That looks like it's going to be the 24.
That is Zandy Willems, Mr. Rufus Racing himself. And a straight axle machine called Nightmare with a right front flat tire.
Yes, and this is where they're definitely going to have to take it easier over their boulder section, but they have just quite a bit of ways to go before they can come in and get that change, because they have to go through the short course before they can enter into the hot pits.
And they've got a great pit crew there. They've got a new a guy they picked up. They nicknamed him Littlefoot. He'll be in there in the pits ready to change that tire. But the Rufus crew is always fun to hang out with. They're a great time. They're a little bit of clowns from time to time, but that's just part of what we love about them.
Looks like we have somebody named Jed Harper. He's going to be out here next weekend racing rock bouncers, so that's super exciting. And we have a familiar name chimed in, giving us the yay hands, is RDP.
All right. Ryan Del Pon. How's it going, buddy? We'll see you around shortly, I am sure.
Here's some more of that.
That's some fast car coming through. I'm not sure who that is.
Casey Gilbert. No, he probably just came through. So it's a Rufus Racing possibly? Yes, it is. That is Chip.
Chip McLaughlin. He is on the pipe.
I like playing the guessing game of who it is coming out of the woods.
A lot of them have a distinct engine noise, that is for sure, as Chip heads through the Bronco boulders.
Even with the UTVs earlier, like we know who which Can-Am is which or whatever, but who is it? My mind went blank. Cole Clark, his Polaris definitely sounds a little bit different.
Definitely unique, that's for sure. It's got a great stance to it as well.
Yes, it
Looks
does.
like they're waiting to flag Zandy in there at the Rufus Racing Amsoil Hot Pits as Chip hits the Yukon launch. Zandy is pulling into the Amsoil's hot pits as we speak. So we'll see how quick they can get that right front tire changed out. But they, like I said, they've got a great crew down there, and this is a great shot of the Amsoil hot pits to see how everything's going on. Nobody's going to be fueling in this race. It's only a 42-mile race. It's 7 laps, 6 miles per lap. There are 12 either-ors out there. There's the Joker line we keep talking about. You can only run it once, but you have to run it once. And all the leaders have ran it except for Eric Miller. So we'll see how that shakes out on the end of this race. So there's another Rufus guy passing by slowly. Chip McLaughlin heading by. I'll go get a visual.
So, and it looks like we have Zandy is pulling around to the side. He has a right front flat, but he just pulled off of the race course out of the hot pits.
And I just ran out there and got a double thumbs up from the Chip McLaughlin. He is excited. And what'd you say about Zandy?
Zandy, his right front flat, but he pulled off of the race course.
So more into the pits?
So he was on the pits on screen. When he came towards us on screen, he made a left. So I'm not sure if he's going back to the main pit or what's going on.
Well, his hot pits is the main pits. I'm not sure what's going on there, so that's a tough break.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hopefully get something figured out and get it back out there.
The tire was not changed. It was still flat as well.
Bummer. That's a bummer for Zandy. He had a great qualifying run yesterday. I believe this is the Rigid Ridge. And it's amazing what they can do by shooting the internet all over the place. That looks like a Jimmy's car. I'm going to guess that's Cade Rod. I couldn't quite tell. But we are shooting internet all the way to the back of this park. So the internet's a little bit, so that's why it's a little bit pixelated, but still a huge shout out by Rock Racing Production for putting on this live show alongside with Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4 Racing.
It's pretty amazing.
Brian McVeigh coming to screen at the Rigid Ridge section.
It's pretty amazing to see what we can do. Just like when we were out Rush, Kentucky. I mean, we have no cell phone service.
Yeah, I can't
even
get a text out.
Right, and then we had internet
show.
service, and we're doing a live feed. It's just pretty awesome what this whole entire production crew can do.
Brian Hinks is tuning in, It's going to be a nail biter right till the end. I completely understand that, Brian. Thanks for tuning in.
So we are halfway through this race, Miles. We're almost done with the racing for the day. I can't believe how fast it's gone by.
A little chatter through the PCI race radio. It sounds like Chip McLaughlin just called the race. Not sure what it was, but tough break for Rufus Racing and Zandy Willems. But Chip McLaughlin's still out there, so we'll see how that shakes out.
That is a bummer.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been, and we are not done. We are nearing the end, but it is not near over yet. We still have a couple more laps to go for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park.
Yes, they will be coming through, finishing up that fourth lap as we are speaking right now. So over the halfway point at this time.
And listen to this, Pam. Eric Miller is heading to the Joker line, so hopefully we can get a camera on him. So we'll have him here in just a couple minutes. And, yes, Zandy Willems is officially out of the race.
That is such a bummer.
So hopefully we can get our camera there at the Joker line and watch our current leader, Eric Miller, coming down. Yes, I see those lights on that Miller Motorsports Pro chassis. The gold is glowing there in the woods. I love his cars. He's been racing Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers for a very long time. He's won King of the Hammers twice. He got a podium here, third place last year, and this looks like it's his race to lose. He's starting to pull away with a little bit of a lead.
But he has Cade Rod, who is bringing up the rear here, trying to
and adjusted
make up some
time is on everybody else's side. He takes a little bit of that right-hand line, but just walked the dog nice like. So we'll have him out here in about 20 seconds or so. But Eric Miller, we'll see what kind of lead he's pulling over physically over Paul Wolf. Because I think it's an advantage for Eric Miller to run that right now. So I was talking strategy earlier, and
there he
Eric
is.
Miller knows what he's doing. So there goes Eric Miller heading down to the Bronco Boulders, and he is not just lighting it on fire. I think he knows he's starting to pull away with a commanding lead as he makes easy work through those Bronco Boulders. So almost everybody has ran the Joker line. There's a few that I'm not confirmed on, but I'm not sure if they're in the mix for the lead or not. There's Aaron Smith with Smith Off-Road running strong in that straight axle bomber chassis. So where's Paul Wolf? He's starting to pull off the pace just a little bit, but on adjusted time, Cade Rod and Cody Hardesty are starting to look pretty good as well with Tad Dowker.
Yes, and Eric Miller as starting on his fifth lap. That's going to more than likely be Paul Wolf, I think, coming through right now.
So Benji says Eric was over 2 minutes ahead of Paul on
I was wrong.
at the Uncle Steve spot. That is Cade Rod coming out of the woods.
40. That was a 47.
44.07 of Cade Rod. Oh, was that Philip McGilton?
Yes.
Maybe that's the number 47. Sorry. Both red Jimmy's cars.
I'm sitting there going.
Nope, you were 100% correct. I thought I had it, but I was wrong. Both red Jimmy's car, but yeah, that was Philip McGilton. And there's Aaron Smith back on screen. You were giving me the look. I'm like, what? And I was like, oh, I was calling it wrong.
It happens. I do it too.
It's been a long day. The brain's starting to get a little fried.
The heat.
Getting a little tongue-tied.
I mean, it feels
getting hot.
It does feel great under the shade. I'm very thankful for having the shade. They are providing their Mid-America, the trailer that they bring all of this equipment in. They have used that for us and an easy up overs. Thank goodness, because otherwise we would be frying right now. That's why I give a huge shout out, and we give a huge shout out to everybody that's out here on course working, because they're out there in the heat. Not all of them have the shade that we have here. That's the 178 of Aaron Smith just went out. He is going on his 4th lap. So where's Cade Rod? Where's Paul Wolf? And we have Cody Hardesty as well.
So Eric Miller is out on his 5th lap out of 7. So we are 2/3 through this race, and Eric Miller just has a couple more. He's got to finish this lap. So he basically has 3 more laps to go.
Exactly. It looks like he's coming through with a right or a left rear. It looked like it was low, but it is not once he passed by us.
So the only cars that have not hit the Joker is Chris Branton, Chad Hunt, Roger King, and Daryl Kresbach. So there's just 4 that are still running that haven't hit the Joker line.
And we saw Roger King earlier on screen, so I'm wondering if they got going again.
Yeah, Ryan Webb is in the driver's seat for Chris Branton. He's got his son Blaine riding shotgun with him. They race in the 4,800 class as well. Chris Branton was unable to make it this race, so you can have 1 fill-in driver per season. And there's Paul Wolf, physical 2nd position. But Miller's starting to pull away with a pretty good lead. So this is absolutely Eric Miller's race to lose. But Paul's still in the hunt to be in the podium.
Yes, he is.
And, you know what? Cade Rod is already – no, did he come through? He has not.
I have not seen Cade Rod.
That was McJilton, remember?
Yes, it was. You tried to call it as Cade, though.
So Paul Wolf still running strong in that UFO Joe Thompson built machine.
A man on a mission right there on screen, Mr. Paul Wolf. He's turning a lot of heads in this sport for sure, and he has a lot of help that people within this sport have been, giving him pointers and this and that, and it's awesome just to see that people are welcoming him and not being like, who's this new guy coming out here and beating us?
Yeah, he's not new to off-road. He's just new to Ultra 4. His brother Nathan has raced with us a few times, but Paul Wolf has really stepped up this year with his Can-Am and his UFO car and doing some great things with us here at Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors. He's racing the Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series as well. So he is heading that 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, and he'll be coming up through the AMSOIL hot pits. We'll see if he stops or not.
So depending on where Cade Rod and Cody Hardesty come in, there is Tad Dowker and
Cade Rod
are neck and neck, but right now Paul Wolf is in that number 2 position behind Eric Miller. Miles, I don't think either one of us are going to be in our seats at the end of this race. Oh, look at that. Tad got a little crooked on the rocks there.
Get a little slideways as he bumps through there.
And Cade is just eating his dust right now. And there goes Mr. Rusty Blyler. He's coming out.
The Happy Pappy. So they made it through the Bronco boulders and getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. And Cade Rod is all over Dowker's tail. We'll see what happens. Paul Wolf heading out for lap number 5. So Paul Wolf still having a very smooth race, but it is Eric Miller's day. He was leading this race. Eric Miller was leading this race last year as well, and then it ran into some issues, power steering if I'm not mistaken, and still got on the podium. So on adjusted time, Cade Rod is still in that 2nd position, then Tad Dowker
in the third.
So
yes.
Paul Wolf's going to have to step it up to get on the podium.
I don't know if you saw, too. It looked like Tad Dowker let Cade Rod by down there in the short course.
Okay, that's good because he was all over his tail.
Yes, he was.
I'm not going to have a voice at the end of the night, I'll promise you that. So there's Cade Rod, I believe, and Tad Dowker right behind him. I'm going to run out and get a visual on both of these cars.
Miles getting the thumbs up from all of the drivers just now. Neither one of them did stop at the hot pits.
Yeah, I got a big thumbs up from both Cade Rod and Tad Dowker. And that is a Miller car. Is that the Happy Pappy, I believe, pulling in? Looks like they're checking out the steering left and right quite a bit in the AMSOIL hot pits. So he just pulled in. He probably is saying, hey, I feel something a little goofy. They shake it around, don't see anything on. They lost, what was that, 10 seconds and head back out. Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy, back out on course. What a wonderful day of racing it has been thus far, and we are not over yet. They are out on another lap. Are they on lap number 5 or number 6? Out on number 5,
yes.
right? Yep. So for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee, Eric Miller way out front. Paul Wolf still in the mix, but it is K-Rod and Tad Dowker on adjusted time. So Paul Wolf's going to have his hands full, and Chris Kaufman's on the radio saying, hey, Paul, you're going to have to start pushing if you want on this podium, and he wants him on that podium, I promise you.
Yeah, Chris Hickman, definitely. We've been seeing him coming back and forth, watching the Jumbotron over here with the family and friends under the pavilion. We can see him on screen over here when he's coming through the pits. So he's definitely getting cheered on from all directions for sure. Paul, we know he can turn it up a notch unless he's having something going on. That's the only reason why he won't be turning the heat on the next couple laps.
Well, they've turned the heat on. It's hot out here.
Well, you know what I mean. But no, it's definitely been a great race. We have Eric Miller in that number 1 position right now. Cade Rod in that 2nd position.
And this
Tad
is on
Dowker.
adjusted time, remember?
Yes.
And coming out of the woods, is that Cody Hardesty?
Yes, it
yes,
is.
It is. So Cody Hardesty, he is a little off pace. There's something wrong with this engine. It's not firing all cylinders or something. I hate to see that. He has had such a great race all day long. He was sitting in 2nd position at one point. Actually, he was leading the race for just a second.
Yes, he was.
Cody Hardesty, I hate to see that, but hopefully it's something simple they can pull in and go. And it looks like, yes, there's Chris Branton, driven by Ryan Webb, coming down the Joker line.
And the 124 of Roger King just came out of the woods, which is awesome to see that he got back going.
We saw him change that tire earlier.
Yep, Nicole and Justin Ferguson, they were saying that he'll definitely get it going. They've raced with him before, that he's a wild man.
Who's that?
Nicole and Justin Ferguson.
We're talking about who, though?
Oh, Roger King.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that was very slow pace just now by Ryan Webb in Chris Branton's car. And there went Josh Blyler.
So Benji's saying Paul has turned it up, but Eric Miller, you just can't catch that guy in the woods. So we'll see how it shakes out. It's like his backyard.
So we're going to have a guest come in here for a moment while he has just a minute. We have Mr. Chris Hickman coming on. Been on the race course today, out here being crew chief as well. Chris, are you worn out yet?
I'm worn out. The side-by-side class wasn't too awful bad. We had a little bad luck, but I'm wearing myself out walking back and forth right now to keep up with Paul's times.
Do you have a step meter on?
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, you're out there keeping track of everything. Paul Wolf has had a great day, but Eric Miller, that guy is on a mission,
Eric's
isn't he?
on fire. Just went through the Joker, finally gained another minute and a half on us. So our goal, we're in a bigger car here, longer, wider, get a good solid finish. Paul's keeping his head on there. We've had 0, knock on wood there, flats. He's taking care of it and just a good solid finish for here.
Yeah, you guys have recently switched to those Nitto tires, and it seems like they're holding up really well.
Oh, the Nittos are working awesome in the rocks, in the woods, on the short course portion, getting great traction everywhere. But it's just we're trying to maintain. I'm trying to figure out if it's a 5 or 6 lap
it's
or
a
7.
seven lap race.
Okay, because I was hesitant on telling him like go or not go.
Turn on the heat.
So that's got to come here in a little bit.
Yeah, they're out on their 5th lap out of 7. So after this lap, they'll have 2 more to go.
So, but no, he's doing. We can stay right there. I'll be happy.
So obviously, this car is yours. So when you can kind of tell him to pick it up, take it down. He listens to you quite a bit, I assume.
He does, but we both have a competitiveness that when the race shield comes down and the radio comes on, it's
the brain
strategy's out the window a lot of times.
I know the feeling.
I call it race brain.
Yeah, the race brain takes over. But we can maintain and then let him hammer down on this last lap or something, last lap and a half.
McVeigh.
With another right front flat tire.
Yeah, out there on race course today. Did you guys have any flats today on the Can-Am?
We had one flat, then we had a little accident out here with another competitor.
That was coming right in the Bronco boulders, right?
Yeah, we got into the back of a guy in the Bronco. We were drag racing and he braked and we wasn't going to brake for the boulders. We were going to hit him and he braked and we punted him, but we'd been on the horn trying to get him around for a minute out through there, a couple minutes. And
Well,
that's
it's always something out there. And, yeah, it looks like the right front on Brian McVeigh, that right tire is completely coming off the rim, and it is stirring up the dust.
It's going to be a tire day. I mean, that was our thing last night. Survival and the least tire changes is going to be.
Yeah, it's a rough course. It is super hot out here. And it's been a great day of racing. It's been so much fun. I'm going to let you kind of get back in your
yes,
game
sir. I gotta get back in my
to
zone.
figure out your times. But Chris, thanks for coming.
Thank
with us.
y'all
And best
very
of luck.
very much.
Thank you very
much.
All right. Yeah, that is definitely. He's getting ready to completely lose all the rubber off of that tire for sure. Chris is going to go over and make sure he tells Paul Wolf, you better turn it up.
And here comes Roger King cruising through the Amsoil hot pits at 25 miles an hour. And I've got a guy that I do not want to talk to right now, but he's hopping into the Nitto studio with us. We got Mr. Zandy Willems. What happened out there? We saw the right front flat, and what happened?
Well, we were pushing a little too hard and ended up with 2 flats and then steering issues and jack issues. We had all kinds of problems. Everything that could break, yeah. We left it all out there on the trail for someone to find.
Just have to go back later on a trail
We don't
ride.
need it.
There's Philip McGilton out by the Rigid Ridge as we speak. But you had a fun race going. How was it?
It was good. You know, I went out. I felt like I qualified really good.
You qualified in front of Chip. That's all that matters to you, right?
That's it. That's it. But, you know, it's one of those, you win that and then you lose the race. So I'd rather do better in the race than qualify. But
I completely understand that. And that's Chad Hunt. He was all over the throttle, showing off that supercharged horsepower in that Miller car coming in the Bronco Boulders. And he's hitting them a little harder than normal as well. But, yeah, that course was absolutely brutal out there.
It's rough, and I was pushing way too hard in the beginning.
That's part of it.
That
I
is.
mean, like we were just talking with Chris, once the visor comes down, you have a whole different mentality, and it's go time.
Yeah, you know, it's like one of those, it's like the game plan is, hey, we're going to conserve tires, we're going to take it easy, and then the flag goes and all that shit goes out the window.
I know the feeling there. And it's time to rock and roll.
That's right. You're trying to catch a person in front of you, and it doesn't work well that way.
Yeah, but you had a good race going until you didn't. That's what
right.
everybody always says.
That's right.
Yeah, Alex Biddick was tuning in earlier. I was racing a great race, and we were leading the race till the last 10 minutes and popped the ball joint.
Yep.
That's just part of it.
Hopefully Chip can pull a rabbit out of the hat.
He's still, what is he running? He's running that 8th position on adjusted time right now.
Yep.
So he still has a solid run, and there's still a couple more laps to go. Anything could happen.
That's true.
It's been a crazy race out there today. I mean, in this race, of course, it's been close. I mean, it's been between Eric Miller, Cade Rod, Tad Dowker, and Paul Wolf. Cody Hardesty had led a few laps as well, and now it's
really?
He's down in 5th position.
Yeah, his engine wasn't firing on all cylinders there for a
Exactly.
bit. There's Frank Vonderheide. Great to see him still pushing.
He took a tumble in the short course earlier.
Yeah.
Frank
really?
Vonderheide did,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, wow.
Right before the finish line, that sweeper.
See, we started right behind Dowker.
Okay.
And we
Tad's
ended
on
up,
a mission, isn't
Yeah, he is. We ended up catching him, and then that's when everything went to hell.
Oh, no.
Because you got caught up to him. And
Yeah, we caught him, then that's when we blew our tires.
how is the dust out there?
It's not that well
in the woods.
I
it's
didn't
not
make
too
it.
bad?
I didn't make it that far in the race to know on the dust. I didn't have to deal with any dust.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
not,
we didn't
even
make
when
it
you
to
caught
that
up
part.
to Tad, it wasn't
Yeah,
too bad.
No.
And did you take the Joker lane?
No.
Nope, okay.
No, we did not. I know Chip and
There's
them.
Chip right there.
Chip hit the Joker line in the second lap.
And there he is on screen heading towards
Yep.
the Bronco Boulders. So Chip's got a great run going.
How were the Bronco Boulders? Because when they first laid them out on race course, they were sharp, they were sticking up, they were gigantic. Did you have to check up as much today as you did when you were pre-running? Or did you take them in pre-run?
I took it easy today.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just trying to get it across and get to the pits. So.
Gotcha.
But there was no one has really launched that thing.
No.
Those rocks are not set up to launch.
There's plenty other rocks that can get you. Might as well
Yeah.
not ruin your day there.
Yep.
Benji just said at Uncle Steve, Eric just passed him, so he'll give me a split time between him and Paul here shortly. So we'll see how it shakes out. But I know that Eric Miller is in the zone. He loves the trees. That Miller motor car is built for this course, period.
He does good in the woods.
Yeah, definitely. It's like their
Cade
backyard.
Rod is on him, though.
Yeah. And he's on adjusted time, so he's got adjusted time on his side. Cade Rod started all the way
Behind
back
us,
in
yeah.
8th position. So what's that, 3.5 minutes?
Something like that.
So on adjusted time, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
So you guys sticking around for the evening? Or are you going to start heading back to Texas
Oh,
tonight?
they're sticking around for the party. There ain't no doubt about it, right?
We never leave earlier. What are
There
you
you
talking
go.
about?
We never leave early either.
That way you don't have a choice.
Exactly. I don't mind it, though.
That's awesome.
I'll definitely swing by.
Yeah, cool. Come on.
It's been a great weekend out here for sure.
So there's Chip. They're kind of checking them
Yeah,
out.
the
They're doing
weather-
the little happy dance.
Oh,
and
my
Chip
goodness.
McLaughlin
The weather was awesome yesterday.
It was. I wish it was like that today.
Yeah.
So Chip's back on the throttle in that Tribe 16 2C IFS machine, running strong for Rufus Racing.
What is the flag on the back? What is that blue? Looks like a blue flag.
Oh, I think that's from Hammers, the Progressive.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
He hasn't taken it off?
No, he hasn't taken it off yet. I think it's on both of our cars.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah.
The dust has been amazing, or not amazing. It's been pretty bad out there today, too. Out on race course on certain areas, was it bad, or were the mud puddles the worst part?
You know, it was a little wet going up that creek.
Mm-hmm.
Right here at the Recaro Rise?
Huh?
Right here at the Recaro Rise?
Yeah. Right towards the beginning, it was it was wet going up there. There's a lot of water, but not a lot of dust out there.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of deep mud puddles the other day, though.
Oh,
Oof.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And if you are just tuning in, we want to thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4-Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the AOP Off-Road Park. We want to give a huge shout-out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, King of the Hammers, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider-Trex, Recaro, Baja, Jerky, PCI Race Radios, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, and Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today. And that is our race leader, Eric Miller, heading into the Bronco Boulders.
Hey, you left out Rufus Racing.
Rufus Racing. I always love you guys. You're a great thing. I mean, you're exactly what Ultra 4 and Mid-America is all about. So, Zandy, always a pleasure. I'm going to let you celebrate a little bit
There
and
you
hang
go.
out with Angie. But thanks for coming into the Nitto booth
Thank
with us.
you both.
We'll see you later, buddy.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
All right, we love you guys.
Love you. All right. Eric Miller going through, getting ready to go on that Yukon launch.
And he'll be heading out for his 6th lap out of 7. So it's going to be awesome to see how it plays out. We'll pull up our live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing and see what kind of lap time Eric Miller's throwing down. You guys at home can tune in that same thing.
We'll see if he has. He hasn't bettered his lap. He's actually put it down by 2 minutes. His last lap, or his fastest lap, has been a 17:57. This lap was a 19:29.
So he's still doing a strong job. So there's Eric Miller coming through the Amsoil hot pits. Looks like he's already passing where he should be stopping, so I'm going to run out and get a quick little visual from him. So I ran out there and complete laser focus by Eric Miller, both hands on the wheel. And obviously the sun's coming at his eyes, so he had his visor tilted down a little bit, and he had one thing in mind, and that's going fast straight ahead. Eric Miller's running a great, great race, and the car looks like it's in great shape as he comes in the screen once again at the Recaro Rise.
This is where the suspensefulness starts.
Oh, man. So next time around, Eric Miller will be getting the white flag. So he's out on lap 6 out of 7. Where's Paul Wolf? Where's Cade Rod? Tad Dowker? Cody Hardesty still in the mix. Could Casey Gilbert sneak in there? And Chip McLaughlin, Josh Blyler, Aaron Smith, Philip McGilton, Rusty Blyler, Brian McVeigh, Chris Branton, Chad Hunt, Liam Morris, Frank Vonderheit, Roger King, Derek Starr is out, Zandy Willems out, and Derek Krisbach is off. So tough break for those last 3, but we still have 17 cars out on track running strong as we're back in the Rigid Ridge. And that is a Miller's car. I believe that was Casey Gilbert, because I think he's missing his spare tire.
I wonder if he had to change it on course or if he just didn't run one.
So Paul is 4.5 minutes behind, and then it looks like Philip McGilton is still out going good. And then Tad Dowker and Cade Rod are about 1.5 minutes behind Paul. So thanks, Benji, for that update. He's out there at Uncle Steve making sure everything's flowing smooth and keeping me updated. So thanks for the time splits, buddy. And Rusty Blyler's hot on their heels, so he's starting to turn it up a little bit. These Miller Motorsports cars are absolutely amazing. And don't forget, we're racing over in Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series at Mid-America Outdoors. So while we have a little bit of break in the action, we're going to go check out what's going on at Mid-America Outdoors.
It's free. Stay in the loop on everything and share everything you see, guys. Let's get the message out.
1 and 2 battling it up. Austin Braden trying to hold on.
We've
to the
got
top
a
spot.
Good battle going right there.
That's Schroeder. No, that's Willis running in that second position, I believe. Fastest driver on the track in your heats was Austin Braden. We'll see if he can do it again right here in the main.
I want to know what happened to Rusty Pipes.
Rusty didn't get the best start. So he's fighting right now to get out there, and you can see they laid down a lot of water. So at this time right now, it's a different track than what they drove earlier. It's going to be a little bit slicker.
I agree with that. Like when they went back there on the rhythm section between each jump, they were splashing in water holes.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, I hope that Willis has a lot of tear-offs right now, because look at the front of these cars. The only clean car on the track right now is that TMX car in the lead of Austin Braden.
You're right. I just love the scheme on that UTV Race Shop car right there.
Yeah, that thing looks really good. So it looks like we actually have Austin Braden, that's Mickey Schroeder running in the second spot is what we're seeing. And then in the third spot is actually Donovan Willis.
There we go.
Now we got it right. Lots of action right here, this main event, Expert Turbo. Ooh, off the side of the track, Mickey Schroeder using it all, trying to do whatever he can to get around Austin Braden. Austin, whoa, we got another one.
Watch them as they go down through here, splashing through that.
Yep.
Splash. There's a lot of water moving between these places right here.
There is, but the track, honestly, like, this stuff is going to soak right into the track. They're going to have primo conditions coming up here in about half a lap as the track starts to tack up a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree.
But look at Austin Braden still laying it down, coming over that split section there. You can do the inside or you can go outside and rail that. They chose basically the same line. There's TMX car. Big tabletop jump there, coming down nose heavy. I did.
Threw the back end up, but he didn't check up at all.
Man, 1 and 2 is tight right now, coming through those rollers.
I just can't believe how hard they're pushing each other. Look how far out away from the field they are right now.
Yep.
And it's just, what, the end of the second lap?
Yeah, they still got a lot of racing left to do. Right now, Austin Braden turning a 220 to a 221 of Mickey Schroeder in that second position. So Mickey Schroeder finding some speed in this main event. Austin Braden just going to try to keep it clean, get all the way to the checkers, and take home a main event win right here for TMX, for all his sponsors.
All right, so first place is starting to pull out.
Yeah, I think he's found his groove.
Is it a blue groove?
I don't know if they got any of that today, but I think he's definitely clicking off some laps now. He looked pretty smooth. He's hitting his marks in the corners. I think he's figured out how to navigate the track when it's a little bit slicker like this right now, and just absolutely out front looking clean, trying to get through this.
Well, how awesome is that to hear Joey and Matt out there at Mid-America Outdoors at Jay, Oklahoma. It's so cool to see what they're doing there while we're racing here. And Pam, fill us in on what happened while we were missed. There's a little shake-up there.
There is definitely a shake-up. Eric Miller is still out front on adjusted time. Tad Dowker has now taken over that number 2 position. He is 5 minutes and 44 seconds behind Eric Miller. Paul Wolf just went through. He is 4 minutes and 51 seconds behind Tad. Or behind the leaders. So it's pretty exciting what's going on here. Cade Rod, he just came out of the woods, went over the Bronco boulders.
But he has a right front flat tire. Yep.
Exactly. Rusty Blyler, he just went through heading out into the woods. They are on their 6th lap right now. So they all are getting the white flag. They all have gotten the white flag. So it's one more lap to go, right?
Well, they're on their 6th
They're
lap,
on their
right?
6th, so they get their white flag
so
next time.
Yeah, next time around they'll get the white flag because it's a 7-lap race. And there is Cade Rod moving a little slow because he does have that right front flat tire, so he'll pull into the AMSOIL hot pits and get that fixed up. Could be Chip McLaughlin possibly. Back by the Rigid Ridge. What a great day of racing it has been for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee here at the Adventure Off-Road Park for Ultra 4 and Mid-America Outdoors. It's been an amazing day of racing. Again, a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra 4 and Mid-America crew, Media Safety, USAC. It's been just a great thing. Everybody's pulled together and put on one heck of an event.
Last night's dinner was amazing. We had the barbecue place that's out here right now still.
They'll be open all night long, so if you're here, come and check them out.
They served up so much food last night. I don't even know how they cooked it all for us yesterday, but it was an amazing dinner last night.
Yeah, the Robinettes have really stepped it up with that. The Racer Appreciation Dinner last night, and then I was lucky enough to get some pork nachos for lunch today, so thanks to them for that.
How was that? Nacho cheese with barbecue sauce
on
them?
It was excellent.
Huh. Are you sure you tasted them?
Oh, yeah. I was in a hurry, but I had something to do. But they were excellent, so huge shout-out to the barbecue joint here on site. So that's a great showing of Eric Miller, Tad Dowker, Paul Wolf, Cade Rod, Cody Hardesty, Casey Gilbert. So remember, this is on adjusted time. And remember, Cade Rod does have a flat tire, so Paul Wolf is in that physical adjusted time 3rd position. And this is the Rigid Ridge. And I can't quite tell, but it's definitely a Miller car, I believe.
That's not Eric Miller's. It looks like it's kind of gold.
It very possibly could have been. I couldn't quite tell. Wow, Cade Rod changed the tire extremely fast, under 2 minutes. That is Frank Vonderheide.
He's had quite the day.
Rigid Ridge.
Quite the day. Almost took a tumble when he was coming down the Joker line. Then he actually did take a tumble down in the short course, but he's out running, doing good. Just keep on trucking.
That just, again, goes to show you how tough these cars really are. That Jimmy's car, they build one heck of a machine. So we'll be seeing this car coming out here in just a second.
Chip?
That is, no, that's a Blyler.
No,
that is
it
Josh Blyler.
Josh Blyler.
And he is a little off pace also. And then Casey Gilbert is hot on his heels. So yes,
I wonder what's going on with Blyler.
Blyler moves over, and Casey Gilbert is pushing strong. So is he going to be able to get around Hardesty and Rod and get in that with Paul Wolf? It's going to be hard. He's got 2 more laps to go.
Guess we'll know once the checkered flag comes out what's actually going to happen.
It's going to be a race to the finish. But to finish first you must finish. Eric Miller still has to keep that car together. I was having a fun little chat last night with him because last year he had a great run going. They had some power steering issues. He was in the pits for probably about 15 minutes, and he said the last lap he was just running 110%. He's like, there's these 2 tight trees where you'd normally check up to go through, and he's actually accelerating through those trees. So Eric Miller can really turn it up when he needs to, and right now he just needs to kind of put it in cruise control. Mm-hmm. He's got about a 4-minute lead over everybody, so he just needs to keep on running strong as he Casey Gilbert crosses the line. 2 more laps to go go for Mr. Casey Gilbert.
That does.
And again, let's give a huge shout out to his son Aiden. Happy birthday to Aiden Gilbert.
And that does put Casey in that number 5 spot right now on adjusted time.
And then remember, K-Rod changed the tire after he crossed that line, so he gets that much time back on him as well. But I'm wrong on that because Casey Gilbert started in front of K-Rod, so K-Rod definitely has Casey. Eric Miller was on the pole this afternoon.
It feels like this morning.
It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. I'm going to go get a visual of Casey. Big thumbs up from Casey Gilbert. He's still out there running strong, and he's going to try to chase him down. We'll see what he does. And it's still awesome to see that Casey Gilbert and K-Rod are still technically driving a 4800 car. All they did is put bigger tires on it.
So Josh Blyler was running very, very slow out of the woods. He did not stop in the hot pits just now, so he's just going on by.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure what's going on there. Josh Blyler is just kind of in cruise mode right now. He let Casey Gilbert blow by him.
He must be having some kind of issue, but no flat tires or anything, so just sometimes you just have to finish it. And Josh, he has or has not taken the Joker lane?
Josh has.
Okay.
And that's what I'm kind of catching up right now. The only people that have not taken the Joker line is number 47, Philip McGilton, I believe. And then Chad Hunt has still not. Roger King has not. And then Darrell, he is out of the race, so he hasn't either. So it looks like McGilton, Hunt, and Roger King still need to make the Joker line. Everybody else is ran through. What a great day of racing it has came, and it's going to be down to this last lap that we'll be sending out Eric Miller here very shortly for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. And speaking of the Joker, it looks like here is Roger King. So there's the right line that we have talked about but haven't really seen. So the normal preferred line is straight down, but it's a big drop. And if you hit it just wrong, you're taking a tumble. So he's taking that ride white line, and it's a little slower, a little less, but it can still trick you up a little bit. But he's taking it around, then he'll be heading out here towards us here in just a few moments. But, yeah, the preferred line is definitely straight down. So now we have Roger King out. So we still need
all right, sounds like he cleared the Joker line, so he is all clear of it.
So the only cars that are still running is Chad Hunt and Philip McGilton that have not ran the Joker line to my best knowledge. So here comes Roger King out, heading towards the Bronco Boulders. Great to see Team Robbie Bobby still out there running strong. He raced earlier this morning in the Stock Sportsman, and I believe he got second place, if I'm not mistaken, this morning. Lots of Laser Note trophies have been given out, so getting a little of a blur going on, but, man, it's been a great day.
Yeah, and Roger did take that right line, like you were saying, Miles, that nobody has done. So that's that we have seen, because not every single one of them have been on video, but definitely taken a different line than everybody else, trying to do a little bit longer, but maybe a little bit easier part of it. A little safer, yep. Yes, a little safer, exactly. And on screen, I'm not quite sure who that is. But they do have somebody right behind them.
That is Brian McVeigh.
It is Brian McVeigh.
That's a wide-open design buggy. Adam Woodley's just about an hour down the road out of Murfreesboro. He's built a lot of amazing cars out there. I heard his dad's been out here running around helping us out a little bit, but I haven't seen Adam himself yet.
So on screen there, that is the 124 of Roger King, exiting the short course, going into that 25-mile-per-hour speed limit zone.
That is Aaron Smith back at the Rigid Ridge section. And look at this drone just playing dodgeball with these trees. It's very, very impressive.
Yes, like we keep saying, they like to jump out at you, and it seems like that's happened for a few people today. But A lot of them are getting out of them. Some of them is saving their cars as well.
Yeah, it's been a wild day, that is to say the least. And today it's all about the man, Eric Miller. What a great day of racing it has been, and it is not over yet for the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. And while we wait to finish up this race, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back, world, to the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. And at the top of your screen, what you just missed was Eric Miller coming through. He will be getting the white flag here very shortly. So it's going to be down to the wire, and it's going to be very, very exciting to see how this shakes out. The dust is stirring, and that could be Chip McLaughlin out front. I believe it is. So Eric Miller's going to have to be playing in a little bit of dust right now. So we'll see how it all shakes out. And hopping into the Nitto booth with us is Mrs. Sarah Duffy. How you doing?
I'm good. Well, I've been better.
It's been one of those days. You had your Kawasaki out there running strong earlier in the day. How was your day?
It was good. The first lap, we took a lot of time, and then we built up our speed. Second lap, third lap was going really good. I was probably about 4 or 5 minutes out to come out of the woods, and I'd been going over the same rock every time, and I hit the tree a little too hard on the right, and it flipped us into the hole.
Oh, no.
And
you went upside down?
Yes.
Oh,
so I didn't have,
right.
I lost all power, and so we couldn't radio anyone. And then so we were just out there winching, and by the time we finally got it up on all fours, we started going, and the big boys were coming.
Gotcha.
So we just pulled it off race course.
Oh, we saw you pull it off race course. We did not know that's what had happened.
Okay.
You remember on screen they pulled her off, or
So
you pulled off.
Chad Hunt. So we should get a visual from Eric Miller. He just got the white flag, so I'm going to run out there and check him out.
So Miles goes and gets thumbs up from the drivers when they're going by as much as he possibly can. But Eric Miller is right on the tail end of Chip McLaughlin.
Oh.
So he's physically in first. On time, he's in first. It's been a great race. Have you been watching the majority of all this?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
and when I was
been
just standing there next to my car debating, do I start walking, do I not? I was watching all of them come down.
Gotcha.
So there's Liam Morris coming towards the Bronco Boulders, and I was able to watch Eric Miller drive by, and again, complete laser focus for that guy. So he's got 6 more miles to go, and again, this is Eric Miller's race to lose. If he can keep this together, it's going to be his.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. He's been on it. He's been doing amazing. But if he loses it right here, that would not be good. But I think he's smart enough. He knows what to do, what to push it. He's got quite a lead right now on time.
I saw him going out, and he didn't get all over the throttle. He's playing conservative right now, and that's the name of the game right there.
Well, and he has Chip right in front of him, so he's going to give himself a little bit of playroom, let Chip do his thing, and then when it's the right time, then he'll get past. But he doesn't really have to push it right now with the way his lead is.
Great lead. Yeah, how many minute lead does he have?
It says a lap on here.
Yeah, he's got, I think, roughly a 4 to 5 minute lead on the rest of the field. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Well, Sarah, you've had a great time here at AOP,
Yes,
and
I
you're coming to
have.
Visions with us, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to try to be there.
Awesome. I know you're busy with school and all that, but
Yes.
so you got to balance
in the
it,
middle
but-
of graduation,
Yeah.
applying to grad school.
Yeah, busy. But you're out here and you're having fun.
Yes, I am. Thank
A
you.
little warm, though.
Yes.
It's definitely
It
warm.
is
Well,
hot.
Sarah, always a pleasure. Great
Yep.
to see you, and we'll hopefully see you in
Yeah, of
Oklahoma.
course.
Yes,
Thank
you.
So there's Chris Branton, driven by Ryan Webb. And I do believe I saw the white flag flying for everybody else, so it will be a Grand Prix style finish. So it sounds like Tad Dowker is ahead of Paul Wolf, but just barely. And it's awesome. So there is, I missed that car, I'm sorry. That is at the Rigid Ridge.
It kind of looks like Brian McVeigh, possibly. But I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I can't guess that one, sorry. So we should see Tad Dowker and Paul Wolf here very soon. That looks like Brian. No, that's Frank Vonderheide. Yes, that's Frank
it is.
Vonderheide, the 44-23.
Sounds like his car's missing a little bit. He did now. Chris Branton's car, driven by Ryan Webb, he came out of the woods going very slow like that. So right now he must be just trying to get a
He may be stuck
finish.
in first gear. That's what it sounds like. He's not shifting. So not sure
be a
what
long
kind
lap.
of issue he's having, but a tough break for him, but he's still moving. And there's Frank Vonderheide clearing the Bronco boulders, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. What a wonderful day of racing it's again. Again, I want to give a huge shout out to all of our amazing partners out here. We have King of the Hammers, King Shocks, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Race Radiators, Laser Nut, Holly EFI, Progressive, Four Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Amsoil, Method, Axial, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Can to be worn, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at Adventure Off-Road Park. And I hear some horsepower, and yes, it is Tad Dowker with Paul Wolf all over his heels.
Look,
What
our
a
drone
great
is trying
show.
to keep up with him right there. Look
And
at
it is
that.
a drag race side by side down to the Bronco boulders. Who's going to give up? Tad Dowker does check up just a little bit, so Paul Wolf does get around him.
Wow, that was an amazing drag race
But
down to the Bronco boulders.
as long as Tad can keep Paul within his vision, Paul has to beat Tad by a minute and a half. So he's going to be playing that to his advantage for sure.
You know what happened, right? Chris was over here talking to us. He went over and told Paul, turn on the heat.
And Rusty Blyler is in front of Cade Rod out there. And it sounds like Philip Magilton is broken, fixing, trying to continue. Tough break. And 408, Hardesty is out. I don't know what took him out, but his engine did not sound healthy.
Oh, that's such a
hate
bummer.
to hear that because Hardesty had such a great run going early on.
Wow, and look at that dust cloud that is being kicked up by Mr. Paul Wolf right now. Now Paul Wolf right now is in second position. Let's see what happens when Tad comes across that finish line.
Well, on adjusted time, Tad's going to have him because, like I said, he's got to beat him by a minute and a half, and he's
There
only
he
got him
is.
by 15, 20 seconds right now. So it's going to be interesting to see if Tad Dowker can keep Paul Wolf's dust within reason. He's going to definitely have to push hard. But right now it's Tad Dowker, but it's going to be down to the wire between Tad and Paul. How far back is Cade Rod and Casey Gilbert? So Chris Kaufman just said, give her the beans. Give
Chris
it all
Hickman.
you got. Sorry, Chris Hickman. So Paul Wolf got the go-ahead to just give it all he's got on this seventh and final lap, and I can hear the horsepower coming through strong. So this is Paul Wolf heading up the Recaro Rise. And Tad Dowker's not too far behind, and there's Paul Wolf on that, taking that last line there at the Recaro Rise. So Tad Dowker should not be too far behind him. I'm going to say roughly about 30 seconds. But Paul's got to put a minute and a half on him to get that second place position. So it's gonna be interesting. Tad's had a great race going down, and normally these woods races kind of favor the straight axle, but Paul's a wheel man.
Ooh, my heart just started pumping even
It's
faster.
It's gonna be good. So I expect, I think Curtis was right on the money with that 4:20-ish finish time today, maybe 4:15. So this is about to come out the woods. I believe that's Aaron Smith in that bomber.
We shall see, and you are correct.
Yes, it is. Aaron Smith still running strong.
Let's see who the next one is, because there's somebody following close behind. That is Mr.
Rusty
Blyler. And then right behind Rusty is Cade Rod.
And Rusty Blyler, I believe, is a lap down, so Cade Rod is still in the mix.
Now, right now, Cade Rod is in that number 4 position.
And he started in 8th, so in reality, he still has a chance, but it's looking good for Tad and Paul right now. But Cade's really got to turn it up, and I think everybody's going to turn it up on this 7th and final lap. They were racing 42 miles here of some of the gnarliest terrain we have to offer for you here at the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. And we're about to give away some of those amazing trophies from Cody Wagner and Laser Nut.
There's Mr. Brian McVeigh, just came out of the woods.
As we saw Aaron Smith grab the white flag, and there is Brian McVeigh. Pam, you are 100% correct. He's getting ready to hit the Bronco bowlers.
And look at that going down the hot pit road. We have 2 cars neck and neck. I'm not sure exactly which ones they are.
They're the dusty ones.
They're the dusty
right
ones. Usually we're saying they're the muddy ones, but today they're dusty.
We'll see if somebody pulls into the AMSOIL hot pits. It looks like Rusty will pull in. Aaron Smith cruises right on through.
Rusty has stopped almost every lap, and I believe that's Cade Rod right there that the drone is going to continue to follow.
So Cade Rod, what's that put him physically in 4th and on adjusted time?
Yes, and he had that flat earlier. That hurt him just a little bit, but right now on adjusted time, we have Eric Miller in that number 1 position, Tad Dowker in that 2nd position, Paul Wolf 3rd, and Cade Rod in 4th.
So the top 3 have not had flat tires to the best of my knowledge. That's pretty impressive. There is Rusty Blyler in the AMSOIL hot pits. Not sure what's going on. He pulled in last time. There's Cade Rod heading up the Recaro Rise. But Rusty Blyler pulled in last time and just did a quick suspension, turn left, turn right, and they sent him on. But now they're spending a little bit more time. Is that Brian McVeigh, I believe, heading out for his final lap? There's the Rigid Ridge.
Okay. See you there.
And Rusty Blyler takes off like a rocket out for his final lap. Is that Chip McLaughlin possibly? I believe
definitely
so.
is. You can see the stripes, and then he has a little flag on the back end side.
There's the Recaro Rise section. Sounds like through the PCI race radios, Eric Miller's about 7 minutes out from grabbing the checker flag for the 4 Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee.
He definitely has quite the lead, but the true race of what we're going to have to be on our toes for is that 2nd and 3rd position.
And maybe even 4th. But I think 2nd and 3rd is going to be pretty close between Tad Dowker and Paul Wolf. And I think it's Paul's race. He's got to beat Tad Dowker by a minute and a half, and we saw him pass him right at the Bronco Boulders. This is our second race in the Eastern Series. Our third and final race in the Eastern Series will be at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend. But up next will be Visions in July. Don't miss it. We're under a month away. It's going to be an off-road festival. We're Ultra 4 racing. We're Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series racing. We got pit bikes. We have a rodeo. We have America Pro Rock, a demo derby. We've got a little bit of everything, and that's Casey Gilbert, still hot on a mission. We'll see. He's got a top 5 running, but it's going to be tough for him to catch up to K-Rod. Casey Gilbert heading through the Bronco boulders. Checking up just a little bit.
If you're not out of your seat at home, you will be here shortly after we see who's going to be getting that second, third, and fourth position.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been. We see the white flag flying for Casey Gilbert. We started at 8 a.m. this morning and haven't had a break yet. We were hoping to have some breaks, but the racing has just kept coming at us back to back to back. So we've had no breaks at all, but we wouldn't change that for anything. I know I'm having a blast with Pam. I hope you all back home are having fun. This is some of the best Ultra 4 racing you can get.
Yeah, for sure. This has been an exciting day for sure. I love it out here at AOP. It's such a challenging course for a lot of these drivers. You know, we like to, make it a fun race course for them, but you can't make it too easy. And it's never easy here at AOP.
That is absolutely correct.
And we thought that Kentucky was a hard race. This one right here is definitely probably the hardest regional race, in my opinion, that we go to.
I think you're right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Moab's hard as well, but that's a West Coast race. But that's difficult. But I have to say,
it's different difficult, that's for sure.
We'd have to have somebody like Paul Wolf, who has raced all of the races, give us his insight on that one for sure.
That's a great idea. Hopefully when he gets up
or
on the
Sean
podium,
Rance.
you can ask him that.
Yeah, there we go. And Sean Rance, he's another one that he's only 4 hours from Moab, so he's got a long drive home, but him racing there as well. That's Paul Wolf right there on screen.
That is at the Rigid Ridge area. Casey Gilbert did a quick stop in the Amsoil hot pits, but keeps on going. So Paul Wolf still pushing strong. I'm excited to get a time split. Hopefully Benji can give me that one here in just a few minutes. He'll be passing him in just a little bit. Where is Tad Dowker? Let's stay on this drone for a little bit and see if he can catch up with him. Remember, he's got to beat Tad Dowker by 1.5 minutes between second and third position. Oh, I see lights. That's not 1.5 minutes. Oh, Tad knows where he's at. So that's about, I'm going to say 30 seconds or so. So Paul's got to get it about another minute lead over Tad Dowker, and I know what Tad's doing. He's watching his dust and pacing him.
Exactly.
He knows how hard to push, and that's what's hard for Paul. He doesn't know how hard to push, but Tad knows exactly where he's at because he can see that dust. So Tad's got him right where he wants him. I love this. Remember, they took off in 30-second increments this morning. This race is on adjusted time. Eric Miller's way out front, but right now it's going to be between Tad Dowker and Paul Wolf. Right now, I think Tad's got it on adjusted time.
And that's where, strategy comes in play. It's like, do you want to push it hard and, qualify really good, or do you want to start in that second, third, or fourth position and not push it so hard in qualifying? So you're not the dust that's being chased. Let the person in front of you set that pace and let you know how hard you need to push it to get through.
Absolutely, Pam. What a great day. I've just all smiles. It's been hot. We've been sweaty all day, and I could keep going. I love it out here.
We always say it's a long day and it's been hot out here, so that's the only thing that's made it long. But in reality, it goes by so fast. I feel like we just started not long ago, and here we are just about ready to wrap up the 2022 four-wheel parts here at AOP.
Yeah, it's been 8 hours straight of racing, like I said, with basically 0 breaks in between. Eric Miller has cleared Uncle Steve.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So we'll have him here, I'm going to say, in the next 5 minutes or so. So here's another young man I did not want to see here in the Nitto booth with me, Cody Hardesty. What happened?
Yeah, we had a...
there is... who is... That's the Joker line. I'm not sure who is walking there, but somebody's walking down the Joker.
That's never fun.
Yeah, so, hey, Cody, what happened to you? You at one point, you were in the lead. You had a great run going, and then one of your last times coming through, your engine sounded
a couple cylinders, I think. And
I heard it, and I felt so bad because you've been racing with us for a couple years.
Possibly be our leader coming in right now for the checkered flag. Can't call it, but it's about time for him to come through. And there he is.
And it absolutely is. Eric Miller all over the throttle. He's heading towards the Bronco Boulders as we speak.
Oh, we have a drone down. Our drone guy's running. So you lost a couple cylinders in the car. Miles definitely heard it. You were limping it through here just a little bit, but otherwise, you were doing great. You were running first place there for a little bit. And
yeah. Like I said, we didn't even know it, but after they told me that after we broke, and I guess it made a bad day a little better.
Yeah, I mean that way you know you're hanging with Eric Miller, Paul Wolf, Josh Byler, Casey Gilbert. I mean the list goes on. Eric Miller has just cleared the Yukon launch. Eric Miller is unofficially winning the four-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee. The checkered flag is flying for Mr. Eric Miller, two-time king of the... No, Eric Miller was giving it everything he had all the way to the finish line. So we'll get him up here, and looks like he's going to take this down. What a great finish it was.
Awesome. Well, Cody, I know that you were trying to take your headphones off, and I wasn't letting you do that yet because Miles likes to.
Thank you very much.
What is your next race?
We'll be at Visions.
Awesome. We'll see you in just a few weeks then.
We're hungry for that podium, so we're coming for it.
That's a good one to go get one out for sure.
Well, Cody, always a pleasure. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Eric Miller is coming up here. We'll have visual on him. The car still looks like smooth. It's unofficial, but first place should go to Mr. Eric Miller. He has got to be super, super stoked about this.
How awesome is that? And getting his little, what do you call it, Miles? Your slideways
Getting
at
a little
the very
slideways
finish.
at the end.
He got
absolutely.
little slideways bicycles, what he did.
And then there's that little.
Justin Cowart, he was like, hard hit, Cody. You were kicking some booty.
I know. It's a bummer for him. I always like rooting for the underdogs, and he's just such a nice young gentleman. Him and Chris Wyatt were running such a great race today until they weren't. But to finish first.
Eric Miller never lifts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he runs such a great race out there.
I hear some power coming in the background here.
That sounds like it's either Chip or Aaron.
This could be. Who's the other one that I kept missing?
Yeah, it's Chip McLaughlin. You are correct, Sam. So I believe he is a lap down, though, correct?
Paul Wolf should be just probably about another 45. You think? Did he make up
2 or 3 minutes, maybe?
He came in.
Paul just
maybe 2 minutes.
And I'm
Race
pretty
to
sure,
the
I'm
finish.
99.9% sure that all of the leaders did run the Joker line, so we should be good there.
And that's something that they will make sure they double check. But, yeah, they've been giving us great information because we've had somebody there making sure they're running.
Once, and you can only run it once, but Eric Miller is looking good. So there's Chip McLaughlin getting the checkered flag, but he is a lap down. But
This is Casey Gilbert, possibly?
No, Mr.
Paul
Wolf. And he is on a mission. How far back is Tad Dowker?
Oh, my goodness. This is so nerve-wracking right now. I can hear people over there cheering that Paul Wolf's family and friends are over there. This is said, that's my man. Of course, she's at home watching her family. Good job, Eric Miller.
Paul Wolf is on a mission as he hits the Yukon launch. He is starting to push. Roger King on the short course. How far back is
Tad Dowker?
Tad Dowker. I've got my unofficial stopwatch getting ready to hit. So Paul Wolf getting the checkered flag physically in that second position. How flute wire. I'm going to say Tad's got about 20, 30 seconds to go before we're going to say.
Not Tad, or is this Tad? I don't think his motor sounds quite like that.
I don't know, Pam. Contention for second place. And this is Tad Dowker.
Oh,
so he's got 55 seconds to go. Does he have a flat tire?
That kind of looked like he might have had a flat.
He's a
on
little
the right
bit.
rear.
Yeah, maybe he may have pushed a little too hard, but it's still looking good for a podium.
Wow,
but
Paul,
he's got 40 seconds from right now to
right rear. I think it's both.
I can't tell with
but
all
definitely
that dust.
right front for sure. He's not letting it slow him down too much, though.
So So we got 10 seconds right now, unofficially. Oh, it's going to be super, super close. I'm saying 5 seconds from here. 2,
And he is so
1.
close.
I think he just missed it by 5 seconds. Tad Dowker was so. I think Paul Wolf may have snuck in by 7 seconds.
Right now, unofficially, it is Eric Miller in that number 1 position, Paul Wolf in number 2, and Tad Dowker in that 3rd position. So Paul, 7 seconds.
Yep. So it sounds like 7
Wow.
seconds. Wow. It comes. They've been Eric Miller and Paul Wolf. Tad's got to be super stoked. He's got to be bummed he did. That flat tire cost him a podium spot, but to get on the podium. Congratulations, Tad Dowker. One heck of a race. And Paul Wolf adds another 2nd position for this season. He's looking good for the national points.
Yes, he is, and definitely running for that in both classes, in his Can-Am UTV and his UFO fabrication.
Well, points, guess what? He didn't finish
finish
there, so I don't know how that's going to shake out. But it's looking good for the rest of the season for Mr. Paul Wolf.
Wow,
So
what a
Tad
race again. All of our 4,400 races have been so super close this whole entire season. Keeps us all on our toes here at the park. Pretty awesome to watch.
So I think it's looking good like our podium's going to stand. K-Rod could change it up, but I think he's almost out of time. He started a minute and a half behind Tad. And I don't see him for the 4-wheel parts teardown in Tennessee at the Adventure Off-Road Park. So there is Josh Blyler. He is a lap down, if I'm not mistaken. He's a little off pace all day, not pace, but he's still trucking along trying to get those points because you have to complete 75% of the race to get the most points you can. You get 1,000 points for first, 975 for second, 965 for third, and then 5 on down as long as you finish 75%. And then the top 10 that are not qualified for King of the Hammers will move on forward. So we're going to get some.
His
Getting
face is dirty, but you can see his white teeth.
White
that's for
teeth,
sure.
absolutely.
What a great day.
Oh, man, what an amazing day. We've been racing for over 8 hours, 8.5 hours going on right now. I mean, it's been a wonderful day. And they're still racing at Mid-America Outdoors for the Side-by-Side Championship Series in Jay, Oklahoma as well.
And then they still have the rodeo there tonight.
The rodeo was last night. Is
that
it
was
both
the qualifying.
nights? Oh, that was qualifying. Awesome.
Yes,
okay.
they qualified for the rodeo, so tonight is their main event for the rodeos.
To get on that MAO app and check out the rest of the side-by-side racing and that rodeo this evening. So, yeah, on my unofficial clock, Cade Rod is out of the running for the podium, so it looks like they will stick.
Said he is so glad that Dad could keep it together.
How awesome is that? I absolutely love it.
Eric's over there laughing. That's super cool.
So we'll get Paul Wolf up here momentarily. So I'm going to kind of give you a quick rundown on the rest of the season. Up next is going to be Visions Off-Road 4th, and then Nationals is once again Legends of the Fall at Mid-America Outdoors. And we still have a lot of racing to go for Mid-America Outdoors. Lots of hoots and hollers for Paul Wolf. He's got a great fan crowd out there. So up next we'll be racing Mid-America Outdoors Championship Series during round 8th. We'll be racing with us during Legends of the Fall. So Paul Wolf has a big fan crowd, and Tad Dowker had just heck of a run. And he is all smiles right now. Apparently he pulled in the pits and changed his flat tire.
Yes,
but
he
wow,
did.
what a great run.
All right.
Sam, have some fun out there. So there is Chad Hunt coming into screen, getting ready to hit the Bronco boulders. He's still running strong. And then right behind him is Rusty Blyler, the Happy Pappy. So two Miller Motorsports cars are still racing hard to the finish. First gear, so he ran a whole lap in first gear. And right behind him is Aaron Smith. So Chad Hunt just makes it clear of the Joker line as well. I missed that. But what a wonderful day of racing it's been. We are about to give away those amazing laser nut trophies from Cody Wagner and company. And don't forget, you can buy or order replica trophies for your sponsors or team members. So if you get one of these trophies, get a hold of Cody Wagner and you can have one made for whoever you want to. And Tad Dowker. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in all day long for the Four Wheel Parts Teardown in Tennessee at the On a Mission. Frank Vonderheide coming out of the woods. He'll be finishing his last lap. So we see Rusty Blyler pulling into his pit. We've been racing for over 8 hours. What a wonderful day it's been. So we're just a few seconds away from giving away these amazing laser nut trophies. So it looks like
100 unlimited podium spot. I'm here with third place, Tad Dowker. You barely got third place. It was quite a race out there. Give us a little insight about this last lap.
Yeah, I mean, the whole race was obviously just keeping the car together, keeping the tires in the car. Paul had caught me on the end of the 6th lap. I didn't even know he was behind me until we were side by side going, pushing a little too hard, got that right front, and that probably cost us that 7 seconds. But either way, standing up here, these two guys, that's a hell of a weekend. I'll take it.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, Miles and I over there, we were like at our toes trying to watch the end of the race. You can see right now it's still going on, but you guys are officially in that third position. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here today?
First off, I got to thank my family, wife, and kids. They're all back home. Family and friends, you know. Andy drove. This is only his 2nd time in the passenger seat. And then all of our sponsors, Raceline. Off-road research, yeah. I need a list. But yeah.
Well, if you're going to start being up here on the podium, you have to have that list.
That's the goal. So I mean, it's this 4400 class. I mean, that's why we chose to run this class, is because the competition and the level of competition, and it's just really fun to push the car and push ourselves, and these guys are awesome. So it's fun to race against them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 spot. It was only by 7 seconds between you and Paul Wolf. It was down to the wire. And over here, I'm starting to call you the beast out there because you're on it. Mr. Paul Wolf, you turned it up. Chris Hickman comes over and he's talking on the live feed, and we're like, 7 laps is what he has. He's like, I got to go turn up the heat. How was that on that last lap for sure?
The last lap we were pushing hard. I come by and Chris gave me a sign to just let it run flat out. So, and hats off to everybody here, man. These guys were rolling. Got to send a huge shout out to Nitto Tires, my crew over here that helped me keep this thing going all weekend. And I really appreciate it. Really appreciate everybody that helps us, RCV, all of them, Raceline Wheels. Everybody's great, a lot of great companies, and great competition. I like racing with these guys.
You are definitely a busy man running both races, both the Can-Am UTV and the 4400.
Out here is pretty rough on vehicles, so I got a lot of prep work before Visions.
Definitely. It's awesome, though. Congratulations on your number 2 spot up here. I know that a lot of the guys that have been in the 4400 class, they're all, helping you out and, giving tips and stuff, but they're not giving you all the tips because obviously you know what you're doing out there.
Yeah, that's what's neat about this sport is these guys will give you help. Eric actually gave me a spare tire, which I ended up needing, so thank you to that. I wouldn't even be in 2nd place if it wasn't for him. It just goes to show these guys want to beat you on the course, not in the pit. Yeah, I do. I got to thank my wife, Christy, and my daughter, Lainey, over there. Really appreciate you both letting me work on stuff all night so I can race. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on that number 2 spot. And we're going to move right on over here to our top of the box, Mr. Eric Miller. You guys have the cars that are the ones to beat out here for sure on the East Coast. Amazing day. You were on it all day long. Were you being told in your ears, make sure you keep on it, or did you know the lead you had?
Pam, at this point, our radios have been in and out and bad, and Casey's helmet was junk because he hasn't been in the car for what? I've raced here now for 3 years. First year we came down, we were lucky enough to run clean and take home a win, and last year really, really still haunts me. I lost a steering pump early and almost was able to make it back after losing 15-plus minutes. So after King of the Hammers this year, we were really busy at home. My wife and I have taken on some new ventures, and we got the kids in the shop, and it's crazy. So we unfortunately missed rush. I was coaching little kids, and you got to sometimes prioritize. But we were anxious to get back out here, and yesterday I think I played and hopefully have clean air. I talked to all the guys. I said, "Can you take the Joker lap? Win." Everybody wanted to take it on lap 1. I'm thinking, why? You're going to catch lap traffic so much faster. So we waited and waited, and we're patient about taking the Joker lap, and I think that helped us with our time. The other factor that we knew was going to come down, and these boys would have been right with me otherwise, is tires. And there's a reason I run Nittos. We had no flats today, and that's really, I can't say that I didn't try. So keeping Erin Ford pushing me. I've been an athlete my whole life, but I've been, kind of lazy with work and the kids, and she really got me back at it. And been following, her fitness program for me and diet. It comes down to that. And I got back playing soccer, and I'm in not the best shape I've ever been in, but I'm ready to go again, and that's a big thing. Same with the cars. You talked about these pro chassis. This car is fresh from King of the Hammers. We checked the diffs, we changed some fluids, we put tires on it, and brought it out here. This car, it got checked. It didn't get prepped. And I just told the good boys again, I said, she's ready for Mid-America. I want to go home and look at it, but car's good to go. And I think it's a testament to them. We built them to be reliable. We built them to win on the East Coast, but really we built them to win at King of the Hammers. And I think they're proving their might.
Yeah, your cars are definitely proven. And speaking of King of the Hammers, a lot of people that have raced that, they're also comparing this to be like a mini King of the Hammers because the course was so rough. Would you contest to that?
100%. I was on the horn with Fox yesterday trying to get my shocks right. I actually ended up making no changes because I said the terrain is so similar to the it's pretty indicative if you want to go coast to coast and figure it out. But yeah, we ran straight up the same setup we ran at King of the Hammers. No changes whatsoever. I'm proud to keep her together.
Well, you definitely build a great car, and it's proven because you're up here on top of the box again. Blyler was up here last year, so congratulations. Who all do you want to thank for being up here today?
Yeah, honestly, it's only so much driver. It's only so much prep. Like the machine is very important. That's why we set out to build our own cars. And this one's old. This one's 5 years old now, and I'm proud of that. I used to flip them every year just because that's what we did. Original one, built by hand. But I wouldn't be here without people like Spider Tracks Off-Road. I've been with Tom from the beginning. These drivetrains take an absolute just abuse out there. Jeff Ginter built me a motor this year that I said, you tell me what I need, Jeff. You're the expert. And he built one heck of a motor. I've never had anything like it. Maximum Transmission built the trans to hold up to it. Like I said, Fox shocks. I wouldn't be here without Method and Nitto either because that's just what's in contact with the terrain. So Hal steering, that it's tight, it's twisty. You have to have good steering. You have to have good brakes, and you have to have a car that has good parts in it. JE Rail keeps everything spinning, and they've been a huge supporter of the program from everything from seats to belts. It's been great.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on this #1 spot. And let's give it up for our 4400 Unlimited class. We have Mr. Eric Miller, Tad Daukert, and Mr. Paul Wolf.
And what a wonderful day of racing it was. It's been a wonderful day of racing. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in all day long. But don't forget, tonight, get on that MAO app. We have the rodeo back at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. So I think right now we're going to throw the schedule up for the rest of the year, and we're going to sign out. But what a wonderful day. Thank you once again. Up next, we'll head to Visions Off-Road at Mid-America at Jay, Oklahoma, July 13th through the 17th. That is a double points race. And then from there, August 5th through the 7th, go to Wisconsin, September 2nd through the 4th, and then we end up the year another huge off-road event. That's going to be a festival. It's Legends of the Fall, October 26th through the 30th for the National Championship. Again, please just make sure you tune in the rest of the season. It's been absolutely amazing. And again, the MAO app, check it out tonight. They will be doing that rodeo. It's going to be a lot of fun.